All right, maybe that'll be better. Grace and peace. Grace and peace, grace and peace. I'm gonna hopefully I'm sounding okay. Do me a favor and type a one if y'all can hear me. Hopefully this volume's not too low. I got a video set up I wanna show y'all, and and then we're gonna take it from there. My only thing is I played a I was discussing some things with the pews, some information Bradford that came out the other day, and I said I just hope that folk don't get to go bothering them people in that church down there. No matter what, it's descendants of slaves that did that construction down there and been pastoring that thing. But before I get into it, I want to let y'all know why before people say, "Oh, because with these lives, y'all already know. No, y'all already know Thunder. Which y'all we don't know which way some of this stuff can go." Um, Garfield put some stuff out there, and Garfield got to answer like everybody. Every one of us that put information out, we have to give an answer. If we're questioned, we have to give an answer. Dante posted me a couple of hours ago on this, so y'all can see where the suggestion come from. Berean TV, you should have Garfield on and have them explain what appears to be manipulation and intentional misrepresentation of sources. I guess that's fair. Of course I tell y'all Dante be tagging me and terrorizing me, harassing me. That's fair. That's fair. So I hit Garfield and told him I was gonna jump on. I hit Pastor Kelly. He called me the other day when I was on the live, but we've been already texting back and forth for the last 2 weeks or whatever. Shout out to Pastor Kelly. So I'm going to play some of this. I'm going to stop sharing this. I just want to let y'all know that it was suggested from someone in the community that this takes place, because I didn't even know this other video was out. So what am I going to do? We're going to have to get right into it. I'm going to text Garfield. Said I think he said he was ready, but I said let me jump on because I know it takes a couple of seconds for some folk to come in here. I'm gonna mute myself for about 40 seconds. I think I have his email in here so I can all right. Oh, here it is right there. You see it, grab it right there in the I didn't know you were in here already. I was gonna start playing it and then jump on. What's good, Abu? Fair use. Well, I already text Pastor Kelly, but fair use anyway. And type of one, I want to make sure it's not going to echo. To church. Take that back 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 to church.
In the formation.
Now let's get it in, family. I just want to show you the group. I sat back quiet, didn't say anything, never mentioned anyone, but they decided to do a reunion to try to stir things back up. But now they're upset. They're crying about it, that the church that my ancestors went to, your ancestors helped build, pastor name and face is right on the glass. They decided to insult my heritage, my culture. Anyway, let me show you the Ace of Diamonds for Garfield of the, I don't know what community. I'm just going to call it the garbage can. I'm going to call it the garbage can because he's going to get a garbage can tonight, right? He's going to get garbage can tonight. He's going to get the bucket right now. This is what he's going to get. So let me show you this here, family. Let me show you listen with intentions. The blatant lies. Here we go. Psalms, the 116th book of Psalms is this, verse through 11. I will walk before Yahweh in the land of the living. I believed, therefore have I spoken. I was greatly afflicted. I said in my haste, all men are liars. All men are liars. See, this is King David running out of frustration, dealing with people, getting hit from every side. His own son betrayed him. His own son, one of his sons, raped his own daughter. Then he got another son trying to take the throne, remove him from the throne. Right? He's getting betrayed from every angle. He's dealing with all kinds of hurt and betrayals. Now, don't get me wrong, David was not innocent. But notice he said here, I said in my haste, out of frustration because of being hit from so many different directions, I said in my haste, all men are liars. And I think all of us been there before. When you're dealing with situation after situation, people after people, and they get so frustrated, and you just say all of them are liars, and you cut them all off out of a way to protect yourself from more lies and hurt and frustrations. So here, all men are liars. All these guys are liars. And this is why I separated myself from these guys, from any type of crossing paths. This is why I decided that not to even mention their names inside anything, because of foolishness that these guys push. Now, let me show you this, right? Actually, I'm going to get it.
Check the email, right? Garfield. I put the link in.
My slide is off here, right? Because I actually had a section here dealing with picking apart his craziness about what he said about Equiana. So I'm not going to deal with that, all right? But I'm going to deal with this right here, right? I'm going to deal with the source that you see Garfield made mention to. Travels, Francis Moore travels into the inland part of Africa. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this. This is what Garfield read from. Now, I want you to look at so-called screen print. See, his ace of diamonds is he'll put sources on the screen, highlight them so that way you can't read them, but then he'll put whatever he wanted to say on the side. He read this as if this right here is actually a copy and paste from here to here. This is old English here. I could pick it apart just by what you see on your screen. I'm going to pick all of this apart, and I'm going to show you this is the playbook of the entire group, the entire craft accounts, crafty group, been coming against our community. The entire group. And that's including the conscious community. Sonetta and those guys. Because when Garfield Reed was having a debate with Gorilla Hebrew, Sonetta decided to put one of those guys that's been coming at our community comment up on the screen to put Gorilla Hebrew in an uncomfortable place if he would have saw it. Now, I want to make this clear. I don't know Guerrilla Hebrew. I don't know any of those guys, but I'm just giving you my observation. This is how these guys operate. So I want you to pay attention here. I'm going to show you what this actually says versus what he wrote here and try to give the impression that this is what this right here is a reflection. This right here is the exact word for word here. You can just look at it and tell it's off. Right? So let's pull up the source. This is what Garfield actually superimposed. The playbook superimposed, right? To guide the eyes, so to speak, the ace of diamonds.
All right, now y'all gotta pay attention. I didn't want to play this one 2 times, so y'all gotta pay close attention.
The Lankado descendants, Luso Africans, become a dark and native Africans reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. So Garfield right here, and he read it word for word, saying that this over here, this particular section of the book is about Lankado descendants. And he's saying that they want to stay white. They hate to be called black. And they want their status to be that of their white progenitor. So we're going to pick this apart.
All right, before we get to picking it apart, Garfield, you're on the computer. You home? You're on cell phone, right?
I'm home and I'm waiting to jump on because this is hilarious.
Oh, I'm glad.
This is. I'm going to show you how disingenuous people like Aya be praises and people making comments in the chat. I'm going to show you how crazy people are.
All right, so I'm gonna play a little bit, but if you hear something or you want to go in a little bit now, because he didn't even get, I just kind of started it right now. I took it back because I wanted them to hear the remix. I wanted them to hear that, so I kind of took it back a little bit.
Yeah,
so
go ahead and play it for
okay,
2-3 more minutes, and I'll jump in.
All right.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to really show you the playbook. These are what we're going to pick these apart. We are going to pick these apart. Lankado descendants, so Africans, they hate to be called black, want the status of their white progenitors. So they hate to be called black. So is this an accurate word for word quote from the source? Let's actually go to the source. Francis Moore travels into inland parts of Africa, 1723, page 29. Just so happened I already had the source. This is the actual screen print from the source, right? And this is the paragraph that you saw on Garfield's screen that he had inside his presentation. So all I did was took a clip from there, ripped it from here. It's the same. Now we're going to read it because it's Old English. I'm going to point out the actual people, the actual tribes that we're dealing with in this text that he highlighted, that he lied blatantly. Right? The Mundingos is what we're dealing with right here. Mundingos is the primary group that we're dealing with, but there's other groups within here. But I'm going to show you. Don't want to get ahead. So Francis Moore travels into the inward part. Africa is primarily referring to the Mundingos. You guys know who the Mundingos are, right? But I'm not going to get into all of that. Did the actual source say the Mundingos called black? Called black. They they didn't like the term black and wanted their status to be that of their supposed progenitors. First, let's deal with the word progenitor to see what it means. Because Garfield called these guys progenitors. In other words, ancestor, the founder of a family. So he's saying that these white Portuguese is the founders of the Mandingos. But actually, he named a completely different group that's not even in the paragraph to say that AR, they don't want to be called black. That's what Garfield said, right? He says that they don't want to be called black, that they want to be white. They want to be like their white progenitors, their white daddies. So did the actual source say that the Mandingos called black and wanted their status to be that of their supposed progenitors? Absolutely not. That is a lie. And if Guerrilla Hebrew and if Sonetta TV had an actual panel, right, that's getting the sources of these guys presenting in their discussions, guess what? He should have been disqualified. That cancels everything out that he said. So I'm going to show you that he's nothing. These guys are nothing but liars. So let me show you here. You see Mandingos, right? But notice what it says here. It says black as they are, but as they still, because this is Old English, so instead of the F, it'll be an S. But as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole, and as they Christian and married by the help of a priest sent yearly over hither from Esfago, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, they reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. And nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves and not, and they're not. So I'll put the other portion of this on this up here once we get to it. So this is what they actually said in that part. Let me highlight that. All right. This is what they actually said, and completely obliterates what Garfield and exposed and showed you how much these guys, I mean, they at all costs, there's no area that they will not go for the sake of trying to be right and lie and slander. And that's not
You
a
said something,
that's not a
Garfield?
place that they will not go to carry out their agenda. There's nothing that they will not do. So notice here, nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves. Wait a minute. They never said that they did not want to be black. They never said that they hate being black. They say here, and we're not dealing with what Garfield pointed out. Matter of fact, let me let you hear what he said. That instead of the dingo, he said, last card, let me let you hear his words again. Right. And as I show you, Garfield did not share this source. What he
What you need to understand of these dark-skinned Jews is that their father, because if you want to talk about that they are Jews in Africa, the fathers were normally white men. The Lankada descendants, the Luso Africans, became as dark as native Africans, reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black, and want the status of their white progenitors. And by the way, none of these people came over on slave ships. You can't tie them to a slave ship. You can't.
All right, that's a problem right there. That's a problem right there. And I know you mentioned that Dante mentioned something, and you said that he mentioned something. You wanted to get some information on that. People in the comment section saying deception. Listen to this right here, Garfield. Next time, listen to this, all y'all. Next time you allow people like Garfield to come on your channel purporting to present information, check their sources before believing them. You hearing this, Garfield? Let me see what else. Let me see what other comments. He might have walked away from the mic. I think he might have went and got on the big computer. He might have went and switched up. Wait, let me see what. Wait, people are now saying that the Portuguese who settled in the land. All right, wait a minute. All right, what's going on? All right, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me just figure out. I'm gonna play some more of this. I think. Let me see what's going on. I just seen 93 just jumped on. Let me see. I'm gonna play some more of this. Fair use.
Show me a slave ship any of those black Jews, so-called black Jews, came over on. They were fostering the slave trade. They worked out the deals with the African kings.
Now, do you see what I see? He blatantly lied, right? He blatantly lied. Let's go back to that particular slide here. Let's go back here. Let's go back to what he superimposed, right? Let's go back here. He says that we're dealing with the Lancado descendants of Uso, and said that in a nutshell, they hate to be called black. That's not anywhere in the text. There's not a single line of text that says that and we're actually dealing with the Mundingos. There's not a single line of text that says that they hate to be called black. What they don't want to be called is Negro. And I'm going to show you why, because they gave the actual explanation. They didn't have anything to do saying that they want the status of their white progenitors. What they said here, that they were, matter of fact, I'm going to bring you back to the actual slide so you can see exactly what they said about it. Let's go back here. Right? It says here, right? And matter of fact, can I read it over here? Matter of fact, I'm going to read it right here. Actually, I just read what's highlighted, right? It says, black as they are, but as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole, and as they Christian and marry by the help of a priest yearly over hither from Esfago, one of the Cape de Verde islands, they reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. And nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes. Right? So they're saying that they're behaving like they're white, their mannerism. Right? But it says here, and nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves. See, it doesn't say anything here stating that they hate to be black. There's not a matter of fact, I'm going to remove this so you can see the full passage. These different kingdoms upon the banks of the Gambia are inhabited by several races of people, Mundingos, Foliops, excuse me if I butcher these names, Folies, Floops in Portuguese. The most numerous called Mundingos, as is likewise the country where they inhabit. They are generally of a black color and well set. They are generally of a black color and well set. When the country was conquered by the Portuguese, which was about the year 1420, some of the nations settled in it, who have cohabited with the Mundingos. They cohabited with the Mondingos till they now,
Garfield, you good?
till they are
I know
now
it's kind of.
very
Oh
near
I'm
as
thinking.
man, I
they
had an
are.
issue.
But
You
That's
can
what I'm
stop
saying.
it.
I know. God,
You
you.
can stop it. I had an issue
Okay.
with my computer, and you know, let me say this.
I see 93
Everybody.
jumped on. I don't know if you
Yeah,
had hit him and you
yeah,
want to use you wanted to use some stuff from his, or you were
yeah,
just
yeah.
switching up on the computer. But go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself, but I can hear you. I'm trying to
Yeah,
hear
let
you.
me share the screen for a second here, so
All right, so I'm
everybody
gonna
could
stop
see
sharing. All
my
right.
slide. So everybody could see the slide, and we're gonna walk through this carefully.
All right. I just stopped
And
sharing the other one.
and we have to understand that whenever you're reviewing somebody's work, because anything you put in public you must always be criticized, be able to be criticized. That's the purpose of that's what scholarship is. So what I want to do is share the same slide that he showed that wasn't clear for the audience at home to see. All right, so let me share this right now for the audience, and I want you guys to take a look at this. And this is the actual slide. As you can see with the slide, you can read it if you're watching live. But when you're watching a video, you can't see the words. But the main parts is the yellow parts that you have to pay attention to. The first thing somebody said in the audience, and I'm going to give everybody in the audience their respect, and so they could understand. What is a Lancado? For anybody in the audience, what is a Lancado? Why would Garfield put Lancado there? Well, actually, it wasn't me. It's actually 93 who actually wrote this slide. But why would Garfield use this slide and say the Lancado descendants?
93. You could jump back on. I seen you was in the green room.
So let's take a look at this step by step and see where, if Garfield is wrong and if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. Dr. Kelly, you are correct. If Garfield is right, is Dr. Kelly going to say, hey, you know what? I made a video. I made a fool of myself. 93, jump in. Jump on in, 93. Come on in.
And Pastor Kelly, if you got, just hit me on the phone. Like I said, hit me on or text me, Pastor Kelly, if it's anything. I know you probably at work or busy, but text me if you he might be popping in and out. Go ahead.
All right, so let's take a look at it. First of all, the first thing that he did was kind of slick. Was the slide before, he barely showed it. The slide before is very important because it's from a different writing, but it's actually played into what I was actually trying to say. Descendants of Jewish men and African women. The descendants of Jewish men, the Jewish men are the Portuguese men. Those are what you would call Lancados. Luso-Africans are people when the men mate with the African woman and have children. Those are called Luso-Africans. So instead of using regular terms, I use terms that the scholarship is used to using. So the Lancado descendants would be the Portuguese. The Luso-Africans are the ones when they mate with them. Now look at what it says. These different kingdoms upon the banks of the Gambia are inhabited by several races. F in Old English is S for those. So whenever you see the letter F, it's really an S. All right, several races of people: Mondingos, Jolloffs, Follies, Flops, and the Portuguese. The most numerous are called the Mondingos, as is likewise the country where they inhabit. They are generally of a black color and well set. Now, when this country was conquered, what country was conquered? Where the Mandingas are. The country where they inhabit is the Mandingo country. Was conquered by who? The Portuguese. These are the Lancados, which was about the year 1420. Some of that nation settled in it. Some of the Lancados / Portuguese men settled in Mandingo country, and what? Who have cohabited with the Mandingos till they are now very near as black as they are. Now, they're not talking about the Mandingos, Dr. Kelly. They're talking about the people that came in and invaded the country. That's the error that he made. I don't know if on purpose or not. Till they're now very near as black as they are. So why would the Portuguese be as black as the Mandingos if the Mandingos are already black? Why would the Mandingos be black if they're already black? But as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole, and as they're christened and marry by the help of a priest sent yearly over hither from Jago, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, they reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. Why would the Mandingos refer to themselves as actually white? They're talking about the Lancados, the Portuguese, because they were already white. So when they mixed with the people and have Luso Africans, they turn out start to look dark like the Mandingos. So that's why they act as if they were actually white, meaning to their status where they were before as far as how they looked. And nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes. Why would the Mandingos be mad for them to be called Negroes, which means black? That means the term they use only for slaves, and they're not understanding the true meaning of the word, is the reason for their being very much assaulted at it. Now
look at the book. Read the screen. I want to put something. You read the screen. You just keep that in mind right there.
Peace, Barine.
Right. What's good? What's good with you, fam? What's good, 93?
Yeah. The question is, what's the point?
My part.
That means there was black Jews on the west coast of Africa. Either way you look at it, right, my brother? Nobody never said there was no black Jews in Africa. Who said that? But these people were once white. They made it and had sex with Mandingo or African people, and they create a culture called Luso Africans.
So wait, say that again. Say that slow right there. Okay. They were what?
Lancados, the Portuguese. These are white people. They have sex with African women. When they have sex with African women, they now create a culture called Luso Africans. That's why I said they become as dark as native Africans. Reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. Why? Because they come down here, it says, and reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. That's what the source says. So what is Kelly talking about? This is correct. As if they were still white Portuguese. They hate to be called black. What does the next sentence say? And nothing angers them more than to call themselves Negroes. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors, which is who the white progenitors is the Lancados, which is what they were originally. There's nothing wrong with this summary.
And can I jump in there?
Go ahead. Who actually wrote it? Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So
and if y'all got a question for any one of them, I'm gonna put it up on the thing. Garfield, watch 93 talking. Look at Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. Super chat. Look at
and
Jordan
when you get
question.
a chance, Bernie, I can share my screen too.
Oh no! All right, come on. No, you got a screen. All right.
Let me take it off. Let me take off my screen, and you could share yours. Go ahead, beloved.
All right. Break tab. All right. Let me know if y'all can see. You see it?
What's up?
All right. I don't usually go full screen because it gets stuck and gets weird and it gets delayed. Now, for anybody who don't know me, my name is Brother 93 or Brother Fortune. Cool with Dagger Squad. Y'all might have seen me with Faithful to God. I was presenting information, contrary to Hebrew Israelite claims. In the summer, I made, a respectable truce with certain individuals, and I intend to keep that and be respectful and keep people names out because I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. But to be responsible, Garfield, he borrowed some of my research in his debate with Gorilla Hebrew, and he's getting accused of being a liar because of what's in that slide, and I think I should explain or speak on it since I'm the one who initially did that slide. It originally appeared in the video in the summertime that I did with Faithful to God. So I was watching his video, and Pastor Kelly Richardson, I'm going to be very respectful to you. I don't know you. I have no reason to come at you crazy. So this was your video, The Crafty Council, Blatant Liars. First thing I want to say is I noticed that a lot of people on both sides, they like to paint people as liars, possibly as a way as to not confront or get into a debate with people. Certain people can make mistakes or be wrong about something. We never get called out for making a mistake or being wrong. It's always intentional deception. And I think that's an issue. He put this slide here. He put these, screenshots up. Psalms 1:16, 9 through 11. And he said, basically, all men are liars. So my question is, does this also apply to you, Pastor? I'm not going to call you a liar. I'm not going to say you're being intentionally deceptive. He is accusing Garfield of lying, but Garfield borrowed this slide from me, so I should be the one speaking right here. So on this slide that he read, basically what Garfield already beat me to it. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but on both sides, there's reading comprehension issues. I don't want to say he passed over this to make it look like, to be deceptive, but it says right here, obviously, it talks about not only the Mandingos, but the Jolloffs, the people of Senegal, the Folies and the Floops. I think one of them are the Fula. I could be mistaken. And the Portuguese. It said the most numerous are called Mandingos. Those are the most numerous people out of all of them. As is likewise the country where they inhabited. They are generally of a black color and well set. When this country was conquered by the Portuguese, which was 1420, some of that nation, the Portuguese, settled in it, who have cohabitated with the Mandingos, meaning they lived amongst them, till they, the Portuguese, are now very near as black as they are, but they still retain a sort of bastard Portuguese language called Creole. Now, when people mix, usually when it's a certain mixture, it's called Creole, especially when a black infusion is involved, right? So we see that they're talking about the Portuguese living amongst and even cohabitating with Mandingos. They keep their language. I don't see why the Mandingos...
93. I apologize. Stop 1 second. Look at this comment. And I want, what's his name to highlight it.
What did he say?
Ahaya be praised. Look at how crazy this guy is.
What do you say?
If anyone knows the Mandingo tribe, you would know they are the blackest of the West African tribes. No sensible person would mistake them for white. Bro,
nobody's talking about the Mandingos,
hold on. Nobody. That's the point, bro. It's not about the Mandingos. It's about the Portuguese that mixed with the Mandingos.
Right. So let me read this again. In the year 1420, hold up. When this country was conquered by the Portuguese in 1420, some of that nation settled in and they cohabitated with the Mandingos till they are now very near as black as they are. The Mandingos black. The people who are mixing with them over time are becoming blacker. But as they still retain a sort of bastard Portuguese language called Creole, as they Christian themselves and married with the help of a priest sent yearly from St. Jago, one of the Cape Verde Islands, they reckon themselves still as well if they were actually white. And nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes. That's a term they use for slaves. And they don't understand the true meaning of the word is the reason why they so affronted to it. So the Portuguese are becoming dark as the natives. And they are still reckoning themselves as if they were white. So that tells you the Portuguese, at least the Portuguese, because to be fair, it doesn't say Jew here. But it says the Portuguese were actually white, and they get mad if you call them Negroes. Now, whether they understand Negro, which technically does mean black, what it means or not, that tells you that usually the darker people are the ones going into slavery. That's the term they use for the slaves. They don't like that. Now, I really don't care whether or not the argument about whether they understand it or not, because the point that Garfield used, and you can go back, and I think I have the part of his debate with Gorilla Hebrew. The part was to show the Portuguese or the Iberians or even perhaps the Jews mixing with the people and becoming darker. That is the crux of the argument. It ain't about whether they understand Negro or not. And the issue was Mr. Richardson, he thought when when Garfield was reading the source, you see how I have text on the side? He thought that we were blanking it out over here and pretending as if what's on the right was actually what was in the text. No, faithful to God and myself, we have a style of making slides because we made hundreds and hundreds of slides and presentations, so we don't like losing our points. So we always, leave a little note here, right? So this one here, the Portuguese is the topic of discussion. I took all the highlights out so anybody can read it. Y'all can pause this part. This is the source. The source is Francis Moore, Travels in the Inland Parts of Africa, 1738, page 29. This is it without the highlights. Let me keep going. Now, this is his video, Crafty Counselor Blatant Liars. 4348 Mark, Pastor Kelly briefly shows this source. Now, this source is not the one that he's accusing Garfield of. This is another source by Sierra Lemaire, right? Garfield showed it for maybe like 10 seconds in the debate, but when Pastor Kelly showed it in the video, he only showed it for maybe 2 seconds and moved on, because Garfield, I told him, I'm like, why are you moving so fast, bro, in this debate? You talking about sources and not staying on it. But he did speak about it. So this source is the one that explicitly mentions Jews mixing with black people, making mulattoes, right? But this one got kind of looked over. He didn't really deal with this source. He called Garfield a liar on the other source. But this source, if he would have paused it, he would have actually seen them talking about white males taking African women. I'm gonna show y'all the source here. This is the voyage of Sierra Lemaire to the Canary Islands. It was Jack Joseph Lemaire. 1696 with the original. I believe it was in French, and it was translated in the English, I believe, 1745. So you see here, it says, besides these 3 nations, because it was talking about 3 other nations prior, there is another who are a sort of Portuguese, a nation who named themselves so because they were formerly subject to them, and are descended from those who first inhabited this coast, comma, which is a pause.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just answer to somebody 1 second. Somebody said I added Jew. Garfield are faithful, never added Jew. We added the term Lancado descendants. Lancado descendants because they were Portuguese.
Yeah, the Lancados don't
the
always.
Luso-Africans and the Luso-Africans are what the produce when you mix with the white and the black.
Right.
Is basically that's what's mixed together. That's Luso-African.
Luso-African. You can look at that as a broad term, because Luso, that's like the language thing for the Portuguese, and then you have Africans. So you can have non-mixed Luso-Africans, just regular Africans who become enculturated with the culture of the Portuguese. But we can get to that later. Let me finish. They were formerly subject to them and descended from those who first inhabited this coast after the discovery of it. So they've been here for a minute. From the negresses, these are black women, whom they married, were born the mulattoes, from whom are descended a more swarthy race, a darker race, just like the other one was talking about them getting darker through mixture. They may also be fugitives too of Cape Verde or Cacbo, another colony of this nation and one of the branches of the river Gambia, distance thence 3 days' journey. As they have followed the religion of their old masters, they are partly Jews and partly Catholics. So if they're Catholics, then they're the new Christians. If they're partly Jews, they're the ones they're practicing their religion on land, but they're probably synchronizing it. Because if you know anything about the Lancados, or the new Christians, when they got to Africa, sometimes they got on land and just let loose and start becoming Jews again. But that's a topic of discussion on another video. This is the same source, but without the highlights, because when it was highlighted in Garfield video, it was obscure for people to see. So I'm just showing people. Y'all can just look at it.
Hey, can you stop sharing for a second? Let me just share something real quickly, just to respond to something that somebody just said.
All right.
Look at this carefully, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to look at the same presentation from the debate that I had with the gentleman. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Portuguese are, somebody just said that the Portuguese were black. So all Portuguese people are black.
They're described as swarthy sometimes. According
to this individual, watch this. Portuguese archives confirm the importance of ivory exports at this time. In Senegambia, the Jewish merchants obtained their ivory both from Africans and from New Christian Lancados. The Lancados had established contact with the Dutch Jews as soon as the latter settled in Senegal, which strongly suggests pre-existing contact. And they all trade in hides and wax and ivory, which they buy there from local non-Christian Africans and from white men who are Christian Novos. And they deliver the goods to Flanders where they have commercial contacts.
Now, stop, Garfield.
This is the image. Hold on. I got to show these images.
Okay.
So we could look at these black Portuguese. So we could take a look at them. And I want the audience to look at these, what the Africans made these ivories.
Those are African salt sellers.
Yep. Look at this, family. These are the people who they're saying are black.
Well, those are definitely Portuguese. The Portuguese themselves, the base population of Portuguese, I have sources that call them dark too. So you're seeing what they look like regardless of what their skin tone is the point of this. But Garfield, I gotta give the source for what
All
you
right,
read
cool.
because you didn't give the source and you don't want to be pseudo out here, bro.
All right.
You know, we got the Omicron and we got the pseudo virus going on.
Go ahead, give the source, bro.
I'm gonna have to go get
And
it.
that's from Peter Marks and what do you call it book? Peter Marks.
But I'm gonna
and,
give them. I'm gonna give them a source because I don't want nobody catching the pseudo out here. Where was that at? I gotta go down. This is the book, Forgotten Diasporas, Jewish Communities in West Africa and the Making of the Atlantic World, page 147. It's talking about the Lancados. Yep, strongly suggests pre-existing contact. They all trade in hides and wax and ivory, which they buy there from local non-Christian Africans and from white men who are Christos Novos. And they deliver the goods to Flanders where they have commercial contacts. The Christos Novos are the new Christians. More often than not, they were Jews. And this is the source. Hold on, let me make sure. See this footnote here? Because Kelly Richardson was talking about research, and I know he does his. We do ours too. This footnote 41. I went here, and it showed where they got this from. This archive here, the Inquisical Dallas. I need faithful. October 13th, 1612. They got it from this letter, right? And here's the translation.
Faithful in here?
No. I said I need them because it's in.
Well, I just say I'm talking to the comment. I'm talking to the 200 people in here. I was asking if he was in here. Go ahead. I'll mute myself.
I put him on ice. Let me stop playing. Now look, so here's the translation. I'm not gonna try to pretend like I know.
Look at that screen. You see the screen 93?
What, man's or yours?
No, the questions to E.
The questions.
You don't see the screen. You're not looking at the screen.
What year? What? No. She said, "What year was this written? What year was what written?"
Was the book or the source? Because this source
is from
a letter.
1612. It's from
letter
1612.
from October 13th. See, there's a whole archive that we need to get into the Portuguese archives. They have all these letters from the Jews. So, but this is the translation in Portuguese. I put it.
That was a very good question by Sister E. She said, "When was it written?" Because we're not talking about the book. We're talking about the source of what the book got it from.
The book is sourcing.
1600.
The book has a footnote 41, and it's coming from the Inquisical de Lisboa Livro. Man, I don't speak Portuguese. Here's a translation. I put it in Google, so you see where it says Negros Gentios, e homens brancos Christos Novos. Y'all know anybody who speaks Spanish, Portuguese? You know this is what Google got: Gentile blacks and from white new Christians. So there you have it as far as that's concerned. And also on page 17, this might be off topic, but it does speak about Jewish merchants in West Africa, and they influenced the Africans living there. And they had like syncretic religions. So like they kind of impacted the religions of the Africans. As a matter of fact, if y'all want to bypass me and Garfield, hit up Jose and Peter Mark. Y'all talk to the scholars and they'll tell you what they put in their book. I ain't putting no words in their mouth. Can I finish with the Kelly thing right quick though? Let me finish.
Good, you got the floor.
So this the book. I'm sorry. This the video I was talking about. Boom. He did not pay. He paid attention to the one source I guess he felt he can deal with that he called him deceptive. But at the 1:18:21 mark of Sonetta video, Garfield showed the first source that I read that explicitly said the Jews were mixing with black women and made mulattoes. That was skipped over, or maybe it was a mistake, right? Because Garfield showed it briefly. Did Pastor not notice the source, or was there an innocent mistake on his part? We doing scholarship. I would be pausing. I used to pause all the videos of the people who responded to me in Faithful, and I would try to deal with the sources on a case by case. So I would hope the other side doing the same. Garfield then moved on to more source 1:18:41. So he kind of moved kind of quick. He stayed on the source for like 10 seconds and moved over and talked about the other source. Kelly Richardson, if y'all watch his video, for the most part, he only showed y'all this part right here because he kept deducing that they would talk about Mandingos. You see, this part was ripped off for the majority. He did show it, but I'm gonna show where he showed it. But this is all he highlighted. This is what he boxed up. At around the 47:18 mark, he reads from the source from the beginning and still concludes the sources about Mandingos. See what he's talking about? Francis Moore travels into inland parts of Africa is primarily referring to the Mandingos. And he's saying the Mandingos did not have an issue with their skin complexion and being called black. Their issue was being called Negro. Negro means black. So, I mean, But it's not talking about the Mandingos. It's talking about Portuguese who got darker and they didn't want to be associated with what they perceived as slaves. So as far as the Kelly Richardson thing, you know, hopefully the audience sees there was at least a mistake. I will not call that man deceptive, disingenuous. I'm not calling him a liar. We don't do that over here. If somebody's wrong, that's what you call them. If somebody's mistaken, that's what you call them. When you're doing research, you don't try to find a reason not to debate somebody. I've had that experience. I'm deceptive, therefore I can't debate you. But we still making videos back and forth. That's debating. You're spending all this time, I'm spending all these hours making these slides, and nobody want to confront me to prove that I'm wrong in front of Bareen's audience. Come on and prove that I'm wrong, and I'll leave. I've left before. Bareen, you ain't seen me on this channel since what?
Months.
When I left and made that truce, I left. Only reason I'm talking, I don't have a truce to Kelly Richardson, but I'm being respectful. And this is my information that I never got a chance to have anybody challenge. Like this source here. Garfield, you know this source that we be bringing up about the Jews in Timbuktu, right? This is a primary for the Jewish Negroes in Bambara, the Weekly Raleigh Register, 1853. You know, they ain't coming over here. They can't come over here. They ain't going on no slave ships. They said Timbuktu found near the boundary of Bambara a large number of Jewish Negroes. The explanation that they give of themselves in connection with their black skin is this, that after the destruction of Jerusalem at the time of the captivity, some of their ancestors, having neither goods nor land, fled to the desert. The fatigue they endured was so great that nearly all the females died by the way. The children of Ham received them with kindness, and by intermarriage with their daughters, women who were black, communicated their color to the children. These children became generation by generation of a deeper hue until no difference of color now distinguishes the children of Shem and those of Ham. So it's the same thing. This is over here in Timbuktu. We talking about Portuguese. Well, they might not be Portuguese, but Jews coming into Africa dealing with all women and becoming darker and darker over time. That's what happens when men go into foreign places. They go take other people's women, especially if they're prospering, and now they're indistinguishable. And also note, Garfield always asks about people come on slave ships. This is 1853. They still here. There's Jews still there. They're not coming over here. So basically, go to this last part. Garfield, if you're still there, I need you to talk because he challenged you on this. He said they won't respond to this video. This man says he's a descendant of Caribbean Jews. And there's also a part, if y'all play this video around the 1:14:59 part, DNA plays a role. They mentioned DNA. This guy right here is talking about Sephardic Jews going into slavery and Caribbean, and that he's a descendant or something like that. And DNA plays a role. I don't know how Kelly feels about DNA. I know not all Hebrews deal with DNA, but if he's talking about DNA, y'all need to see what his white DNA is. And
yeah,
I didn't get
Garfield made a claim the other day, and Dante actually stepped up to the plate.
About the slave ships and Hebrews coming over. Yes.
I have not got, I did inbox Dante. I have not gotten a response from the brother. I don't know if he read it or not, but I haven't gotten a response. And this goes to everybody that claims that they are black and that they are a Hebrew Israelite. Can you provide evidence of anyone that came on a slave ship that was a slave that came off the ship and claimed they were a Hebrew, an Israelite, or a Jew? That's it.
How much money is on the line? You said you
now he's so 200. Anybody in here? He's saying anybody in here now.
Hold up, Bareen. He said he'll put my kids through college. Seeing as they don't exist, I think I should take that for them, just in case. You know.
So, are y'all hearing this? Right? I'm gonna mute myself.
Kids through college, bro. And this man, look. Let me go adopt some children. Let me go adopt the Lancado.
You see, the issue here is, like, for example, this guy in the video is a Sephardic Jew. And by the way, Dr. Kelly, isn't Dr. Kelly one of the guys that claim the whole G? They have the Y DNA G. Is he a part of that group?
I don't know them fellas like that.
Okay, I think, and we got to be careful with DNA because, of course, we have Sephardics that are in Suriname, that are in Holland today, that are in Jamaica. That there's a whole project, Sephardic genealogy project, that's shown that they have the same DNA markers, which is definitely not E1B1A.
I got some DNA here if you want to see it, but we don't got to show it. We don't got to if you don't want to see it.
Yeah, but I want to say that this is the claim that Garfield is making for the last 7 years. Show us someone that came off a slave ship that claimed to be a Jew, a Hebrew or an Israelite. You won't find. In fact, let me share my screen. Stop sharing for a second. Let me
I'm gonna
share
stop
this.
sharing, and I'm
Stop sharing. I'm gonna show this on the screen real quickly right here. Let me show this on the screen. All right, let me show this right here. What I'm gonna show is this. This is from The Soul of Judaism by a black man, Bruce D. Haynes. I suggest everybody who claims they're a black Hebrew Israelite or a Hebrew Israelite to get this book. And this is where a lot of the sources come from that people use. Look at this, Bareen. The first modern day black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition of 1474. Wow. So both during the 16th century, a rather large contingency of African descent Jews, both converted Africans and Euro-Africans, was incorporated into the Jewish community of Amsterdam. That's from Jonathan Schorsch, his book. But by the way, the Euro-Africans, another name that we could also use for Luso-Africans in a broader sense, because it's Europeans and Africans merging together, one with a European or a Jewish father and an African woman. They're having children with African women. And that's been merging and going on for ages. All right. While there's no basis, let's move on to something else. The first black Jew in the United States can be traced to a gentleman by the name of Billy Simons. Why are they tracing black Jews in the United States if there were all these Jews in America that was black? You see, this is the problem. And this is when? This is in the 1800s. The first black Jew. So we know when the first black Jew is recognized in this country because it's something major. It's something huge. Come on, man. Y'all got to go get The Soul of Judaism.
Was that somebody that was a proselyte that converted to the religion?
That's another story. I won't talk about it right now, but because he claims to be a Rechabite. And people who claim that they're Rechabite, what happened is the gentleman who did the research on him, which is Melnick, he was supposed to be on my 20 for 20 last year, but we became cool and we just started emailing each other because he didn't want to come on the live. But the way he's saying basically that he's a convert because he was adopted by the Simons family, who was a Jewish family. But he's saying he's a Rechabite. How many black people come to America and claim that they are a Rechabite?
Wow.
you see, so now you got to ask, why would he say he's a Rechabite? But then we trace his roots back to North Africa, which he had a connection to Muslims who basically move abroad and adopt Judaism normally claim they're Rechabites. That's for the record. So he definitely was a convert. But he's the first recognized black Jew in the United States of America. First in the 1800s. And I'm saying this to everybody. If you're saying you're a black Hebrew Israelite and you have a root in Israel, show me your roots in this country. It don't come before Crowdy, before the guys in the late 1800s, William Christian, William Crowdy, Cherry. It don't come before that. And those guys were all Christians. Nobody was claiming Judaism until you found Richelieu and Ford and Wentworth and Abraham, Rabbi Emmanuel, who was assigned by the Rothschilds to live here in America in Harlem. So come on. I know the history. You guys are converts. And you could argue Bareen all they want. Hold on, Bareen. They could argue with you all day. They could argue with me. They could make 100 videos. You are all converts. You might as well just become a born-again Christian. You're just still same. No different.
Y'all can look up the Sephardic Jew DNA. They got it.
Basically. You reading the screen 93?
Yeah, DNA proves that we are Israelites. Us, Limba, Bantu. Stop playing dumb. Get mad.
Hold on. So the Limba carries the J marker. Do you carry the J marker, brother? Do you, Mr. Jatoni? Hold on. We got to address the gentleman who's asking the question. Jatoni, do you carry the same as the Limba? Because the Limba carry the J marker, which is what they connected to the Arabs, and they're not even in the Limba Revisited. It proves that they are not actually not even Jews, but that's a
Hold
whole
up,
nother
Garfield.
conversation.
Let me ask you a question. Isn't that kind of the same continuum? Because if they got the J mark and they amongst other E markers, that means either somebody got absorbed. The J markers are prevalent in them. That means they came amongst these black people and mixed with them. Correct? Is that the same continuum that we showing in different parts of Africa?
Exactly. And we could actually trace when the connection was made, which is when the Arabs came into that region. That it actually can be showed within the genetics when it came in. So Shari Anaya said, we already watched the J marker. You are not an expert. I'm going by what the Michael Hammers, what the Spencer Wells and the experts say. I'm not going by what somebody who just watched 2 YouTube videos and feel like they're an expert. I'm going by what the experts say. I'm not going by nobody else. So you can carry on with whatever you want to carry on with, but no,
I ain't seen nobody watching Gozy on the what you call them. Now, there's been some discussions about that. We just did a thing with he talked about that, but go talk to Ngozi about that. I was sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see.
We see it.
Okay, so this is Joseph Nassi. Basically, he's a descendant on his father's side from Jews who fled Spain during the Inquisition. He's in Suriname. I didn't went over this plenty of times. Like, this is him. See him? He's a Jew. I don't know his haplogroup. I don't know where they still at. But the Nassis, they people went and started it. They was one of the earliest Sephardic, people there. See this fella, Isaac Fernandez. I got Fernandez in my family on my mama's side. There go his family. That's a Euro-African Jewish family. If y'all think I'm just putting pictures to words and making stuff up, there's a woman named Aviva Ben Hur. She got a book. Just type her name in, Aviva Ben Hur. She talks all about it. This is from her presentation. Jewish Autonomy in a Slave Society. Get that book. It talks about the Sephardic Jews, how they went in Suriname and mixed with, they took black people every now and then, converted them, let them be part of the, congregation. These are what, your Africans look like. Bigger picture. He got him a mulatto woman. They got their children here. And another thing, 93 got a challenge, but it's an easier challenge, and it's in respect, because I need to learn something. Every time I go, like here, I go to Hebrew illuminated manuscripts in Spain and Portugal. When I see these Haggadahs that are made by Jews in the 14th century, 13th century, 15th century, there, like before they even get kicked out, or why they still there being Jews, right? When I go to the Center for Jewish Art and they got all these old images, I see Sephardic Jews being displayed. They make themselves look like this. Sometimes I do have some when they look darker, but they keep the European look. They got the same European features. So anybody who think there are 2 classes of Sephardic Jews, white and black, I've never seen anybody show a real object where the black ones are showed. It's always an appeal to conspiracy. Oh, they changing it, or they whitewashing it. Everything ain't whitewashed. Everything can't be whitewashed. I need to see the black ones. If I'm to believe that there are 2 classes of Sephardim, the white ones that I keep seeing, the ones who mix and make mulattoes, that's documented. And then when I see their pictures, I need to see the black ones. Look, this one right here. Let me show this right here. Baruch Spinoza. They say Baruch Spinoza or Benedict Spinoza. See how they described him? Middle size, good feature on his face, the skin somewhat black, black curled hair, long eyebrows, and of the same color, so one might easily know by his looks that he was descended from Portuguese Jews. This is an earlier source that called him swarthy and olive complexion. But when I look at pictures made during his lifetime, and I have another one I didn't include, during his lifetime, 1664 and 1665. He died in 1677. I mean, what was his reaction to this? I don't want to be gaslight nobody thinking, Jews can only be white or whatever. I know there's a phenomenon of non-black Jews being likened to Africans. That still happens today, and I still got the evidence for that. But if they are real black Jews, can anybody show me? You know what I'm saying? Can y'all show me the pictures? I know I've seen the descriptions, but I've seen descriptions like this guy who's not black being called black. And when I see him, he ain't, this made during his lifetime. Why would they need to make Baruch Spinoza, who was already kind of looked at as crazy during his time? Why would they got to make him, why they got to whitewash him? It's madness. So I guess I can stop sharing my screen. Garfield, you want to say something?
Yeah, I do want to do a challenge. I do have a video on my channel with Ngozi. I'm actually editing the video. It already has over 20,000 views. With Ngozi broke down the whole thing.
You see that's
Man.
didn't y'all just show pictures of black ones? I don't know if you're referring to Faithful to God video. I wasn't a part of that. I seen it. It was some dark Sephardic Jews. It definitely was some dark ones, but they look like Europeans. So I don't know. I'm looking for the black ones.
Yeah, and another thing with the DNA. I'm glad a lot of people are into that. And I want to say this. Just remember though, if you are related to Jacob and Jacob had 12 children, remember, they all have to have the same DNA marker. So if you're going by the father, so the father has to have the same marker of Jacob. So whatever marker Jacob was, if you want to say he was E1B1A, that means all male persons that claimed that they're Israelites should be E1B1A.
Let me respond to that comment right quick. Somebody said, and I ain't gonna say his name, but the brother that I know, you all know, had it in his book. Well, I would like just show me, and then hey, checkmate, show me, because there's definitely non-Negroid ones. So, hey,
More non-Negroid ones to you, 93, in your opinion?
I would only say based on the fact that I've not seen any Bantu, African-looking Sephardic Jews prior to, Negroes coming in and Moors, I would say it's looking like they could have been not our people, but brown skin or whatever shade. Yeah, I would say that. I'm saying that earnestly because I know people got a problem. Oh, you only think that the Sephardic Jews are white, tan, Caucasian. Well, what am I to expect if I'm only seeing that? Show me. We all learning on both sides here. So that's what I found. I ain't found no Negroid ones. And the ones who are, they mulattoes or, Cardozo. What's his name? Wife was a descendant of what's that guy? Paul Robeson. He had a wife who was Francis Louis Cardozo's granddaughter. And his father was a white man who took a black woman. So that's proof there's white Sephardim. Even when they still describing the Sephardim as dark, black, or swarthy in the 1800s, early 1900s, I got pictures of them.
Hey, I got a question for Second Exodus. Are the Babylonian Jews who lived in Babylon for over 2,500 years, do they carry the E1B1A marker? Because they carried on a tradition and a community for over 2,500 years. They descend from the people who Nebuchadnezzar had given land, and the banking families continued to live in Iraq for over 2,500 years. Now, Second Exodus, you must agree that those people are living descendants of people who were living in Judea, who continued and moved and had their own town called Al Yahuda and 13 other communities. They went on to start different Babylonian communities in Surah, in Pumbidieta, in different areas. What I'm asking you, beloved, do you share the same DNA marker as those people? Because those are real Jews. They are descended from real Jews, Judeans that lived in Judah and was living under Nebuchadnezzar. So if you have the same DNA as those people, because those people are real Jews, there's no doubt in my mind those are not real Jews. Those are real Jews that carried on. So I want to ask everybody who's in the audience, are you connected to those real Judeans who lived in that region? Because those are real people. I'm serious. And this is not even a belief argument now. We know those people, Operation Ezra and Operation Nehemiah, they were taken back to modern day Israel. Yes, they were taken back. But the point is, those people lived in Babylon for 2,500 years, a continuous community. So when you tell me about Jews and we're connected to Lemba, we're connected to this and we're connected to that, I'm talking about some real people. And by the way, too, Bereen, when the brother asked the other night about the four corners of the earth, remember, the whole earth was only the ancient Near East when the writers were writing.
Yes.
They're not referring to West and Central Africa. They're not referring to New Zealand and Australia. They're not referring to Northern Asia, Northern Europe. They're not referring to the Americas. That is not in the writer's mind. The whole world, the four corners of the earth, is basically the ancient Near East, where they were talking about the Persian Empire, talking about the Greek Empire, talking about where they control. So when they said the four corners of the earth, and everybody said, what about in Japan? Nope, Japan is not a part of the world in the world view of the person who is writing the Bible. So when they say the four corners of the earth, they're referring to right there where they're at. But I do want to ask that brother, second Exodus, those Jews, Judeans, let me not use the term Jews, the Yahudim, let me use the proper term, who were taken by Nebuchadnezzar, and they lived in that area, Al Yahuda, and they lived in the 13 different communities where they had the Babylonian Jewish community, which became the prominent community in the diaspora of the Jews. I'm asking, are you guys related to those Judeans who lived for 2,500 years in the Babylonian communities? That's if you were related to those people, you could come to me and say, yo, I'm connected to those people. There's a guy that came on my channel years ago that was connected to those Babylonian Jews. And I couldn't argue with him because I'm like, these are real Jews that lived there for 2,500 years. But go ahead.
Hold on a second. Since Jerry want to share some stuff, I think this is to touch on something, sister. If what 93?
Gotta say hello first.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna give it a mic right now.
Shalom, grace and peace, family. Grace and peace. I'm just grabbing some of that troublemaker energy from Brother Beran, and I want to put up this here video of Garfield getting embarrassed on his own channel by Tudor Parfit. So this right here, he's talking about, are you guys descended? Well, you had an interview with Professor Tudor Parfit, and it was an extensive interview. And by the look on your face, you did not accept nor agree with what he was telling you about the Jews in Africa and how it could be related to some, not all, African Americans over here in the States.
Okay, so go ahead.
If I just want to play a little bit. Can I play a little
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Before you play that, I'm going to play the same video. I'm going to play the same video with Tudor Parfit. But go ahead. I'm going to play something on the same video. But go ahead. And I want to see if you agree with what Tudor Parfit said. When I play the part that I'm going to play, I want you to tell me if you agree with what Tudor Parfit said. I'm very interested to know if you agree with Tudor Parfit. But go ahead. Seeing that you're going to play a video that's an interview that I did, I want to make sure that you, if you're going to be fair and say, I'm going to pinpoint an area in the video, I want you to tell me if you agree with Tudor Parfit with the part that I'm going to play. I want to ask you that. All right?
Do you want to play it now?
No. You go ahead. You go ahead and play your part, and I'm going to play my part after. But go ahead.
This is for everybody else to do their due diligence and watch it, because you always up here talking about, what is and isn't true about African Jews and how they could relate to some of us over here.
No problem, sis. Go ahead.
So this is really for the people. I'm not going to sit up here for an hour and play your video.
Go ahead. It's not going to be the greatest interview under very sad circumstances, but Dr. Parfit, I appreciate you still coming on and taking up the time, even with your personal issues. I want to say that my second favorite scholar of all time, Art Ehrman, is number one. Unfortunately, you're number two. But you relate to me as an individual in the African American community, although I was born and raised in Jamaica. You deal with a lot with the lost tribes. I'm sorry I got to be so succinct, family, but we got to get to the point because Dr. Parfit cannot stay long today. Peace and love, Dr. Parfit. Can you just introduce yourself so we can just get this going? Dr. Parfit?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. I was saying you could just go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience.
Okay. Well, very, very nice to meet you all. My name is Tudor Parfit, and I'm currently a professor at FIU, Florida International University in Miami. And prior to that, I was professor at the School of Oriental and African Studies in the University of London for many years. I've written some 31 or 2 books. And for quite a number of years, I've been dealing with the issues which I believe were of interest to you, about the lost tribes, and more recently, issues to do with color in Judaism, Black Jews, Jews in Africa, and so on, to which I have contributed quite a lot academically, and I think also in the wider realm. And my latest book, which just came out a few weeks ago, is this. It's published by Oxford University Press, and it's called Hybrid Hate, Conflations of Anti-Semitism and Anti-Black Racism from the Renaissance to the Third Reich.
All right, I actually have it on the screen for you. So that
oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, by the way, do not watch my channel anymore if you don't purchase this book. I think this book wraps everything up that we needed to make closure on. And I really appreciate this book. It's funny, I was having a debate 3-4 weeks ago or 2 months ago, and stuff in this book would have answered all those questions, and I didn't know about the book. But through Google, I was able to find the book, and I actually have the book. I've read some of it. I haven't read all of it, and I will touch on it. I'm going to leave it up for a little bit so people could see it. The book is called Hybrid Hate. All right. You have to purchase this book today. If you don't purchase this book, you're missing a key piece to understanding the term Negro, Black, how Black was used in Europe, how it was used in so many different cases. But anyway, enough of me ranting. I wanted to get to another book you have, which I have in my background, The Black Jews in Africa and the Americas. I think this is also a must read for every person that want to talk about the lost tribes. In page 73, you wrote, no doubt the chief mechanism for African Americans' enchantment with the idea of the lost tribes was the Bible, to which they had been unenthusiastically introduced in the slave farms of the South in the United States. It was the Bible, as mediated initially by white slave owners and preachers, that was the catalyst for the internalization of the Israelite trope. Do you want to talk a little about that, my brother?
Yeah, I think it's clear. So by the 19th century, there were certainly hundreds of thousands of slaves in the first half of the 19th century, before the War of Independence, before the Civil War, and a kind of identification with Israel, or with the idea of Israel, or with Israelites, came through essentially by imagining that there were parallels between the fate and suffering of the Israelites in Egypt and their own suffering in the slave farms of the slave states in the South. And this isn't, of course, the end of the story, but it's an explanation of why it was that the entire community formed a sort of identification with Israel that we can see being acted out until today.
Mm-hmm. And for those who are interested in hybrid hate, I'm going to flash it throughout the broadcast. In the chat, I have one of my moderators who have the Amazon link to actually purchase the book today. All right. You go on to say, at the beginning of the 19th century, as you just said, very few Black Africans in Africa were Christian, and the slaves who arrived in the Americas were rarely Christians. Although some were Muslims, throughout the 19th century, the Black population of the United States was exposed to a greater or lesser extent to Christianity, or at the very least to some biblical stories. This led to a new sacred, metaphorical, and later imagined world being created by blacks based on the Bible, which was to provide a haven for the racial contempt to which they were universally subjected. So pretty much what you just said is what I just read out of your book. So you really don't have to respond to that. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Tudor Parfit. So moving forward, a lot of folks I grew up with in Jamaica, the Rastafarian movement, which you wrote about also, they claim they are the lost 12 tribes. And I come to America now and I see people saying I'm the lost 12 tribes. I read when you wrote that the lost 12 tribes was a myth. I think in 2012 or 13 you wrote it, and probably a couple of more times. What do you have to say today in 2021? Do you still hold to the same sentiment, or is there an addendum to that in any way, shape, or form?
Let's not be too literal here, Brother Garfield.
Okay.
Right. So my book, The Lost Tribes of Israel, The History of a Myth, was published actually in 2002. Mm-hmm. And in it, I talk about the lost tribes, the history of the lost tribes, etc. And it's true that in some sense, and perhaps in the most obvious historical, the most literal historical sense, there aren't any lost tribes. So what happened, as you know, because you're all, I'm sure, Bible scholars, is that the Northern Kingdom of Israel in the 7th century, before the Common Era, were exiled. In fact, some elements of the Northern Kingdoms were kind of ethnically cleansed and taken to Assyria. And we know from cuneiform tablets in Assyria that for the next 2 or 3 generations, members of these exiled tribes were to be found in Assyria, working, in fact, as soldiers in the Assyrian army. And their names gave the game away. They were all names like Ezekiel, son of Nun, or Israel, son of Jacob, these sorts of clearly Israelite names. And then, after a few generations, you don't see this anymore. So the assumption is that the Israelites who'd been taken to Assyria were, in fact, absorbed into the wider population. The problem was that the prophets had proclaimed that one day the lost tribes would return, and this idea of the lost tribes returning at the end of days was also taken up by Christians and to a much lesser extent in Islam. And so that kept alive the idea that somewhere on the periphery or beyond the periphery of the known world, the lost tribes carried on a separate existence. This was sometimes thought to be in the East, more often to be thought of in Africa. And so really this is the beginning of what is probably the longest living and most powerful myth in the history of the world. That is, if you like, the technical sense of lost tribes. So if somebody says, I'm a member of the lost tribes, let's say Rastafarians in Jamaica, as you've mentioned, or let's say African Americans, or let's say indeed Maori in New Zealand, or various tribes in Africa, let's say the Igbo, let's say the Zulu. They may express, their desire to belong to the people of Israel, or their sense that they do belong to the people of Israel through this myth. But very often it's concealing some historical truth. So let's cut to the chase. The existence of a desire to identify with the people of Israel among African Americans or between people of African origin living in Central America is quite regularly articulated through the idea of the lost tribes. This in itself is a myth. And very often it is formed as a result of a kind of metaphorical identification with the people of Israel. However, that's not the only way in which a sense of belonging to the people of Israel might have occurred among slave populations in the 18th and early 19th century. And there's some evidence, not very much, but there is some evidence that slaves had an idea of Judaism through Jewish manifestations in Africa. So an obvious example is Equiano. I'm sure you all know about him.
Yes, sir.
A former slave who mentioned Judaic practices among the Igbo. This is right at the end of the 18th century. It's a very interesting text. And he was talking about Judaism in Nigeria long before anybody had really said very much about the Igbo, which was only to happen over the next few decades. Some of my recent work, if you read the hybrid report very attentively, you'll have to go to the footnotes. You will see there's got a lot of evidence produced for Black Jewish communities in different parts of West Africa, which are not sort of based upon a particular reading of tribal history, let's put it like that, but are based on fairly hard historical fact. And this hard historical fact is the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and from Portugal at the end of the 15th century, subsequent to which a lot of Jews settled, first of all, in northwest Africa, places like Senegal, in the islands, which I'm sure you know about, Saint Tomé and Principe.
Yes, sir.
Principally. And then less known along the coast of Guinea, so that in the middle of the 16th century, 1560 to be precise, the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa in India proclaimed that Judaism is a kind of horrible illness which has killed millions of people throughout history, and the result of being Jewish was to be covered in shame, to fail in everything, even among the Black Jews of Guinea. So, in other words, the existence of Jews in the western part of Africa was absolutely accepted at the time by the likes of the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa. And then travelers, Mungo Park is a good example.
So wait a minute. So
coming
he's saying
across
it's definitely
Jews or
he's saying it was definitely accepted that there were Black Jews in West Africa.
Yes, sir. And if you noticed, the places he was mentioning was the coast of Guinea, and
or where
all
some
these
slaves
other
came
things.
from.
And he mentioned the slaves in this very interview that is on Garfield's channel. Everyone keeps saying, "Well, why you don't have time?" I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't like to just do clips of short 2-minute things because I want you to get the full breadth and context of what they're talking about. And so that's why I played it from the beginning.
So
But
you think it's a very good chance, the mere fact that there was some recognized black Jews, that some of them had to have made their way on them ships.
Very.
yes, they did, and he mentioned that as well in this interview. He talked about how when they came over here,
If you
the
listen to
slaves knew that.
If you listen to the entire interview, I asked him, did any Jew come over on a ship, slave ship? He said no. In this same interview,
y'all need
he said it on Sister E's show too.
Hold on a second. In this interview, I asked him specifically, did any Jew come over on a slave ship? That was the question. What was his answer, sister?
You talking to Shay, right?
Yeah. What was his answer when I asked him that?
No, according to you.
No. You watched the interview. What did he say? I don't want to hear.
I just answered your question.
No. I'm asking you. What did he say?
I just answered your question. No.
Okay.
But that does not negate what he just said in the first 15 minutes.
Nobody.
It's okay. Listen, I'm not up here to argue with a grown man.
By the way,
I'm not arguing. I'm not going back and forth with a grown man. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make my statement and I'm going to hop off. But I want everybody to watch this interview for themselves.
Nobody's
all right.
disagreeing with you.
Peace and blessings, everybody.
Let's take turns
I'm gonna hop off. Y'all get this video for yourself. Watch this interview in its entirety. Watch Sister E when she has To the Prophet on his channel, because this goes in conjunction with that. At least in my opinion, it does.
Okay. Hey, let me say something, Barry, before you cut off and do your thing. I know you got to get off by 7:00. In this interview, I wanted to play the part where To the Prophet actually says that the Jews in Israel today are the true Jews. So I do want to play that part. Can I play that part real quick?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm not even going nowhere. I ain't worried about the debate. That's my man. I catch that on the replay. We got to get this out right here.
Yeah, let me play this part right here. Let me just play this part right here.
That part that you just played, he just said people at the time believed that. I don't see what the problem was. They did believe that at the time.
And by the way, I agree with him. I agree with him that there were black Jews there. Who doesn't know that?
So why is so? But this is my thing. Why you think it's so hard to believe that some got on slave ships then?
Because those Jews that were there played a role in actual slave trade. That's the key.
In selling us.
Yes, Luso Africans. They were sleeping. Those white Jews slept with African women and had what's called Luso Africans. The Luso Africans were the inside connect to the African kings to trade people.
Oh wait,
what are you talking about?
Y'all don't think that's I don't think that's the only source of Jews in Africa though. The Sephardim though.
Oh no, but we talking about West. We talking about in West Africa.
No, you got the Yemenite. You have the Yemenites, the element from Yemen too, the Zad dynasty. You had people from North Africa coming there. So I don't just want to say, oh, they were only Sephardic and they were only mulatto. They mistook the native Africans as Jews too. You got to know that. That's what the whole Ouida thing, how they was looking at the Yoruba there. Why it was called Ouida.
I mean, we gotta play. We gotta play this video. Then I'm about to crack this Red Bull open. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that wasn't no dagger that was just dropped, because in his book, we find stuff that we form arguments on.
But hold on, bear in mind.
Sister E, let me know if there's somewhere I gotta pull up. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself. Come on, Garfield. This is it, right?
Bear in mind though. At the beginning of the video, he said the lost tribes. Garfield, don't take it too literal. We know it's a myth. And he explained why it's a myth, that the tribes weren't lost. They assimilated into the culture.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
So he then said that African Americans took on that Israelite trope because of what went on during slavery. So in other words, African Americans, y'all faking the funk. Listen to what the man is saying and read his book.
He be nice to people too, because I watched the video where he was nice to some people.
You know, their association with the land of Israel and with the history of the Jewish, the history of the Jews is clear and overwhelming. It cannot be. No, I mean that's a very straightforward one as far as I'm concerned. I think that the evidence associating both Ashkenazi and Sephardi.
This is a question from someone is asking. I'm not going to say the names of the people that he said in the email. I'm not going to do that. That's not appropriate. But I'll say this. Folks in the community, African-American community, are claiming Ashkenazi Jews and other white Jews are fake and identity robbers. Does Professor Parfit see this claim as historically valid and appropriate?
No, I mean, that's a very straightforward one as far as I'm concerned. I think that the evidence associating both Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews, well, there's no real difference, to be honest, between Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi Jews. They were the same thing until fairly recently. I mean, the 15th century, and their association with the land of Israel and with the history of the Jewish, with the history of the Jews is clear and overwhelming. It cannot be really undone. It's like saying that President Trump won the election, right? So
I like that.
So it's about that degree of mendacity. Well, I wouldn't use the word mendacity. Again, it's a complicated matter, and I know that I'm going to be putting my foot in it here, and I'm likely to upset people. But I think the idea is essentially a kind of metaphorical association with the people of Israel. But this shouldn't be done in such a way that it's going to destroy or invalidate or devalue other people's religious experience. I think we have to be respectful of each other, and we have to be respectful of each other's traditions, histories, myths. And if people want to believe that, one has to be, it's part of a wider kind of religious and ethnic and identity. And God knows the experience of African Americans has been, people like yourself, has been very painful. It's a very painful history. And painful histories sometimes can only really be resolved.
Let me say this carefully. The question was, are the Ashkenazi Jews and the white Jews fake? So he basically said that they are legitimately, where they at, they are legitimate. Those Jews are legitimate. Now, everybody who watches this interview, it seems like they forgot that part of the interview. He's saying that the Ashkenazi Jews are the real Jews. The white Jews are the real Jews. Does that say to yourself, ladies and gentlemen, does that now negate what he said earlier regarding the Africans and black Jews? It's a big deal to say there's a black Jew. There's a documentation of the first black Jew that was converted 1474. Why are they documenting black Jews?
So they ain't popular like them other brown ones. Them other like them.
Exactly. You see, this is the problem. He knows there's black Jews. I know there's black Jews in West Africa. 93 knows that. Berry knows that. Everybody knows that. That's not the issue. The issue is, are those people descendants of our ancestors of the slaves that came on slave ships? No. No scholar will agree with you. No Jew was on no slave ship as a slave. They hitchhike rides. I could give you a source right now pinpointing how they used to hitchhike rides. Why would a Jew go on a slave ship and go back to Africa in the same slave ship? If it was a problem, there was hitchhiking. That's what the Jews were doing, because they were the main financiers of the slave, not the main, but they were some of the financiers of the slave trade, the Sephardic Jews.
And that's kind of the main one of the main reasons you threw out there, because you came on here, people was tight. You came on here and said that you came on here and made some type of identity thief comment last time you was on here.
Of course. I'm saying that African Americans are identity thieves. You are not the people from back then. You are not. You can't trace your roots 2,700 years. Let's stop playing this game.
Garfield, be fair.
You could be a convert.
We're not Egyptians either. We ain't Egyptians either.
Why are you bringing up Egyptian? I don't claim that.
Because
Why
they're
you
gonna try
bringing
to
that up?
say, yo, y'all don't say that to them Kemetic dudes. Nah, I ain't from no
Listen, we're
Egyptian.
not Egyptians. We are not Israelites. We are none of that. Leave
Come
the
on,
ancient
hold on
Near
a
East
minute.
alone.
Come on, Sean. What you want to say on this?
Check your email, Marian, please. I sent you something.
Hey, anybody who come on here, it would be nice if they addressed the Kelly Richardson thing too. I mean,
Yeah, I want to play the rest of Kelly video too, but you know, we
did he get that wrong, or I mean, are we crazy, or did he misinterpret that? He's calling Garfield liar based on my research.
Garfield, what happened to the black West African Jews? Do you want us to believe they stayed in Africa? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the book called Soul of Judaism tells you all about the West African Jews that were black and what happened to them. I'm telling you, they played a role. Some of them played a role in doing what? In transporting your ancestors over here. They played a role in that.
Walter Rodney talks about that too. Walter Rodney has a book on Guinea.
Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing.
There's a bunch of scholars that talk about their matter of fact, the Dutch. I mean, the ones when the Sephardim went to Amsterdam, they had slaves there. But that's why I'm asking: do y'all believe it's two classes? The ones that do the bad stuff are always the white ones, and the ones that we could be is the black ones by convenience. I just want to know. That's why I'm asking for somebody to show me the black ones.
Oh man!
All right, listen. I'm not staying because I'm working right now, but. Y'all chew on that for a minute. Figure that one out.
Read it before you. Somebody read that. I can't get no glasses.
Stick around, pal.
Read it. You gonna read that 93? So he jumped off and he.
Hold on, I read it. We're gonna do it the camp style. We're gonna do it camp style.
No. Look at this. Look at this. You see, this is the problem.
Come on, Garfield.
No. He needs to read it. No, don't read it. We're not reading it.
No, he broke out.
He goes.
No. 93. Let him come on and read.
I just told Garfield he broke out. He said he had work.
No. You see, because this is the problem. We need to break it down to him, so he needs to tell us what is he proving. We know there was a place called Judah in Africa. We know that.
Let me see.
But look at this though. Where's this book from? Because look at this though. They said that Louisiana from Judah, Africa. You see that? This is from one of them bootleg books. I'm telling you, because look at what he did. Look at what he did.
Pomegranate.
Look at what he did. He
Gert
said
Miller.
Judah, Africa. Once they said Judah, Africa, this is why we're confused. It has to do with your sources. There's no place in Africa with Judah, Africa. No, there's not. That's the problem.
We got Weeda Slads coming up. Oh man. Let me see. Is this the Weeda that I made? Basically, man, just to let the cat out of the bag, so to speak, that name is not indigenous. Judah. It was given by Europeans, and people never called themselves that. The indigenous people, whether they're the Yoruba, the Fan, the Ewe, they had their own indigenous name. One of the meanings is what was it, farmhouse or something? I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up my Weeda Slads here. Pull up my Weeda Slads. Let me see.
Read the screen, Garfield. Watch 93 pulling that up.
Garfield, you stay in line though, bro. Tudor says the white Jews are actually Jews also. Garfield, you stay in line though, bro. Tudor says the white Jews are actual Jews.
He's trying to say that the Tudor bear witness to black and white Jews.
No, he bear witness to that there were Jews in Africa that were black. So what's wrong with that?
Am I screen sharing?
No, you. Oh, yeah, down here. My bad.
See, look at what Second Exodus. Look at what Second Exodus wrote. Sephardic Jews did trade with Jews in Africa. There you go.
Man,
there you go.
Them dudes were selling slaves. But this is just a little taste because we ain't really get on the weeded thing like that. If you can see my screen, this book is a memorial edition of the works of Captain Sir Richard F. Burton, Volume 3, 1893, page 38. Just talking about Ouida. The word Ouida is a compound of blunders. It should be written Hoeda and be applied to the once prosperous and populous little kingdom whose capital was Savi. I'm just gonna go down. Ouida, who fled from the massacre of Dahomey, still retains the name Hoeda. The celebrated slave station, which we have dubbed Ouida, is known to the people as Grehwe or Glehwe Plantation House. There's a little footnote here when you go down. First is two of them. Hue in Fan dialect means a house or grounds, as in Gue, Grewe, for which see the next note. No one, however, can explain to me the etymological meaning of Hueda. Gre or Gle, it is hard to know which how to write. It is a plantation, not a garden house, as it is often translated Greta, Gleta. So we see the name they not calling it no Judah, the indigenous. They're telling you what the indigenous call it. A Judah is definitely a Portuguese word, and there are several Ajudas. I just haven't really put it in the slide. There's a Judah in Portugal, a Judah, which means translates usually as help or aid. Here we go. The native name is another book. Dahomey as It Is by J. Alfred Sketcherdley, 1874. The native name is Greway or Garden House, and Ouida is a corruption of Hoida, said to mean saltwater town. They got all these different meanings. The Portuguese name is Ajuda, while some Brazilians generally call the place Ayuda. Did I have any more? I think I had some more. I didn't source this, but this is Robin Law's book. If y'all can go get Robin Law's book on Ouida, that would probably help. This is page 18 of Robin Law's book. Although Ouida is the spelling of the town's name, current nowadays, it occurs in European sources between the 17th and 19th centuries in various other forms. Various. In English, most commonly Ouida. In Dutch, Fida. In French, Judah. So the French would get the Juda. The Portuguese get ajuda. We know that means help or aid. I'm not going to read into why they say help or aid, because initially I thought that they were calling the people of Ouida the people who was helping them with the slave trade. I'm not going to go with that route. But the French got the Juda and the Portuguese Ajuda. Right? All these are attempts to render an indigenous name that would be more correctly written by modern conventions as Hueda. So take that, go further into that. And I had asked, because this is Elise's Recluse. They always go here. The old writers called it Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Jews, while the neighboring river Alala, whose real name is Ephra, became the Euphrates. Y'all make of that what y'all will. So obviously the Euphrates is not in Dahomey, so I'm not taking that literal. I don't know why the writers call it Judah, but we still digging into that. We know the indigenous people didn't really call it Judah. They also use this source. So the French got some kind of idea that they're Jews for whatever reason. I'd like to get to the bottom of that, but we doing scholarship the honest way, so we're not going microwave and assume or whatever. But we know the indigenous people had their own name, and it was given by foreigners.
Let me say something. They said you just sent me that that link with Sister E video. That's what it's time stamped at, that 41-minute mark. Hold on 1 second.
How do we classify what's pseudo and what's not? Serious question. You want to go first, Garfield? Well, he asking Bareem, but
no, you can go ahead. You go ahead, because I'm trying to pull up this video to the right spot.
Classify as pseudo if the information isn't verifiable.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can't verify nothing. Like, for instance, I call the Ouida thing pseudo. Why? Because we find out who named it. Foreign people. We got a problem with non-black people, but we let them come name us. They can come name us Ouida. They can come tell us we Jews and we worship in snakes. So, and then we can, of course, say, well, the Israelites were idol worshipers. So by convenience, that explains why. But what are they seeing something that the people Ouida ain't? I mean, they're not speaking no Jewish language. They ain't wearing fringes. They got female warriors with their breast out killing people. They worshiping snakes and voodoo. And so it seems every time Europeans come around some foreigners, they always seem to explain people as Jews. And I've seen that in other sources in other areas of West Africa. Let me mute myself so y'all can play video.
All right, Sister Cherry, the 41-minute mark on Sister E video right here, type a 1. Because because I still held that. I didn't finish that Pastor Kelly. I just want to make sure. Let me see.
Of a black person persecuting Christ, just that in itself just resonates so much. So I want to step back and I'll ask my questions once you guys could continue to expound on some of the things that you guys are going to expound. I'll save mine towards the end, as far as like a Q&A, because I definitely want to make sure that you guys have every opportunity to really touch on whatever areas that that you feel is needed for us to really get clarity on. So I'm going to jump back.
Oh no, you're good. Because the next question I guess I have is because I know you mentioned, Dr. Parfit, that they are still looking and doing some research into the connection, and I want to make sure I'm clear. You said the Lemba, the people of the Black Jews of Luango, and what's the other group they're trying to make the connection with that you hope that a younger scholar could come in and kind of help with that?
Well, there's a group in the Congo which is called Lemba. It's not quite a tribe, it's more a secret society. It's operating in the same area that we know that there were Black Jews who were traders and very prosperous relatively, who lived in a number of towns. And all I'm saying is that there is a possibility that there's a connection between these Lemba people and this Black Jewish manifestation on the West Coast, with what we know of as being a Judaic manifestation in Central Africa, round about Zimbabwe, but also Malawi. I came across Lemba brothers also in Malawi, and found traces of them also in Tanzania. That's on my research.
So that's excellent. I guess my next question is, did you receive any type of opposition from any other scholars in reference to your findings?
Well, it's a curious thing. I used to be at the School of Oriental and African Studies, and you know, to a lot of my colleagues, it seemed very racist what I was doing. I never thought of it as being racist in any way. And I was just describing what I'd been told, and tried to find out whether what I'd been told was true or not. And this was partly because of the fact that people didn't really understand genetics. And a lot of people think there's something racist about genetics somehow. It looks like, you know, old-fashioned race science in some way, which it isn't. And indeed, and particularly this book is a total refutation, a complete refutation of race, absolutely. And I would just say this, that, you know, people, you know, who work in these sorts of areas know very well that race is a non-thing. It doesn't mean anything. There is no biological basis to race at all.
Correct. I agree.
And it is purely a construction. You know, we construct race for whatever purposes, but it's not really a thing. It's a myth. It's not real. And why people, particularly in America, carry on using the term race, I do not know. You can't fill in a form in the United States without having to put down your race. And I think, race? Why should I put down race? I don't have a race. There isn't a race. You know, it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. And why should they want to know what color my face is? I mean, it's mad. It's utterly insane. And I should say that in Europe, in England, and other places, you know, nobody uses the term race. If you use the term race, people look at you as if you're, you know, from another planet. It's just not a term that you use. In French, race, and German race, and Italian, you know, razza. You just don't. Here in America, it's different. It's you guys have got a major problem, let me tell you.
I agree.
Hey, Sister Steve, can I say something real quick? Oh, and I'll pass it over to Hamadishi because I see his hand is up.
Yeah.
Just what Professor pointed out.
Is because they're Black, no question. And if sophisticated, this can only get more accurate. Our knowledge of our pasts through DNA will become more complete. And this is a very, very wonderful thing, and it's a very democratic thing. And I say democratic because, you know, over history, over time, rather, it was only really the rich and the well-connected kings and queens and princes and aristocrats. These were the people who had history. You know, the regular guys, the serfs and the working class people, they didn't have any history. And with genetics, we're all the same. Every man has got his history book inside him. It can be opened up. It can be studied. And if you find if people are finding in their DNA traces of a kind of Lemba profile, well, that is saying something about some of their remote or not so remote ancestors. And that is fascinating, and it can make a huge difference, I think, to the way that people see themselves. And you mentioned the B'nai Israel, Tybon, and I mean, that was, you know, there's a lot of racial, you know, prejudice here because, you know, one of the reasons that African Jews find it difficult to be accepted as Jews by other Jews is because they're black, no question. And if a white group came up with the same amount of proof, there would be, you know, nobody would even question it for a second. So there's some kind of antithesis in some people's mind between the idea of being black and being Jewish. And
all right, I might have to stop right there. We can't just let that part go by. What that mean to you? What he just said? Abu, jump on for. I'm putting the link out there. Jump on for a second.
There certainly are racist people.
What are your thoughts on that right there? 93. He said with the proof that's out there. What are your thoughts on what he just said?
The proof that's out there.
Yeah, isn't that what he just said? Y'all heard?
No, I was just honing in on him talk about the racism Black Jews experience just by virtue of being black. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay, no, this little bit right here. I'm gonna just play this little bit and listen to this right. Tell me what you think.
Kings and queens and princes and aristocrats. These were the people who had history. You know, the regular guys, the serfs and the working class people, they didn't have any history. And with genetics, we're all the same. Every man has got his history book inside him. It can be opened up. It can be studied. And if you find if people are finding in their DNA traces of a kind of Lemba profile, well, that is saying something about some of their remote or not so remote ancestors. And that is fascinating, and it can make a huge difference, I think, to the way that people see themselves. And you mentioned the B'nai Israel, Tybon, and I mean, that was, you know, there's a lot of racial, you know, prejudice here because, you know, one of the reasons that African Jews find it difficult to be accepted as Jews by other Jews is because they're black, no question. And if a white group came up with the same amount of proof, there would be, you know, nobody would even question it for a second.
All right, that part right there. Oh, I thought he was talking in general, but he said the reason that Black Jews are having a problem.
No, I caught that. I caught the Lemba part too. He said if you find that in your DNA, that's like kind of like amazing. But
all right,
you know,
what would you say to that right there then?
I can agree because they have a partial Middle Eastern heritage. They also have E1B1A. They got, I think, T and they got J. Hey, who am I to tell them that? It shows there.
All right, hold on now. This for me. What he said, Berean, you have to admit this is a problem for those saying Israel didn't get out of those ships. But no, the beef is no. I said earlier, I said before Christmas, I said the beef is where people started off making it sound like nobody on the ship was Israel, to a few people admitting like, yeah, there were some and this and that, and then starting to argue over the number now. But Garfield's still holding on to.
I'm saying, Bereen, nobody on the slave ship ever came off and said they were a Jew. Not one person. If you notice, Dante ain't bring the source here, right?
Yeah,
there's no source.
If I can go on record, I would say, I big up and support Garfield, but I'm not sure. It's possible some Jews could have slipped.
But wait a minute, you mean a few? But I'm
majority.
just saying, if there were Jewish assemblies, groups, congregations, or communities in West Africa, and they got to snatching up people, you think all of those were just mulattoes or upper class Jews that were involved in a slave trade, like Farrakhan and them was trying to?
Let me go first.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I go first. See, there's a phenomenon. I don't know if anybody.
But they can't be in West Africa and not be on the slave ships. You saying they're on the slave ships?
Well, as Garfield said,
management.
They came off slaves. No, there was some Luso Africans that got on there, not as slaves, but literally on a slave ship to come to America and then back to Africa.
Get your right, businessmen, not slaves, not in chains, right, at the bottom of the ship.
And I know which book that's in now. However, there could be some Afro-Portuguese or what they call quote unquote Ladino. Because I don't want to give too much away. There is documentation of some coming off the boat saying that. But Ladino, in this sense, got nothing to do with the language, everything to do with culture. You have Africans who take on European culture there, and they'll call themselves Portuguese. And when they disembarking here in America, people have some things. Hey, we got some black Portuguese come over here, and that's where all of this. Well, they must be Jews, or even if they are Jews, they literal Jews type thing come. So that's another thing we have to deal with.
Both of y'all are saying that they are not no whole bunch of black people that were original Hebrews that came from Jerusalem 1,000 years earlier, 1,500 years earlier, and got caught up into that slave trade straight from Jerusalem that lived 1,500 years in West Africa and came over here as slaves.
Largely, I'm not convinced that the transatlantic slave trade took Hebrews. Perhaps a few Jews, however they became Jews, slipped through, primarily Africans.
All right. You want to say something, Garfield? I'm going to play some more Pastor Kelly.
I was going to say, it's funny. Everybody gets emotional. The issue here is converts. Most of these people in Africa are converts. Remember, you had Berber Jews. You had different form of Jews. People who were converts converting other people. So
and I can't lie. A lot of people in the church have been teaching that for a long time. That we do find Jews, Queen of Sheba, people anywhere all over that continent. There were people practicing the religion of Moses, but they came in contact with the brown Israelites and they accepted their religion. They became converted. There was earlier marrying in with patriarchs and all of that stuff. But that claim that the church have been making all this time was totally different. That's totally different from the claim that the Israelites are making that we original. These folks snuck in later on. We are the original. You say y'all don't believe if Abraham existed. Because a lot of people argue about Abraham and the historicity of Abraham. You don't believe Abraham was you don't believe Abraham was African or looked like me. You believe he was among the brown-skinned Middle Eastern people?
Yes, if he existed, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie. That's what they've been teaching in the church. They've been teaching that.
Hey, Bareen, I'm glad you about to start the video at this point because now there's no cutoff, there's no snippet. You see the same portion that I read and Garfield read. Now watch the conclusion.
Right here. I gotta make it big. Yeah.
Watch the conclusion that he comes to while still seeing the full screen.
All right, y'all heard what Garfield in '93 said. Now y'all hear the conclusion. I'm gonna mute myself. Hey, you.
As they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole.
You got to go back when he read it from the top. Go to.
That's the entire context. 18. It's not what we just read from what Garfield put in there.
That's good.
Habited with the Mandingos. They cohabited with the Mandingos till they are now very near as black as they are, but as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole. That's the entire context. It's not what we just read from what Garfield put in there.
Now you see what he
got. So let's go back to where we were. All right, let's fast forward.
What you want to say something? You want to stop right there for a second?
No, I'm saying you could play it one more time because you still played it in the middle. You might want to start 48 just on the head. 48. Oh, wait a minute.
Wise the country
a little bit
where
farther back,
they
like 4730. I'm sorry to keep doing this, but I want you to hear. All right, there we go.
They reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. And nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes. Right? So they're saying that they're behaving like they're white, their mannerism. Right? But it says here, and nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves. See, it doesn't say anything here stating that they hate to be black. There's
Negro
not
means black.
Matter of fact, I'm going to remove this so you can see.
Now you have to read the whole thing. Now watch this.
The full passage. These different kingdoms upon the banks of the Gambia are inhabited by several races of people: Mundingos, Foliots, excuse me if I butcher these names, Folies, Floops in Portuguese. The most numerous called Mundingos, as is likewise the country where they inhabit. They are generally of a black color and well set.
I'm putting the link out for anybody that want to come and question 93 or Garfield.
When the country was conquered by the Portuguese, which was about the year 1420, some of the nations settled in it, who have cohabited with the Mandingos.
Mandingos ain't cohabited with themselves.
Cohabited with the Mandingos till they are now very near as black as they are, but
Mandingos
as they
black.
still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole. That's the entire context. It's not what we just read from what Garfield put in there, right? So let's go back to where we were. All right, let's fast forward. Let's go back to where we left off at. Now, notice what it says. Nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves, and they're not understanding the true meaning of the word is the reason of their being so very much affronted at it. In other words, they don't want to be called Negroes. Why? Because it says here that being a term they use only for slaves. There's not a single line that says that they have a problem with being black. Y'all see this here? They never said they have a problem with being black. And matter of fact, we're not even dealing with the people that Garfield says, put in this bullet here. Let's go back here one more time. He wrote here that that in this text is dealing with the Lancado. The Lancado. But notice what he does up here. He just so happened, let's go back. Let's take this out. Just so happened, look at what he does. He purposely highlights, you cannot tell exactly who they're talking about.
That's ridiculous. I highlighted that so you could see it.
I didn't know you wouldn't. You cannot read. And then he superimposed and put what he wanted it to say. The Lancado, there's no Lancado in this passage right here. The Lancado, loose Africans become as dark as native Africans. See the wording, see the lies here. Reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. Still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. They hate to be called black. See, what he wants to push is this narrative. And unfortunately, some of our brothers and sisters, we have to be real. Some of our brothers and sisters in this truth, guess what? Some of our brothers and sisters do show hate. Or it can sound like some of you guys are hating some of the other African communities or nations that's in Africa. Not all, but there are some that that give the impression that they hate Africa. It's an insult to say that Israel is from Africa. It's in Africa, northeast, East Africa, right? Like it's an insult. But nevertheless, that's still no excuse for him to push this narrative. He's trying to play on that narrative that these Jews, the Portuguese black Jews, right? They hate being called black. He want to push that narrative that they're hating on Africans. And I want to give kudos to what's his name over there? I can't think of his name, Dr. Reggie, because in Dr. Reggie's clip that he had a discussion with Garfield about I can't think of his name now. I can't think of his name now. But anyway, he had a discussion with Garfield, and in a nutshell, Garfield, I mean, he literally checked Garfield on how to properly research and how to properly, go in and research and actually, how can I put it? How to properly do an assessment on, from a scholastic perspective, the approach that he should make, and not the mistakes that he did. He literally checked Garfield. Equiana. He checks Garfield, telling him that his approach was completely wrong. It lacked ship. It lacked integrity. He went in on him. And guess what? Right now, I am showing you proof that he has no integrity. Dr. Reggie is from the Kemet community. He don't subscribe to any of this, but he stood on the principle saying, hey, wait a minute. This man, you cannot twist his words to the point that even Sinetta tried to jump in there. We already know how Zion Lex already handled. Look again, we see right here. This is a complete lie, right? Complete lie. This entire paragraph is a lie that Garfield wrote himself that is not a reflection of the actual source. A complete lie, not a reflection of the actual source. Let's go back to where we left off at. So it says here again, nothing angers them more than to call themselves Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves and not their understanding the true meaning of the word. So it's saying they don't want to be called Negroes. They don't understand the true meaning of the word, because right now, again, at this time, when you saw the word Negroes, it was used interchangeably with slave. So the Mundingos did not have an issue with their skin complexion. They did not have an issue with being called black. Their issue was being called Negro. The Mundingos had issues with being called Negroes because the term was only used for slaves. So was the term Negroes only used for slaves? Let me show you this. I'm going to give you a source here. Some of you guys may remember this. The Negro Law of South Carolina, 1818. This is what it said. Section 1, the Act of 1740, Section 1 declares all Negroes and Indians, in other words, and then it has in parentheses, right? It says free Indians in amity with this government. Negroes, mulattoes, mestizos, who now are free, accepted to be slaves, the offspring to follow the conditions of the mother. We're dealing with chattel slavery, perpetual, and that such slaves are chattel personal. Section 2, under this provision, it has been uniformly held that color is prima facie evidence that the party bearing the color of a Negro, mulatto, or mestizo, however you want to pronounce it, is a slave. But the same prima facie results does not follow from the Indian color. Section 4, this is what I want you guys to pay attention to. Section 4, the term Negro is confined to slave Africans. Whoa, wait a minute. What did we just read here? Let me pull out the garbage can on this right here. See, this is how you properly research, family. This is how you properly present your information. This is how you present your argument.
You can stop it right there.
I can understand if someone had a source that was bad source, because sure that person still.
Now, we just seen him say that's how you properly vet information, but his interpretation of the information he just read was wrong. He think it's talking about Mandingos. I think that's an honest mistake on his part. But we clearly see anybody, I can give y'all that source. I can put it back on the screen and let anybody come up here and read. It's not talking about the Mandingos. So if your demonstrator had to properly do research, that wasn't an example, and that's fine. But I don't think you did that on purpose. I think that was just a mistake. And if y'all want me to address why I called it Luso-Africans when it don't explicitly say Luso-Africans, I can show y'all the secondary source that led me to that primary, where the author, Peter Mark and them, the people who are experts on that subject, were talking about Luso-Africans, and they cited that source, and I went to it. I can literally show y'all.
Hold on, I want you to read something else. I'm looking at my phone and checking some other stuff as it's coming in.
Mm-hmm.
You see that 93? Read those.
I can't interact with this. Yeah, I can.
Oh talk. No. Yeah. No. Garfield, read that. Garfield, read that.
Until I understand. Okay, bring the source right now. We here right now.
Read it.
He said that Alton brought out the source and said, I didn't read Alton's source. So if Alton had the source, why don't you bring the source right now?
Why is it always about lying, though?
Garfield is a scammer and da-da-da-da-da. Oh, my God of mercy.
You reading this right here?
Now yeah, she just brought up a source right here and said he doesn't know why the French call it Judah, and he's still looking into it.
Yeah, I need to find like a book that said, I know they got maps, but I'm thinking there's like a book where they go into detail, talk about the language, dress, and customs that I'm not finding. So if anybody find that, show that.
All right. All right.
So Garfield, hold on. So Garfield is a scam and a liar. So going around telling people that they're descendants of ancient Israelites isn't a scam.
You reading that's what you reading something.
That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he just said in the thing that you just showed. He said Garfield is a scam and a liar. But this is what I gotta say to everybody, man. You cannot bring a source. Why is there hide and seek scholarship?
That's what I'm saying.
Bring it right now. We're here right now. Bring it now, live. We're here. Why running?
Mm-hmm. You got to be honest,
with
bro.
It right now. You see, when I'm here, they could talk everything when Garfield's not here. I'm here right now. I'm being respectful. I'm quiet. I'm even letting 93 run the show because I'm waiting for somebody to jump on and bring evidence.
All right, I'm putting that link out there, y'all. I'm putting that link out there. You want to play another? I didn't even see the whole thing with Pastor Kelly, so I wasn't sure how much to play.
It was some more stuff, but I mean, I'm only here to defend
he
my
talked
source.
About Oliada, Equiada, me and Reggie. And if anybody watches that debate, I totally destroyed Reggie to the point where Reggie didn't even want me to give him a ride home. So
this was okay.
Yeah, Equiano. The issue with Equiano is this. Equiano says he was born in South Carolina twice. But on the other hand, he writes an autobiography saying that he was born in Igbo land. Yeah, okay, so who do you believe? Yeah, so who do you believe? I'm just saying, if he said he's from South Carolina twice, then in his autobiography now, he comes and said, oh, my real name is Oliada Equiano. Okay. All right. So your real name is Oliada Equiano. Okay. Why didn't you name your children after you wrote your book? Use the name Equiano. Why did you keep the name Vasa? Why did for your will in 1897, why did you say your name is Vasa? Why, when you on the ship, when you were controlling slaves after you bought your freedom, why did you say you were born in South Carolina when you were an adult? That is just, you know what I'm saying? So so to the brother Kimo Israel, if I'm lying, why don't you come on the panel and prove that I'm lying? You see, this is the thing with you sideline guys. You could stay in the sideline and say whatever you want, but when it's time to face Garfield, nobody's to be found. I am right, Dante, I am right here. Bring your source. Bring your source now. Where is the source? Where's the hide and seek source? You see, the problem is, ladies and gentlemen, no evidence exists of anyone coming off a slave ship saying that, hey, I'm an Israelite. This started after Cherry and Christian and all them guys, Crowdy. This is when it started, and that's the truth. Anybody who said it was an Israelite was Nat Turner, David Walker was saying it because it's connected to the Exodus story, and they said, hey, we need to come out of this situation called we slaves. Nobody was saying they was Israelite. As a matter of fact, people in the 1800s were saying they're from Egypt and Ethiopia. That was the big talk. Egypt and Ethiopia.
Coming off of that Marcus Garvey stuff. Yeah. Coming on into that.
So I'm just saying to everybody out there, I'm not stopping you from being an Israelite. You're going to die believing you're an Israelite. It's not going to make no difference.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Nothing wrong. I'm not, but I'm just saying, I don't see the evidence. I don't see it. I just don't see it. And if I don't see it, I'm going to speak on what I don't see.
And let me say something, because I'm reading comments that's saying I'm a liar because I'm being honest and don't know why the French called it Judah, because I missed a video or something. And let me say this: in the summertime, I was discussing Sephardic Jews in particular. We didn't go too much all over the place and try to debunk or deal with every idea of a Jew. So no, I don't have no reason to lie. And let me put a disclaimer out here. Anybody who wants to talk to me about what I've said on this live stream or anything in the past, if you're not willing to do a face-to-face confrontation or discussion or a debate, I'm not about to make videos back. If I made that clear when I made the truce back, that's the reason I made the truce.
That's a yes.
Yo, honestly, because that's debating, but it's like not, people don't want to be face-to-face. So if y'all don't want to have debates or y'all don't do debates, then just only hit me up if that's what y'all want to do. And I think there's a lot of people who feel like they don't need to or they don't want to. If y'all make videos, if y'all don't want to deal with me directly, I'm not responding. I'm not dealing with y'all, because I deal with confronting people. I want my information to be challenged. If I'm wrong, do it publicly. I'm not shooting my gun from behind a wall or anything. So I expect people to challenge me. And Barine, you tell the people who mention me I said that. If anybody come on your channel, if they say we wrote 93 this, tell them 93 said come see him face to face, a debate or a discussion. If not, he ain't gonna respond. I don't do that. So,
all right, hold on.
That is what it is.
Hold on, and I'm putting the link out to anybody that just want to come on just to ask any questions for any clarity. I'm gonna go back and look and see if there's some more I can play on Pastor Kelly video. But come on, come Sister Harrington, come to the microphone. You got a question for Garfield 93? You're unmuted, but I can't hear you. All right, let me play some more. I'm not sure what's going on with her thing.
Had integrity, but they just had a bad source. But when you have someone have a source and they completely manipulate that source to push a narrative, then you have a problem. Now you have a problem because now you lack integrity. You lack integrity. Anything to sell books, anything to push an agenda. So you see here, the term Negro is confined to slave Africans, the ancient Berbers, and their descendants. It does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Egyptians, Moors, or the Negro Asiatics, such as the Lascars. But here we see the term Negro is confined to slave Africans. Let me give garbage can here. Let me give the garbage can here. And we're going to give a 3-piece. But let me give the garbage can followed by a 3-piece, because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So did you see that? You guys see that, right? It's on your screen. Write these sources down. Vet the sources. If I presented anything out of context, let me know. Because as we see here, no one's holding him accountable from their community. Not reviewing his information. They are not vetting the sources. There should be someone vetting his sources on the spot, both parties. But he hasn't had a habit of what? Lying, blatantly lying. He just lied. You know, LL Cool J old song, that's a lie. You a liar. This is the agenda. This is the tactics of that crafty council, to lie. So let me give you another source here. The Catholic Church, and you guys know I use this a lot.
Marine, stop for a minute. Stop for a second.
For the sake of that word Negro, I'm going to show that.
See, anyone who has to make a video to show me a source is a scammer. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Why?
Dante is texting me, say, why am I lying on your channel? Dante, why don't you just inbox me the source now? Oh, I'll make a video so you can make some money off the video. You see, this is what the problem is. This is why I don't take none of these guys seriously. This is why I call y'all identity thieves. Because you are perpetrating a fraud on the Black community. I'm glad the Israelite community is such a minority, less than 1% of the community. Because this is the problem. Nobody is man enough to bring a source to get it vetted right now. Get it vetted right now. I don't care if anyone wants to call me a name, because y'all supposed to be living by laws, not bearing false witness, not doing this, not doing that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be a man and respect my brother Bereen and live by the law he lives by and respect his channel. I'm not going to call anybody out their names.
Yeah, is anybody going to prove me a liar to my face?
Prove right now that you are an Israelite. Simple as that. Show me that somebody came off the ship and stated that. Show me that they're not a convert. And everybody in the chat who claims Israel today, was your father an Israelite? Obviously, you're a convert. Because your father or your father's father was not an Israelite. So you converted to this religion now of saying that you're an Israelite. You're a convert.
But ain't nothing wrong with a convert.
No. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't come and act like you some ancient Israelite perpetrating a fraud. Because you're not that. And then the people who could prove it, like the Babylonian Jews who live in Israel today, can prove it because they were from the times of Nebuchadnezzar living in Babylon. That's what it is. Show and prove. I'm not Timothy Isaac. I'm not mad. I'm just being passionate right now. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm relaxed. I'm just saying that everybody has all this talk in the chat. Come on and prove it. Prove it.
And I'm putting the link out there. If y'all want to challenge it with anything, it's a good time. Right? Let me look at that. Because somebody said
anything that I've said or presented here or the last 3 months, you can ask me.
All right, let me go back. Let me see if some old videos. Hold on, I'm gonna play some more of this. But if y'all see anything, just tell me stop. I got my headphones on.
This dude said he's gonna make a video, yo, and he's gonna post a clip where he said Alton said the link was in the chat. Nobody's paying attention to the chat.
This document interchangeably with slaves, connected with slaves, right? To show that Negro is what? Associated with slaves. The term Moors, the Moors, that's a whole nother discussion. If they really want to talk about selling people into slaves, selling out, the dark.
I keep seeing T say to get to the part where he said no ships were. On what video are you talking about?
I think it's in this video where I think it's a part where he said the Safari. He played a video of a guy who said
no, Pastor Kelly or the two to Parfit, the other one, Parfit and Garfield.
I don't know. I know Pastor Kelly has a part where he deals with that a little further down.
Oh, okay. I'm coming up. Okay.
Our communities there, especially our community. It was the Moors that was taking the Portuguese to our communities, pointing out where our communities is and what time to go to those communities, raid these communities. It was the Moors doing these things, the Moors. And this is the issue that our people, that I have with our people. And actually, it's not my issue. This is the problem that we have with our people in terms of why we still dealing with a lot of the stuff we're dealing with. Because all the belief systems that have, that's part of this article right here, our people is still connected to. But notice all these people here, right? These different groups, Christendom, that's still the Catholic Church, the Christian Church, the Moors, right? Islam, right? We could go right down. These are the same people, the same spirits that's still coming after our community. So notice, Papal grants the King of Portugal, king authority to enslave Saracens and non-Christian of West Africa to whom Christendom is at war. See, non-Christians of West Africa with whom Christendom is at war from 1452 to 1514. In 1442, a Portuguese captain brought to the Gold Coast some Moorish prisoners of war, exchanged them for 10 Negro slaves. So we see the distinction here. Moors, right? Prisoners of war. So there was a war going on here, right? And you see Saracens is telling you that these people, these Negroes here, they were not practicing Islam. They were not Muslims. They were practicing Islam. Right? Goes on to say, oh, I took it out. I didn't put the whole thing in there. But notice again, it says Christendom is at war. I didn't put the rest of the other stuff I put in here, but it's all good. But you get the gist of it here, family. You see Saracens, and I'm going to show you Saracens simply means that they are not Arabs and they are not practicing Islam. We already know Moors in this text or who they are referring to, right? And then when we see here, Negro slaves, our people that was put on those slave ships. One of the I'm not even going to use those words. I'm just going to keep it where it needs to be. I don't want to sound like I'm calling people names and insults, but that is not a good argument to try to present. Oh, show me one person coming off the slave ship saying that they are Hebrews. That is ridiculous. Now I challenge anyone that comes up with that ridiculous argument. Challenge this guy right here. Challenge this guy that's in this interview right here. Challenge this guy.
I'm so glad you're here because you can bring great clarity. Can you tell us a little bit about the Sephardic Jews and how they were scattered because they went west?
I sure can.
Because the reason why I want to is because a lot of them, and a lot of people don't know this, are in the Caribbean.
They are.
In the islands.
And you're one of them. I know that.
One of them.
I know that.
Because, a lot of folk don't know that those roots are there. One of the first batches of slaves that came to Jamaica, they were the Sephardic Jews. It's documented.
And they're all over the Caribbean, South America, Central America, and even the South Central United States.
Wow.
And DNA testing is a factor in all this now.
Notice what they said. They're not arguing. Brother Man made it clear, and it was confirmed. See, I said this, been saying this for the longest. And shout outs to Yacoba on his video he did today. You guys heard me say this. When we dealing with the Sephardic Jews per se, and the Ashkenazi Jews, white Jews and black Jews that was on that ship. 37 Sephardic Jews was on the ship. They came right over with the founder of Georgia, which his name is Oldthorpe. And I'm going to show you here. So far we proved, I just proved to you with two sources confirming. The source right here is making it clear that Christendom, the Catholicism, the Moors, they all were a council against the Israelites, against the Negroes. They were all part of this crafty council, and that crafty council still exists today. So the local Negro inhabitants were not Saracens. In other words, they were not Muslims. Let me show you. This is what Saracens mean. This is a simple source. The Britannica, right? Saracens in the Middle Ages, any person, Arab, Turk, or other who professed the religion of Islam. So this is saying that these Negroes,
thank you, Kurtzley, appreciate you,
did not profess, they were not practicing Islam. They were not saying that they were Muslims. These people that they targeted, they were not Muslims. And we'll deal with Angola and all that other stuff, but be on the lookout for part 2 of The Road to Savannah. I'm going to deal with a lot of that there. So notice here, it says, this is from Britannica.com.
You can start the video. You can start the video.
You
can start the video. Where 93 at? 93. Where you at?
He might have walked.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look at this. Look at this source on the screen. What that source on the screen says.
What Kelly on? I just this one. Back to this one.
No.
Or yours.
Go to my screen. Go to my screen. What it says.
Muslim and Jews banned from entering the New World. Latinos defended African converts to Catholicism. Though this is that We Are More source. In 1501, Muslims, Jews, heretics, and recent conversos were forbidden entry to America. Only Negro slaves or other Negro slaves who have been born in the possession of our native Christian subject.
Now, hold on a second. So if this guy is saying that Jews are banned from coming into the New World, right? Jews. This guy, Sephardic guy, saying that
to Jamaica, he said that someone to Jamaica.
Watch this. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Henriquez, slave master, was a Sephardic Jew. Go read Eli Faber's book on the slave trade. It documents what the Sephardic Jews did and owned in Jamaica. They were not slaves. Who is teaching this nonsense? Who is teaching this nonsense that Sephardic Jews who were running away and started their own synagogues in Jamaica were slaves? Who controlled Jamaica? Who is Matalan? Kima Ben Israel. You from Jamaica. Who is Matalan? Was Matalan a slave? Was Sean Paul's family slaves? Henriquez, Da Costa, were they slaves? Siaga, was Siaga's family slave? Was Michael Manley's family slave? Bustamante, all these Jewish families who run Jamaica even today were slaves? Are we serious right now? Jamaica is controlled by 28 families. Jewish families control 90% of the wealth in Jamaica. And they were the slaves. Really? Yo, I'm telling you, man, this is funny, man. But I'm here, though. I'm here. He said he got a source. A guy said it on the whatever. Listen, let me say something about Kelly before you play this video. A guy come on and said, I'm from Sephardic. If you watch the 20 for 20 that I had a guy called Ehav Ever, who lives in Israel today, who was from America, who is a Sephardic Jew. I said to him, where did you come over as a slave? He said, no, my family was not slave. He's a Sephardic Jew. He's black. He's darker than Berean. He lives in Israel today. We playing games. Let's stop playing games. Stop playing games.
Right?
Sephardic.
Again,
show me. Hold on, Berean. The problem now is he's in the video and we can't question him. We can't question the guy that made the comment. I want a source. I just provided a source from the We Are All Moors and in Centuries of Crusades by Anwar Majid, saying that the Jews weren't allowed to come to the New World. I want to see a source in Jamaica showing that the Jews were slaves in Jamaica. Show me a source showing that Jamaican in Jamaica, Vaz, the family Vaz, was in Suriname, they were in Holland, they were in Curacao, they were in Jamaica. Guess what? There's a YouTube video where they're showing the Vaz Nunez family, how they all are connected through genetics and DNA. And they were slave traders in Jamaica. In Jamaica right now, we know Vaz. Vaz is what? One of the leading politicians in Jamaica. He's a Jew. He's a Jew. I'm trying to see, how are these people slaves and they're running all of Jamaica right now? How is it all these Jews are running Jamaica? I'm curious. Bring me a source that says Sephardic Jews were slaves in Jamaica. I want to see that source. I want to see that source. Well, anyway, go ahead. Continue with Kelly Richardson.
Middle Ages, any person, Arab, Turk, or others who profess the religion of Islam. That's who Saracens is, just confirming what I said. So it says that these Negroes were not Arabs, they were not Turks, and they were not practicing Islam. Now, are there cases that rare cases, so to speak? Absolutely. They were not targeting, and we'll deal with that. I'm going to deal with that in the road up to Savannah Part 2. That plan on dropping that really soon. Arab, Turk, or others who profess the religion of Islam. So these Negroes were not Arabs, they were not Turks, and they did not profess the religion of Islam. So that's off the table. The Saracens are Arabs. The Saracens are Turks, right? And practicing Islam. So let me take you to another source. You guys remember this source, right? And you want to see here, of course, in this source, they're using Black Gentiles, right? But this is still dealing with, we'll see Saracens here, right? But notice what it says. The treatment of Black Gentiles was addressed in 1452 and 1455 when Pope Nicholas issued a series of papal bulls that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. Church leaders argued that slavery served as a natural deterrent in Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior among pagans. Using the logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese King Alfonso and instructed him. See, this is why I say none of our people should be in these belief systems. Christianity has blood on their hand that the Most High is now going to collect. Christianity, Islam, including Judaism, including the Catholic Church, all have blood on their hands. This is why all of them are desperate right now. They are desperate because we are waking up and we're coming out of their systems. See, we learned, we realized that, you guys that are watching, that you don't need Christianity to have a relationship with the Messiah. You don't need Catholicism to have a relationship with the Messiah. You don't have to worry about being the tail because we're the head. We're not. Guess what? We're the head now. We were always told that we were last, but the Most High putting us on the front seat. That entire Bible is your history, my history. That's what we were not taught as a community. That's why they're fighting so hard. The 83rd book of Psalms, they let out what is called a tumult. And Hebrew is Hama, which means a war cry. These guys let out a war cry. So now they are partnering up with each other for the sole purpose of attacking our community. Oh, they mad when they see entertainers waking up. That's why I'm sharing with you guys these entertainers who are waking up. Are they where they need to be? Not at all. It takes a process, but I want you to hear that entertainers are waking up. It's not just a small group of people. People are waking up around this world.
Hey, Barry, this
has been prophesied. The scriptures tell us that this will happen. So none of.
Hey, put that book that I have that I'm sharing. Put that on the screen real quick. Everybody get Bruce D. Haynes. He is a Jew. He's a Black man. He's from the University of University of Irvine in California. He's a professor, PhD, Soul of Judaism, Jews of African descent in America. All the information you want to know about Jews being black in West Africa, who came over, who got converted, whatever, you could find the roots in this book. But something I read earlier, and I want to read it again. I asked a question. I said, show me somebody that came off a slave ship that said it was a Jew, right? Watch this. The first recognized black Jew in the United States can be traced to Billy Simons, somebody in the 1800s. The first recognized black Jew. How do we have a situation where we could recognize when the first person in America was a black Jew? If people was coming off practicing Judaism or practicing their culture of Judaism, you don't think they would have been recognized? They would have been recognized. This guy is the first. And he died in 1857. Billy the Jew. So if you're going to tell me that African Americans today are Afro-Jamaicans or whatever, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, no one came off a slave ship. They were a sheltered group. They were sheltered. They were a sheltered group. Now, one more. I want to answer one question by this gentleman in the audience that asks. He asks.
Who? Tell me the name. I'll put it up on the screen.
Hold on there. Where is his name? Mr. Unchained. He said Joseph Williams says that most in Jamaica are Ashanti or Igbo Jews. So deal with that, Garfield. But did you also know that Joseph Williams said, he said that the Jews in Africa were not Negroes. This is what he said in that book, Hebrewisms in West Africa, that every black Hebrew Israelite, they like to use that book and they like to use the other book from Babylon to Timbuktu. How comes y'all missed page 61 when he said that the Jews in Africa were not black? How comes
they
y'all
don't
missed
consider themselves? They don't consider themselves black.
He was talking about skin color. Joseph Williams, he said in that book that you quoting, brother, saying that the Jamaicans are Ashanti and Igbo Jews. I don't care what he says. I want to talk about what he said about the Jews in Africa that y'all was talking about. The Jews was black and Jews this and Jews that. How did Jews get to Jamaica? You need to read Eli Faber's work. You need to read any book about Jamaica out of many one people. How did the Indians get to Jamaica? How did the Asians get there? Jamaica has so much different cultures, but the Jews are the ones that are in control. Sean Paul, just give me the light. Look at Sean Paul. Sean Paul is considered white. He's a Jew. Sean Paul is a Jew. Don Youth, he's a Jew. All these people are Jews. Bustamante, Norman Manley, Michael Manley. These are all people who are Jewish rooted that was running Jamaica. How many black presidents did Jamaica have? The first black president Jamaica prime minister was 1993, P.J. Patterson. Did y'all know that? Everybody else before that was white. Y'all need to. Jamaica to me has always been a white country with black slaves. Always been that way. But we need to the Ashanti are black, and Joseph Williamson said they were Jews. Joseph Williamson said the Ashanti were Jews, but he did say that the Jews in Africa were black on page 61. Ivan Coley, if you feel I don't know the history of the Bible, well, hey, I don't know. Why did they all come on the slave ship circumcised? You see, now, I be praised. Why don't you give me a source and tell me that every single slave was circumcised? I want you to prove that. Prove to me that they were circumcised. And if Herodotus said that the Jews or the Syro-Palestinians got circumcision from the Africans been circumcising before there was a Bible.
Way
so what
before.
Are you talking about?
Yep.
Circumcision is not a biblical thing. Get that out of your brain. If you like to be this so-called African Jew, you should know that Africans always circumcise. In fact, the Igbo practice circumcision on men, on ladies, no matter what age. That's how you know. That's how you know they're African and not Jewish. Well, anyway, you can go back to the video. 93, you want to add anything or are you good?
Nothing much, man. I just don't know how long we're gonna be on here. But like I said before,
I was trying to wait for some folk to come on here to want to, reply with some evidence.
Yeah, like
or something.
anybody who got real smoke, because don't come in the future making videos. Like I said, I'm here, or you can ask Bareen
This
for
is
me.
the best. This is the best time right now.
I'm not. I promise you, I got a life outside of being on the internet, so I'm not gonna be doing this back and forth, bro. Send for me. You want to debate? Hit up Bareen or hit up Abu.
Should be part of any of these systems. All right. So Pope Nicholas issued a mandate to Portuguese King Alfonso V and instructed him, right? And this is the instructions he gave him, right? To make sure that our people were in perpetual slavery. So it says to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagan whatsoever, and to reduce the persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms. You get the gist of it. All right. Let me give you another key source here. The founder of the state of Georgia, right? This is coming from the Georgian Encyclopedia.org. James Oglethorpe, a visionary, social reformer, a military leader. James Oglethorpe received of and implemented his plan to establish the colony of Georgia. It was through his initiatives in England in 1732 that the British government authorized the establishment of its first new colony in North America in more than 5 decades. Later that year, he held the expedition of colonists that landed in Savannah in 1733. Oglethorpe spent most of the next decade in Georgia, where he directed the economic and political development of the new colony, defended it militarily, and continued to generate support and recruit settlers in England and other parts of Europe. So remember this right here, guys, a memoir of James Oglethorpe, General James Oglethorpe, right? James Oglethorpe, right, kidnapped. And I don't have it inside this particular lesson here, but I want to discuss that in the road to Savannah. He kidnapped and held someone captive and made them in. Anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. I'm not going to leak that out, but I'm going to stick with this right here. This portion of his memoir, a memoir of James Oglethorpe, the founder of Georgia and America, 1867, page 122. Next day, Oglethorpe divided the men and boys into parties, one to cut forks, poles, lathes for making more bowers, another to set them up, a third to fetch palmetto leaves, a fourth to thatch, and a Jew workman bred in the Brazils. Wait a minute. Who had come from Savannah? Whoa. So on James Oglethorpe property, we see that it says here a Jew workman bred in the Brazils. Now I'm going to ask you guys again the same question I asked over and over again when I present this source. Show me one Caucasian back at this time, and their name is used in conjunction with bread. Only one group of people were being breeded. They were breeding us like we were animals, and that's our people. According to the statistics, just over 400,000 of our ancestors made it to this part of the Americas. But then the numbers grew from the breeding. So we see a Jew a Jew workman bred in the Brazils. Let me play that clip again. Let me play the clip again.
I'm so glad you're here because you can bring great clarity. Can you tell us a little bit about the Sephardic Jews and how they were scattered because they went west?
I sure can.
Because the reason why I want to is because a lot of them, and a lot of people don't know this, are in the Caribbean.
They are.
In the islands.
And you're one of them. I know that.
One of them.
I know that.
Because, a lot of folk don't know that those roots are there. One of the first batches of slaves that came to Jamaica, they were the Sephardic Jews. It's documented.
Stop one second. Pause it. Look at this now. He said he's a Jew, right?
Yes.
He's from a Sephardic Jew, right? He has his ring on and everything. You notice he doesn't grow a beard. This is a guy who is practicing, right? Now, this is what I want to ask everybody else. If he's a Jew and he's a practicing Jew, and of course he's following rabbinical Judaism, and he's saying he's following the Jews that came before him, are you saying that the Jews, the true Jews, where he descend from, was following rabbinical Judaism? Shouldn't that tell you
that's the one they call the fake Jews? That's the one they call the fake Jews.
Shouldn't that tell you that he's a convert? Or he's from a lineage from converts then? You see, this is the problem. You have to read into what people are saying. This guy is saying he's a Sephardic Jew. I believe him 100%. I have no doubt in my mind that he's a descendant of a Sephardic Jew. But the issue is, what is he practicing? You see, this is the key, Berean. They can show you no Jew that they descend from that practice Old and New Testament. It shows you that the religion they follow was made up in the 1800s.
Over here.
Ain't nobody follows that. They're the only people in the world that follow what they follow. They can't come to me with the foolishness. He's a Sephardic Jew. I have no problem with that. But what tradition is he coming from? He believes in the Talmud. He believes in rabbinical Judaism. He don't believe in no New Testament. So you could tell by the culture he follows where he come from. You can't show me no slave coming off the slave ship following a culture or following no Torah. Show me that slave that say, hey, I know I'm supposed to Torah, I'm supposed to follow Sabbath. I know I'm supposed to follow Passover. I know on the 7th day this happened.
They beat it out of them.
Why they ain't beat it out of the Muslims? Why they ain't beat it out of the Africans that carried over voodoo from Benin? Why they ain't beat it out of all the cultures, the Maroons that follow the cultures that they were practicing in Africa? Why they ain't beat it out of them? Why only them alone lost everything? Oh, because the scripture said they would lose everything. The scripture don't know nothing about America. There's nothing in the Bible that connects us to America. Connect it to America. Because the ancient Near East is what the Bible is written for. Because it's writing about every single culture that was conquering that area. It has Babylon in it, Persia in it, Greek in it, a little Roman in the New Testament. You find Egypt in it. You find all these cultures that were ruling the ancient Near East that oversaw the Israelites, or they paid money or restitution for as a small kingdom in the empires. You don't see Israel. Israel don't know nothing about no America, no Jamaica, no West Africa, nothing. So all these people talking about how the four corners of the earth, you need to go back and study when they talk about how they rule the world and what they're talking about. They're talking about the ancient Near East and all these empires that rule Persia and Greece and all of that stuff. They don't know nothing about America. So you can't come to me and say, oh, well, America says in the four corners. What four corners? Show me America in your Bible. Show me America in your Bible. Show me China in your Bible. Show me Japan in your Bible. Show me New Zealand or Australia in your Bible. Look at the map where it shows you Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You show me China, Japan. You show me America in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Show me West Africa in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Show me South Africa in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The geography for those tribes and what the Bible is talking about is only for those regions. You can't go over that. You can't, come on, Jermaine Howell talking junk in the chat. Let's go. What you got?
Come on, Plumber. What's good?
Shalom, Berean.
Shalom.
Shalom, Garfield, and whoever.
Oh, I get a shalom. Oh, shalom to you.
Yeah, you gonna get a shalom,
peace
brother.
And love to you, beloved.
Same to the whoever this dude 93 is. Shalom to you too,
yeah.
man.
Whoever this dude,
whoever this dude. I don't know.
I don't like 93.
I've never watched one of your videos in my life.
I don't get videos. I don't make videos. But
Okay,
yeah, man,
well,
you
I
can be
don't know
cool.
you. I don't know you. If it wasn't for you being on Berea's channel, I would never even have thought about you.
I'm
So I
saying
said,
that's how you
whoever.
talk to people you ain't never met before. And you know, hey, how you doing?
I said
How you
shalom.
doing?
I
That's
said
how we talk.
shalom.
All right, no, because he
That's
come
how-
anyway. This
that's
dude,
how he
whoever he is. What's
Yeah,
up, bro?
whoever you
Yeah,
are,
that's how we
shalom.
talk. That's how we
Peace,
talk.
What's the
That's how we talk.
problem?
That's how we talk, 93.
Hey,
That's how we
go
talk.
Oh,
on,
okay.
man.
No, I got you. I
That's how
got
we
you. I
talk.
got you.
Don't pay him no mind.
Wow. Look, I want to just say this to you, Garfield, man. The dude on the show, that's a Christian show. Rabbinical Judaism has nothing to do with any kind of case you're trying to make. First of all, you're talking about some people that they had to hide their Judaism to even stay alive. You understand what I'm saying? Especially them Portuguese and Spanish Jews, they had to hide their Judaism to stay alive. Another thing is, as y'all keep talking about, well, them some white people, and they laid down with some black women, but at this point, if that's the case, it doesn't matter because we black. The brother on the TV is black.
Hold on. Say that again. Repeat that. I don't understand. Say that again.
I mean, you act like you trying to get everybody caught up in this whole argument about it was some white Jews went over there, and that's how they had the African Latinos and all that stuff. Don't matter when how many centuries and how many generations removed from that. So it doesn't matter.
Now I'll ride with Plummer on that. Then go ahead, keep going. Now I'm sit up there. He's talking. Go ahead.
It don't matter if they was white back then. The truth of the matter is, the dude on your screen, he's a little bit darker than me, maybe. So all them little arguments mean nothing at the end of the day, because of the truth of the matter is if it was some white people or not, guess what? We claim and say we are descended of those. That means we black now. So all that stuff don't matter. But what I'm trying
I can't lie. I could ride with Plummer on that. So if the original Israelites were them brown-skinned Middle Easterners, and then they came and started mixing with ham, and they got darker, or they came over here and got dark, I don't got no beef with that right there, because that ain't bringing no color and nothing. Now he's saying it don't make a difference.
Yeah, it's not even about. It's not about color. It's not even about color.
Okay. Let's say
you following what he's saying now, right, Garfield?
Hey, it's funny. I was the one saying that the other night. He come back and flip it on me now. So when I was saying it's not about color. So okay, I'm glad you said that. I can't. I will not disagree. Plummer, I will not disagree with your premise. What I am saying is, this is what I'm saying. You could tell somebody by the culture of what they follow. Now look at the Garfield. My mother was a Christian woman. My dad was a Christian. But my mom used to tell me Anansi stories when I would go to bed. My mother was a historian. So now my mother's telling me Anansi stories. We used to eat ackee and sawfish. We used to tell different stories, Akan stories. So now the Ashanti and the Akan stories that my mom used to tell had nothing to do with her religion. It had to do with her culture. The culture showing that she has a connection to some of the people that came off the slave ship with that tradition. Those traditions and the way how we talk. You could tell the Twi language is in the patois that the Jamaicans speak.
Yes.
Again, connecting us to Africa. Now, this is what I'm going to tell you now. That's culture. I don't see nobody coming off a slave ship with the culture of the Jews. Now, watch this. You said that they had to hide that they're Jewish. Do you know why Jews went to Jamaica? Why did Jews go to Jamaica?
Weren't they running from the persecution?
Okay.
Isn't that why they went there?
All right. Why would they go to Jamaica though?
I don't know. Why did they?
All right. Now
I'm just telling you why they went there. And now you ask me why would they go there?
Hold on. So let me tell you and everybody that's listening why they went to Jamaica, why they went to Curacao, why they went to Netherlands, which is the Holland, why they went to Suriname. Because those countries allow them to practice Judaism freely. Okay, so when they would run away to countries that would allow them to practice their religion freely. This is why I know, hold on, let me finish. This is one of the reasons why I know They were not slaves in Suriname. They were not slaves in Holland. They were not slaves in Jamaica. They were not slaves in Curacao, the ABC Islands. The Jews ran their synagogues. All these countries, Brother Doreen, you find synagogues popping up in the 1700s. If they were slaves, the Jews were slaves, why are there synagogues being popped up all over these countries, even in the Americas, even in Scotland, even in England, in the 1700s? Why? If they are running and these Jews are supposed to be persecuted, they ran to countries that allowed them to practice Judaism freely. But watch the key now. This is the key to the whole conversation. Wherever the slave trade had the most slaves, that's where the Jews were able to practice Judaism freely. That's why, the people that came off the slave trade wasn't Jews, because the people who were organizing the slave trade were the Jews.
The business people.
There you go.
But this is the beef. So Plumber, it ain't no beef if Africans converted early to the religion as slaves over here, or in the 1960s and early 1930s if they started converting and practicing the religion. Would that make a difference to you, Plumber?
But see,
if it don't make it, because the other brother was saying, the Israelites were melanated people. That don't mean they were African. That don't mean they were looking like Cushites. They could have been brown like Bin Laden, or brown like people believe Abraham and them were, and they melanated, light skin like this guy, or lighter than this guy. Like here, Abraham could have looked like Plumber. He melanated. That don't mean they were all black like me. Or the patriarchs,
right? It don't mean they were all,
and it don't make a difference.
You know what?
Purple, black, none of that.
Watch
but let me say this. Of course, I'm a plumber. I've been plumbing for 20 years. So about 10 years ago, about 2 years after I started trying to practice Torah, after I came into this understanding that I have now, I was doing some plumbing in this African man's house, right? And so I'm asking, like, what, because I see a shofar sitting up on this thing. So I'm like, what tribe you from? He said, I'm Ashanti. I said, really? He said, yeah. And you know what the man, I didn't even ask him. He said, yeah, we're he
had an accent. He sounded like he was from the islands?
No, he was from Africa.
Okay, African. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was from Africa, and he told me he was Ashanti, and he had to. And I started asking about the shofar that he had, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's been passed down, from father to father in my family." And I said, "Wow," I said, "That's the same thing, because I'm about 2 years in now." And so I'm telling him, "Yeah, the Bible talks about this, that," and he said, "Yeah, that's us." I said, the Ashanti? He said, yeah, that the people in the Bible is us. This is what the man told me out of his mouth. But it was about 10 years ago.
So does that mean it's true because he said that?
Hold on. So
no, I'm just saying. Does that mean it's true?
Hold on. So he's telling me about how they've been practicing and doing these things since, his father before him and his father before him, and all for generations. So he's telling me about some of their customs. So you telling me one thing, right, about what your mama said to you, but I'm telling you what this man who was straight from Africa, he didn't stop at Jamaica on the way here. He came straight from there to here, and what he told me. So what I'm trying to tell you, brother, is this, that just because something was passed down to your people one way, and y'all might have been the same. Your people was Ashanti at school. They was Ashanti.
Lama, can I agree with you?
That doesn't mean, hold on, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that they're not from the same tribe just because they have something different. He was telling me about all the Hebrew, the Israelite stuff in their customs. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say, man.
Watch this, Barry. This is going to be the defining moment of today's show. Let me ask Brother Plumber this. Plumber, do you follow rabbinical Judaism?
But that's my point.
No. Listen to me. Listen to the question. Do you follow rabbinical Judaism? Yes or no?
No.
All right, watch this. Because rabbinical Judaism is what Black Americans would call fake Judaism, or the converted Judaism. All right, watch this. Now, watch this, Plumber. I agree with you that people in Asante or people all over Africa follow Judaism some way, somehow. They may have, some of them may have. But watch this. If they follow a version of rabbinical Judaism, that would mean that they are converts. Now watch this. Every one of these African groups that follow Judaism follows a version of rabbinical Judaism. Hence, that tells us that they are converts. So all these Africans, hold on. No. Listen to what I'm saying.
They follow rabbinical Judaism.
Hold on. If you want to call them converts, go ahead. This is what I'm trying to say to you. This is what I'm trying to say to you. If these Africans are following rabbinical Judaism, it is telling us the culture of Judaism that they are familiar with. So that means the Lwanga Jews, for example. What did the Lwanga Jews practice? They practice rabbinical Judaism.
And that comes from them light skin, and that comes down from them light skinned Pharisees.
So for anybody staying right now in the audience can tell me that the Judaism that they followed was a separate Judaism, like what Divine Prospect is trying to prove. Divine Prospect is really different guy to have a dialogue with, because he's trying to separate himself from rabbinical Judaism completely.
Yeah, because rabbinical Judaism didn't come around until the Second Temple period.
Hold on. Let me finish the point. The point I'm trying to make is, if the people in Africa, all the people in Africa that follow Judaism, follow rabbinical Judaism, wouldn't that tell us that the Africans and the black people in Africa were converts? Wouldn't that tell us that? Wouldn't that be the secret, brother?
No,
but I don't
understand that logic.
But everybody in Africa don't follow rabbinical Judaism. Some of them didn't even know about the whole Second Temple going up.
Right, and they were Israelites though.
And they were yes.
So that your logic, I can't follow that. That's what I'm telling. When I first got
on, we're trying to say most people
when I first came on, I said the dude from the video, that's a Christian TV show.
Okay, but he's
so what I'm saying is he's talking about he's a Sephardic Jew. But guess what he is? He must be a Sephardic Jew for Jesus, right?
No.
Then what are you doing? What are you doing?
He might be a Jew. He might be why? What's wrong with that, Garfield? He might be a Jew for Jesus.
Well, hey, if he's a Jew for Jesus, he never said that. So how are we making the claim?
I'm saying that because your logic about whether it's Second Temple or whether it's Judaism.
Right, so hold on. Doreen made a point though.
Because we know that the Beta Israel, we know that the Jews recognize Beta Israel as being Jewish, and the only way they
not anymore.
And the only way they could get into Israel is if they converted to Judaism, but they was already practicing an older form than what those Ashkenazis practiced.
Let me ask you a question.
So that logic is flawed.
Hold on a second. By the way, the people who Beta Israel that was practicing, did you know that they practice suicide and they circumcise the woman and they practice different cultural things that you guys are not familiar with? The Beta Israel. The Beta Israel, by the way, the Beta Israel never practiced Judaism as far as what we know.
Exactly. That's the point. Judaism didn't come until the second period. That's why Brother Divine Prospect, he's looking for pre-exilic. He's trying to learn, he's trying to figure out the practices of pre-exilic before they went into the Babylonian exile.
Okay.
So some of those Israelites, because you keep saying Jews and Judaism wasn't from the beginning. Judaism came in the middle.
Yes, correct.
So you keep talking about Judaism and you trying to, and so when you read your little article and say the first black guy that was something, the first one to be reported to practice Judaism. I mean, Judaism is a religion. So
all right, but hold on a second. No. It is the point. You know why it's the point?
No, it's
not. Because everybody that you guys claim is practicing rabbinical Judaism. All these Portuguese Jews. Hold on, let me finish, brother. All these Portuguese Jews, all these Spanish Jews, all these Jews in Africa. I'm talking about on the west coast of Africa, the Lwanga Jews, the Moroccan Jews, the Jews that went to Timbuktu. All these Jews are practicing rabbinical Judaism. They are not practicing any other Judaism. I'm
That's
not talking
because-
about the Beta Israel. I'm not talking about them because they're different. But if you go to North Africa and look at the North African Jews, the Algerian Jews, the Jews in Taout or Tamantit, they're all following rabbinical Judaism.
Yes.
So I want to know what Judaism were the Jews that you say you come from. What were they practicing in Africa? That would make me know that they are different than the people that were converts.
Well, no.
Show me those Jews because they don't exist.
Hold on,
they
man.
don't exist.
You ask a question. You
Hold on, see what he's saying. See what he's saying. Yeah, you'll see what he's. Let me see what I'm listening. I want to hear his answer.
Go ahead, my brother. Let me hear your answer.
First of all, the a lot of people in Africa are Israelites. See, there's a difference between an Israelite and a Jew. Jews are Israelites, but not all Israelites are Jews. And so a lot of the practices that people came over here during slavery or during that time period have been lost because their practices weren't necessarily Jewish, but they might have been biblical. That's what the Ashanti man was telling me. This is what I said, that's what they do in the Bible. He said, yeah, my people have been doing this for generations upon generations. It didn't make it Jewish. It was biblical. Rabbinical Judaism is something different. And it's the same argument I have on this channel when it comes to the doctrine. The rabbinical Judaism is something different than biblical culture. It's not the exact same thing. And so you got to remember that, especially when it came to those Portuguese and those Spanish Jews, you know, some of them, why were they called conversos? Or why were they called new Christians? They were so afraid to die that they were willing to lie, and some of them give up their religion to stay alive. And some of them kept it hidden, and then some of them just gave it up altogether, and they didn't even teach their children that because they was afraid their children would get killed. So you got to take all of these things into account. But you trying to come with some Judaism, like that means something. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't, because all you telling me is that it could be possible from your logic. It could be possible that them white people that's practicing rabbinical Judaism, they just might be converts, because you just made the statement that whoever's practicing rabbinical Judaism, they converts. But it could be them, according to your logic. So
listen, I don't disagree with that. But what I'm trying to figure out is, how do you identify an Israelite? Period. In Africa, how do you identify them?
These are all the sources. These are all the sources that you see Dante and these brothers getting up here showing you that these missionaries are different people that were going into Africa during the time that they was, you know, trying to do the rush on the land and take the slaves and get all the. That's what them men were doing. They were looking at their customs like that's biblical, but they were calling them Jews. And it wasn't because they was necessarily practicing rabbinical Judaism. If you just like there's one source, you know, that said that some people that lived on the Niger said, yeah, we are Abraham's seed. We're Israelites, but the author still called them Jews. And that's the problem now. And that comes from these European Jews. They done pushed that thing so tough, and the rabbinical Judaism so tough that they get Israelites and Jews confused, but then they'll turn around in their own encyclopedia tell you that Ashkenazi Jew is a contemporary Ashkenazi Jew is not a Hebrew nor an Israelite. They'll tell you that they daggone self. That's what I'm saying. When you get on here using these articles and you talk about Judaism, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're talking about Israelites, because all kind of people practice Judaism. And not all Israelites practice Judaism. Jews is only 3 tribes out of the 12 tribes. That means you got 9 other tribes out there that never even dealt with Judaism. And they was gone before Judaism ever came into play. And then we got sources from Ashkenazi Jews, from rabbinical Jews, that say that they went in, that they went into Africa, these 9 tribes. They say that. Them people say that. So that's what I'm saying. You come in with these arguments, they sound good, but I think you got to look at it a little deeper. When you talk about practicing Judaism, you're not necessarily talking about an Israelite. You could be talking about anybody on the planet that decided to circumcise themselves and follow Jewish law. That's what you're talking about. That's all I wanted to get on here and say, Berean. I'm out of here. Peace.
All right, man. Shalom. Appreciate it.
All right.
Is he? Is that apostle?
Okay, let me respond to what the brother said.
No.
What I wanted to say to the brother is that the Jews that you look at in history, and whenever we look at this, if you watch Fortune 93 videos, they have refuted and debunked almost everything Dante has put out.
Oh man, come on, man.
This is why Dante puts out videos and called me a scammer, and me and him is actually arguing in my back chat now. Because he's like, how you say you take stuff off people's credit report? And I just shot him a video showing him 77
I
million.
thought he was just lying.
Loans. Yeah. So he can't show me no videos, but he's arguing me in my back chat about student loans.
I ain't got nothing.
Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you debunk Dante, he makes a video about you to mock you in public so that the audience won't look at your sources and look at what you bring. Now watch this. Dante is very pseudo. I said it. Garfield said it. If you want a source that says that somebody come off a slave ship and say, hey, I'm practicing Israelite culture or Hebrew culture, why can't you come on Brother Berean right now and show in front of all the 200 people? Why you can't do it now? Why you got to go make a video, a YouTube video to go make money off the video for somebody to watch it? You see what a scammer does? Everything is about making money. And what you're doing is selling a lie to the people and making money off of it. And that's the problem. I'm Garfield, and I stand on everything that I say tonight, and I could show and prove. I don't run from nobody. I'm saying that black folks could believe that they're Israelites if they want. That's your own free will. But don't run around and tell people that we are the people, and half of us don't even have the same Y DNA structure. Some of us is R. Look at Rick Kittles from African ancestry. He's darker than Brother Berean, and his DNA is R, goes back to Europe. Is he a Hebrew Israelite? Mm-hmm. You can't be an Israelite if you don't have the same. Like I said to Brother Captain Tazari the other day, I said, why don't you on Katazar do a DNA test? And I said, if both of y'all don't have the same Y DNA, that means one of y'all can't be Israelite. He's like, oh, I don't believe in that ancestor stuff. It's the truth. If everybody in IUIC did a DNA, they should all have the same Y DNA lineage if you're claiming you come from Jacob. You see, all those questions.
No, but this is the thing. Suppose some of them are converts. Even if your DNA come back in you.
Exactly, Berean.
You could be a convert.
That's
you could have converted to the religion.
But they're teaching that they come from the ancient Israelites 2,700 years ago.
That could be a little problem.
See, that's the problem. You see, we could find all these things in African culture. Oh, they circumcise the 8th day. Okay, the Igbos do, but the Igbos circumcise their woman. Show me in the Torah where it says circumcise your woman. No. Show me that. No. You see, those are the things you got to ask them. The Igbos would find everything in their culture. People don't realize since 1980, after the Ethiopians were airlifted in Operation Solomon, every African culture said, hey, I want to go to Israel too, because that's a better way of life than living in Africa fighting wars every day. That's why a lot of African nations started claiming, hey, I'm Igbo, the tribe of Dan. The guy's name is Dan. He's from Abomi, but they changed the oral tradition now. I say, oh, he's from the tribe of Dan in Israel. I mean, this is the craziness that's going on in Africa today. In Jamaica today, they have a group that's called the 12 Tribes of Israel, saying that they're the only members of the tribe of Israel. So are those people correct? That would exclude all the African Americans here. It would exclude everybody outside Jamaica. You can't be a part of the 12 tribes if you're not Jamaican. So everybody has a claim. In Afghanistan today, they're saying Osama bin Laden was connected to the Israelites. And he's from the lineage from Nebuchadnezzar time, and they shipped them to such and such. Are you related to that guy? Come on. You know, so people gotta realize it, man. Everybody can claim this, but it's not you. This is why I say identity thief. You can't.
All right, hold on a minute. Come on, Alicia, come on. Your microphone wasn't working before.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, you sound great now.
Okay, great. Okay, this is what I gotta say, family. First of all, I think I have all brothers up here on the panel. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so shalom, peace, my brothers, peace to all Israel and Christians alike. This is what I want to say, and I think I said it before on your channel, Brother Barine. We got to stop this madness. First and foremost, is any one of these brothers up here a believer in the scripture? Yes or no?
Me, yeah, I believe in scriptures. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so if you are a believer in the scripture and you want to stay as close to the word of God as possible, get out of DNA. Get out of DNA.
I'm gonna get out of DNA. DNA getting guys out of jail right now.
Listen, okay, I understand that we're getting people out of jail stuff, right? I understand that. But as a believer in the text, if you want to stick as close to the truth as possible, just go in the scripture and find out what is actually written in the text. Now, the genealogy stuff that we keep getting ourselves caught up in is going to be a rabbit hole. Because if you can't find anything written prior to 70 AD, okay, if you can't find anything written prior to 70 AD to show you or illustrate who was in Jerusalem at that time prior to the Romans, prior to the Greeks, you're going to continue arguing and debating who is of Israel, who are the true Jews, and that's just a waste of time. What I say, family, is if you believe you are Israel, just go in the text and find out what God wants you to do. Leave all of this other stuff alone. Because if you're not a historian that has been studying the history of people, movement, where they lived, where they traveled, everybody is going to have their own opinion. And we see that over the past 1,500 years. So if you want to stick with the truth, stay out of genealogy. As a matter of fact, the scriptures tell us, don't even concern yourself with genealogy. Because if we read the book and we believe that the Gentile nations, let's find out who the Gentiles were first. And then go and find out who Ham and Shem was. And we all know, if we believe truth, that the Hamites and the Shemites were mixing. They were mixing. So if it's true that you are a believer and you believe that you are of Israel, find out what God don't want you to do and stop doing that. Because y'all going to keep going back and forth, and I'm going to be honest with you. That's why people, other races of people, don't take us seriously. They don't take the dark-skinned people seriously because we can't come together as a people. So leave all of that other stuff alone, family. It's just going to give you a headache. It's just going to keep you arguing and debating. As a matter of fact, King David considered in Ecclesiastes, all of that stuff that he was doing was vanity. And we keep repeating the same thing. We are going into vain disputes that is not really adding any value to us as a people. So that's all I wanted to say. Bless you all, my brothers. Garfield, I really like hearing you talk sometimes, but we got to stop downgrading each other. If we disagree with something that somebody says, just say, brother, I disagree with that. If you think you have the head knowledge that somebody else don't have, just say, listen, I may not be up to date on that, but give me your information and I'll look into it and move on. All right, brothers, I love y'all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Come on, Tracy. Come on the microphone.
Hey, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me, Brother Beran.
No problem.
Appreciate you and everybody else on here. You mind if I address the thing that's on the screen right now real quick, Brother Beran?
Yeah,
Brother Jamal Smith. Okay,
go ahead.
Brother Jamal Smith. The reason why, I don't know if she's an Israelite or not, but the reason why most of us don't deal with DNA in this regard is because they don't have the DNA of an ancient Israelite on file to compare anybody's DNA on the planet to. They're comparing it to the Ashkenazi, who, in my opinion, still have to prove who they say they are just as much as an Israelite today would have to prove who they say they are.
What
It
about
works
the
both
Sephardim?
ways. The Sephardim,
Them too?
yeah, everybody
No, they got
got
DNA.
proven.
Okay.
No, this is what I'm saying, 93, real quick, brother. Do they have the DNA of King David? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. None of the. They don't
Okay.
really have no
Do
ancient
they?
Jews.
Okay, then how can they say by DNA who's a Jew and who's not? Who are they basing it off of?
DNA. All right, let me explain to you how DNA works. DNA.
No,
You see,
I'm just saying real quick, but I just want to know who they're basing it off of. That's all I want to know. I'm not trying to disrespect you at all.
So let me tell you. Do you want me to answer?
Sure. I appreciate it. No, I don't want you. I ain't gonna tell you shut up. I ain't gonna tell you that.
You're basing it off ancient DNA they found in the region. And what happened is the reason why a lot of folks don't like DNA, because in real life and in science, they consider the Israelites to be Canaanites. In the Bible, the Israelites are not Canaanites. The Israelites are their own people. So they consider the Israelites to be Canaanites, just like how they consider the Ammonites, the Moabites, and all those people in the region as Canaanites. They consider the Israelites to be Canaanites. So when they catch ancient DNA from 3,700 years ago, 3,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, and they have like over 100 different specimens, they consider it all Canaanites. So what happened is that DNA that they have, and what they do is they look at cultures like the Babylonian Jews who stayed in Babylon for over 2,500 years. Those are real Judeans that lived under Nebuchadnezzar and had their own 13 different communities that lived there for 2,500 years. They take people that have traditional Jewish communities like the Sephardim, the Ashkenazi, the different communities in North Africa, Mizrahi, the people in India. They take different specimens from all these known Jewish communities that were trading from like medieval time periods. So it's not just Ashkenazi Jews. They take a lot of different specimens from different people that had known Jewish communities in Morocco, the people in Timbuktu, the people in that used to trade in Algeria, North Africa. They trade the people in India, the people in Egypt, the Egyptian Jews, the Mizrahi Jews. All these different Jews, they take specimens from them and they say, okay, what is the specimen? What marker is the most common marker? And the marker that they found most common is the same one that they found in the genetic markers with people who live in the region today, which is like the J1 or the J2 or whatever. If I'm wrong, I mean 93 and them will correct me. But that's how they came up with it, with known communities and what they found today. Because what happened is,
they got Canaanite DNA, right?
Hold on 1 second. One thing I want to say too, remember, the world, based off of history, don't believe that the Jews were lost. They believe the majority of the Jews stayed in the land. So if they compare those ancient DNAs with the people in the land today, you believe that the people in the land is not their people. So you can't rock with DNA, because DNA don't rock with what you believe. It's what you believe in your heart. So you're not going to ever accept DNA. You're not.
No, it's not that I don't accept DNA. I just want to know exactly who or what remains are they basing it off of, because all those remains that you spoke of, there's a possibility that not one of them could be Israelite. And I'm sure you could agree with that.
No, I don't.
You don't?
The Babylonian Jews who stayed 2,500 years in Babylon, a continuous community, those are legitimate Judeans. What are you talking about? Those are real people that lived there for 2,500 years under Nebuchadnezzar, that stayed from Nebuchadnezzar days. These are real people, bro. These are not robots. These people, this is why I asked the brother in the chat.
They're
Hold on.
not
This is why I asked
robots.
second. Hold on. This is why I asked second Exodus. Are you connected to the Babylonian Jews? Because the Babylonian Jews are Judeans, are real people that lived in the land in Babylon for 2,500 years. And they now live in Israel now. Continuously living a Jewish life the whole time period.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So those people,
and
are you related to them? Are you related to them? Because they're Judeans.
nah, I've never done DNA. I've never really
Oh,
trusted in it too much. Regardless, from whenever I first come out, it was just something suspicious about it to me. Like they're trying to build a database or something. But I could be off. But the main reason why I came on was I wanted to ask how y'all would deal with Lamentations 4 and 8. And I'm not saying
say that again. Say that again, bro. Say that again.
Lamentations. I wanted to know how y'all would deal with Lamentations 4 and 8 because I was going against some guys from UPK about the way they use it because I told them they're using it wrong in a way and they don't want to believe it.
Okay.
So yeah, I was just because I'm thinking this could be a case of hyperpigmentation from famine or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not sure because I know y'all deal with stuff like that. So
no, I don't.
Because I mean, if you know what the scripture says, it says their visage is blacker than the coal, and people use that. I've even seen our Europeans use that to say, "See, Israel was black." Now, do I believe that Israel was a Negroid type people? Yes, I do. But the thing is, I believe you can't use that to prove that they was really quite black. You know what I'm saying? But if they go through hyperpigmentation, the only way they could get so-called black as a coal is if their skin was already kind of dark. So that's just how I'm looking at it. So just think about that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta look at things from all angles
Okay.
if we want to get the truth. But y'all have a blessed night, man. I love all of y'all, man, and be safe. Thanks for everything.
Hey, brother Barry, before you play that, I want to say something about the Jews in Spain and Portugal. A lot of them escaped. A lot of them escaped into the Caribbean, into Europe, into Holland, and they practiced, the Sephardic Jews that escaped practice a religion. The reason why I'm standing firm on rabbinical Judaism, because the Sephardic Jews that escaped and was able to practice their religion practice rabbinical Judaism. So how is it African Americans today want to claim the Sephardic Jews when they clearly practice rabbinical Judaism, even when they weren't hiding or anything? This is what they practice normally. This is the point I'm trying to make the whole night to Plummer, but he wasn't getting it. He said that they were hiding. Yes, they were new Christians and they were hiding at X, Y, and Z. I agree. But the people who weren't hiding, who were allowed to leave Spain originally, allowed to leave Portugal originally, those people were practicing rabbinical Judaism. Those are not your people, whether they are black, whether they are darker than 10,000 midnight. They are not you, because they are practicing rabbinical Judaism. This is the point I'm trying to drive home to everybody. All these people who are claiming that Jews are black and whatever, they are practicing what they are taught, which is the Talmudic rabbinical Judaism. Yahya the Negro, the same guy that you had on the other night, Wiggins, the crazy guy. He was saying Yahya the Negro, but Yahya the Negro was teaching Talmudic rabbinical Judaism. That's what they normally practice. So if that's what they practice, how can you say you descend those people if they are practicing what you consider fake Judaism? How is it those are your people now when they are practicing normally what they believe in, which is rabbinical Judaism? There's no Jews that's running around today back then that's believing in a New Testament. That's another thing, because all the people that follow Hebrew Israelism is believing in the New Testament. The people back then never believed in the New Testament. This is a new phenomenon. You're a new people. You're a new mindset. What you're practicing is something new. And that's how you differentiate the Judaism, because even if you say Ethiopian Judaism, Brother Bereen, and you said this is what the Ethiopians practice or what North Africans practice, none of them use the New Testament.
No, it goes back. Yeah,
None of them.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's something new. That's how you know the Judaism you follow is not what any one of the descendant ancestors what you want to claim ever followed. And that's the point that I'm trying to make.
I got you. All right, hold on a second.
America, Central America, and even the South Central United States.
Wow.
And DNA testing is a factor in all this now.
Look at the screen, Garfield.
So they're not going to say anything about that.
Let
They
me
are
answer that.
not
Pause that a
say
second. Pause that a
anything
second.
about
Pause that a second.
that
Pause that a
source.
second.
They're not going to.
If the Israelites was mistaken as Canaanite, I don't think they were mistaken as Canaanites. They were Canaanites. How they have the conclusion? If there's a scripture that we always like to use and say Ezekiel 16:3, and people say, well, they were just trying to make a point. It was an allegory. When they say that the Israelites' father is an Amorite, people must understand that in the biblical text, what are Amorites? Amorites, if you read Joshua or Judges, are indigenous Canaanites. So now they said, okay, you're an indigenous Canaanite. All right, watch this now. Your mother was a Hittite. Why did it say your mother was a Hittite? Because if you read Genesis 23, you will see that Abraham was talking to somebody and they were called a Hittite, and they were talked about as if they actually lived in the land of Israel, which is Canaan. So the Hittites were considered under whoever was writing at that point, also Canaanites. So your mother and father are Canaanites. And also, scholars today say that the Israelites or the proto-Israelites come from people who used to live in the lower hill country and moved to the upper hill country. Those people, by the I mean, I could put it on the screen and show you how many people started living in 250 different cities or small scale towns that they developed were the first Israelite towns. Those towns, the people were writing in the Canaanite script, right? They were also worshiping the Canaanite god El. They were also doing the same type of agriculture as the Canaanites. Everything that they did was following the Canaanite script. So they said out of those people that were dissatisfied with the outer, that moved to the upper hills, those people are the original Israelites who formed together as a group. So those people were Canaanites. Maybe some did come from Egypt and bring Yahweh worship and all that stuff, because those original Israelites did not worship Yahweh. Remember in Judges 5, in the Song of Deborah, remember the tribes that helped Deborah, she named them, and the tribes that didn't help Deborah, she also named them. And the tribes that were missing from the whole conversation was Simeon, Judah, the tribe of Levi, and Manasseh wasn't even involved. So why is it in Judges 5? Y'all could go and read your own Bible right now. Why is there no tribe of Judah at the time? Because at that time, when Israel was being formed, Judah was not even habitable at the time. It was uninhabitable. It was sparsely populated according to archaeology and anthropology. So at that time, there was no tribe of Judah. So read the Bible. Go to Judges 5 and see for yourself. You will see there's no Judah at that time. Ask yourself, where is Simeon, Judah, and Levi? Those tribes came later on in the story, when the story started to get retold. It's just like in Genesis, you have stories that would say Yahweh created this tribe, and you have a story that said Elohim created this tribe. You have different writings at different time periods that was being bulked together. So that's why there's confusions and doublets in the Bible, different stories. It's like Abraham. You said Beersheba is named after Abraham. Then at the next point, you said Isaac is the reason why Beersheba got its name. It's the same story. It's called a doublet. It's a different story being told at a different time period in the same book, Genesis. So
because
those are the
source
things you got to
material
think
that
about.
was woven together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
come on, Plumber. You wanted to add to that? I see. I don't know. I think you jumped off and you jumped back on.
Yeah, because I forgot one thing, and he just mentioned it just a second ago, and it reminded me. First, I want to say the guy in the video, we just skipped by. He said in the beginning, the first black people are the first Jamaicans, the first ones to come over there, the first Jews to go over to Jamaica came by way of, they were slaves, by slavery. They were slaves. So we just skipped by that because I know earlier, Brother Garfield, you know, he act like the reason why Jews was there because they was slave owners. But we forget that the brother said in the very beginning, the first Sephardic families or Jews to come over to Jamaica came as slaves. So I just wanted to put that out there.
You
so
say that. You said
hold on.
Say that. I want to hear that again.
That's what the brother on the video just said.
The guy in the video
said
that the first people that came over to Jamaica were slaves. Now,
no, he said the first
Sephardics. Hold on. How do you know that's true?
That's what
How do you know it's true?
Hold on, brother. I can't personally say that what he's saying is true. However, it is documented.
Where?
Like he said.
Here. Show me. Where's the document?
Hold on.
Because now I'm going to make you out to be a liar. You just said it's documented. Where?
You trying to do me like G-Con did me yesterday.
No.
And you ain't going to take me off my topic, brother. So be quiet for a minute and let me finish. So all my point was, listen to me, man.
Where listen to me. Documented. Where?
Hey, no, let him. I'll go back and play the video. Let him go. Let the plumber finish. Let me hear what he's saying.
So I'm just saying, I'm not over here trying to prove that it is or isn't. I'm gonna say the man said that in the video, and nobody said anything about it. That's number one. Number two, another reason why it might be hard, or that you might see Jews not practicing rabbinical Judaism, especially those that were over in Africa from Spain or Portugal, is because we know they took their children by the thousands from them and trained them to be Christians. You understand me? Children that didn't even really know the full scope of Jewish customs in the first place. They took them by the thousands, and they took them. It was the children that they took and they put in them sugar plantations in Africa on the West Coast. So they didn't even know the customs totally in the first place, and they took them from their parents.
The 2,000 children?
They took them from their parents and they gave them to Christians to be raised. So we might miss all that. See, that's significant right there. That's significant right there, because if you're 10 years old, brother, and somebody snatch you away from your parents, away from your culture, and away from your people, and they take you to a faraway land, and they're going to teach you what they want you to know, and you think you don't even know everything about your culture in the first place because you're only 10 years old. So that's really significant. We can't forget about that one. That happened.
Hold up, bro. You talk about the 2,000 that went to Sao Tome, or just in Portugal that became?
Well, I'm not talking about that. Was an example of what I'm saying. They took some of them, went there, but it said they took their children, and it says they took thousands. It wasn't just 2,000.
Right. No, 2,000.
It might have been 2,000. It might have been 2,000 that went to Sao Tome or whatever.
Right.
That's fine. That's fine.
You do know. You do know, man.
That's fine.
No, listen, bro. Do you know?
Yes, Jordan, I believe so, because it was on the continent of Africa anyway. I'm sorry. Go ahead, 93.
No, I was just gonna say, you do know, we got to be meticulous with them sources, because there's a period where the Jews, they do get enslaved and then they get right out of slavery. Like, what's his name? Manuel, come and get him out.
Look, I'm not here to pinpoint the sources, but we went over that source before here on Maria's channel, so everybody knows. That's why I'm bringing it up. Everybody knows that they was taking them children. I'm not here to.
They enslaved. Yes, they were slaves.
I'm not here to debate sources.
In Portugal.
Listen to me, man. I'm not here to debate your sources.
No,
I'm here because y'all only trying to y'all skipping by stuff. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody thinks about these other things that y'all ain't talking about.
We are talking about it. We're talking about it with you right now.
I didn't hear you say anything about them taking them children, but y'all gonna pretend like
hold on, bro.
Y'all gonna pretend like they couldn't have been because they wasn't practicing rabbinical Judaism. And I'm telling you,
I did acknowledge the children that get taken to Sao Tome, but that's a very convoluted discussion if you want to have it. Did they die? Did they survive? How many? Where did they go? If you talking about,
I'm not talking about just Sao Tome. You think when they took them children, that's the only place they took them?
No, bro.
Okay,
they enslaved them.
okay,
Hold up,
so,
wait a minute. I got sources that said they got slaved on land in Spain. Yes, they did get enslaved in Spain, and whatchamacallit came and got them out. I believe it was Manuel that came right after one of the kings died, and he gave them, I believe, a 20-year grace period. You had Jews there even after the Inquisition. They had a whole massacre like 20 years later where they killed Jews that was still there. So if they all got kicked out, how are the Jews there to get killed in the Lisbon massacre?
All right. So what I'm saying,
nobody's running from any of that.
I'm not trying to say you running. I'm not trying to say you running. My point is this: that these arguments, they're full of holes
on both sides.
Hey, look, I'm just a plumber. I'm a plumber. I work 10, 12 hours a day sometimes. So I ain't even really got that much time to put no effort in.
Are there holes on both sides?
Hold on, listen, man. So, and I can see the holes in them just by the little bit I do know.
On both sides?
Please, hold on. So please don't come up in here acting like y'all stuff is all that on point, because it really ain't.
I got you, really but is the holes on both sides, bro? That's what I'm asking.
Hey, of course.
So then we both got to come together then.
Let's be realistic with it. Don't come up in here talking about, oh, they can't be, didn't no Jews get off them slave ships because they weren't practicing rabbinic. No, that's just not true. Don't talk about, who cares if it was a white man that came down there and had sex with some black African women.
Exactly.
And their children, hold on, and their children turned out black, which might have, and their children might have ended up on a slave ship. That's garbage, man.
One second. Let me. You said earlier that you have documentation of Jews being carried over to Jamaica as slaves. What documentation do you have?
No, I said the man on the video said it.
The man on the video said it, but you said you have documentation. So where's the documentation of this?
I said there is documentation.
Where is it? So I could go read it myself.
Okay, well, look. I concede to that one. I don't have it to give to you.
You made that up, bro.
All my
point, trying to win an argument.
This neither here nor there, brother. Don't try to debunk me.
You try to debunk
me.
You straight up lied under
you
here,
take
man.
care of the argument, brother.
That's
what you do. You the one coming in here. You're the one coming in here making all these fallacious claims. You're the one coming in here making all these fallacious claims like them claims is rock solid. And them claims ain't rock solid.
Okay, so can you provide evidence? All right, can you provide evidence of somebody coming off the slave ship that was a Jew, Israelite, or Hebrew? Do you have evidence of that?
Well, I think.
I'm asking you. Do you have evidence of that?
Look, man, whatever, man. I think.
No.
I think my brother Dante already stepped up to the plate on that.
I'm asking you.
So, no,
I'm asking you.
Look,
come on, you're gonna be a fanboy. You're gonna be a fanboy.
Whatever source Dante bring out is a source I read. Is a source I'm gonna give you because it came off his website. So what you do is you go ahead. He already brought it out. I ain't got to
go watch 93 videos. He
ain't got to do
all day, every day.
I ain't got. We didn't make videos.
Hey, no, I don't on the regular. We made videos in the summer. We made it true. I ain't talking about him. I ain't talking about nobody that don't want to have a discussion with me. I'm cool.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Hold on, Russell, come on to the microphone, brother.
Yeah, I just have a question, Brian, like I always do. We know that it's 3 tribes, right? That call themselves
When
Judah.
said Judah, yes.
We know that the Messiah was supposed to have been from the tribe of Judah. I think this the problem that we have, because the people over there in the land today, they calling themselves Jews and they say they from the tribe of Judah. Can somebody give me a scripture that's describing the white Messiah? Then I believe them Jews over there.
No, they now most people saying it ain't about skin complexion. To the prophet, the professor.
This what I'm saying. So how if
he bear witness with that? They're not even white. They brown skin.
They brown skin.
Yeah.
So what you call a brown skin man today? You don't call him black?
Huh?
I say, what do we call a brown skinned man today? Black? Or we just call him a brown skinned man?
Yeah, it depends where you are. We call him black over here. We on some different stuff over here. Yeah, we would call
that's
him
my point. This is what I'm trying to say, Brian. If you can show me a scripture with a white Messiah in there, then I'll believe them people over there from the tribe of Judah, because that's what they claim.
So you got a scripture with a black. Hold on, Barry. So you got a scripture with a black Messiah, my brother?
Well, from what I'm reading, and if y'all tell me English mean English, and we don't be reading it right, and black don't mean black, I don't know what to believe.
Okay, where does it say that the Messiah is black? Can you tell me where that is?
Excuse me?
Where
Well,
does
if I
it say
tell
that
you the
it's animal?
scripture, you're gonna say, "Oh, that's his glorified
I'm
state."
asking,
When
bro.
burnt mean, when
I'm
burnt is
asking.
past tense.
I'm
You know what
asking
I'm
you.
saying?
I'm asking a simple question, brother. Can you just tell me where it
Me
is? I don't know
personally,
where it is. Yeah.
Revelations 1, 14, and 15.
Okay. Okay. All right. No problem. All right.
All right, you want to touch something else? I want to play a little bit more of this.
I want to say anything about that source. They are going to leave that source alone, right? You will not hear them talk about this particular source. You're not going to hear them talk about this particular video. They are going to stay clear from that video, right? The last thing I want to address, because Garfield made another outlandish claim, which is, to be expected, because these guys, they lie. They are liars. They lie. It's a difference if you say someone do something in error. We all are guilty of saying or doing something in error. Whereas though you didn't intend for things to come out the way it came out, or you may have come across a poor source and you decided to, and you didn't know it was brought to your attention. That's something different, right? But when you see these guys, they are blatant, they are liars, as the scripture that I highlighted, the 116th book of Psalms, all men are liars. All men are liars. Let me share this last source. Jews and Judaism in the United States, a documentary history, Rabbi Mark Lee Raphael, 1983. You guys remember this, right? Jews also took an active part in the Dutch colonial slave trade. Indeed, the bylaws of the recipe of the Mauritius congregations included an imposta, in other words, a Jewish tax of 5 soldos for each Negro slave a Brazilian Jew purchased from the West Indies Company. Slave auctions were postponed if they fell on a Jewish holiday. So what Jews are here? Is it our people? Is this is what he's trying to say? This is what Garfield not trying to say. This is what he literally said.
Stop it, Barry, please stop it.
Black Jews.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you do know that Recife is in Brazil, right? These Jews were traitors. 93. This is crazy.
Hold up. The Dutch colonial slave trade, that's the Sephardic Jews. They went to Amsterdam.
Oh my,
they had black slaves.
I can't believe this. It says included an imposter Jewish tax of 5 soldos for each Negro slave a Brazilian Jew purchased.
The Sephardic Jews sold slaves. I can show you an article.
This guy's the dumbest guy on YouTube.
I ain't gonna insult the man. Go ahead, Garfield.
Wait a minute. Let me see. I'm walking. All right. What is he saying here?
He said,
Jews also took an active part in the Dutch colonial slave trade. He took about Jews now. He's talking about Sephardic Jews.
Yes, and I can show you the Sephardic Jews involved in the Dutch colonial slave trade. They was in Amsterdam. They had black slaves. They even got an article that came out last year. Where the people was talking about how the black slave was able to finally get buried with the Jews. It's a mess.
1648 include an imposter.
An imposter tax.
Imposter tax on Jewish or the Jewish tax of 5 Negroes.
Each Negro
slave
Brazilian
Jew.
Brazilian Jew. Matter of fact, what's that guy that was the
West
king
India
of
Company?
He was the king of.
Oh yeah, Wiggins right there. Jump on Wiggins. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh man, time for me to leave.
Hold on. Wiggins might have something good. Wiggins, tell me you got something good, Wiggins. I'm sorry. Go ahead, 93. What you were saying?
I was just gonna say there was a guy. What was his name? Felix de Souza. He was a Brazilian Jew, and he was a hell of a slave trader. He was the cha-cha of Ouida.
Yep. So it go back to that secret relation. It goes back to that. So the problem is, all right, let me just play a little more. The problem is the color. The problem is the color and the position of the Jews. I think that's kind of where the confusion
like I said, they trying to claim like it's 2 different sets of Sephardic Jews. So I want to see the black ones. I know I seen the white ones. So I want to see the black ones now.
They're true. Well, the white one or light skinned ones, I think that's where the confusion. Somebody's probably because the same sources are being read. Maybe they're thinking that those white ones were black.
They
and
did
just
used to
lied
call-
and told her, and people thought they were white, confusing it with the white image of Jesus, and they were really black Jews.
Well,
we've been talking about that in the 80s, Jews being in Spain and Portugal, but we always considered them to be some other people, not like what these people say now. Like they're connected with blacks that came over on the slave trade, and they are the same people. That's where I think some of the confusion is coming in.
I'm just looking for the black ones. I found the white ones that they be playing with, lying and saying that they black. You know, the little ones with the curly hair, and I found them. So I'm gonna listen to the Hebrews, and they say it's really black Sephardim. I'm gonna wait for them to bring it out so I can learn.
All right, let me put some on this.
We're in cahoots with the Catholic Church selling our people out. No, the people that was in cahoots with the Portuguese was the Moors. The Moors. And then we could get into another discussion about some of the tribes like the Asante tribe and some of the other tribes, the Dahomey tribes, how we could get into that about the actual accuracy of how they were used. Again, you see here, notice what it says here. Included an imposta tax, Jewish tax of soldos for each Negro slave a Brazilian Jew purchased. So let's go back to this previous source, right? Because Oglethorpe had what? A Jew as a slave. And I can say emphatically, this Jew is a Sephardic Jew.
I don't see the word slave.
This is a melanated brother man Israelite who is a slave who is being bred in the Brazils.
How would you know he's melanated or not melanated?
Hold up.
Family,
hey, I read that
again,
source. It don't
to
say
vet
he's a slave. Now maybe he is, but it don't say he was a slave. I have the source.
But that's Kelly though. Kelly is the guy that points out liars, so he doesn't lie. So we know he's pseudo already. And plus, you see, at least I got to say to Kelly, though, he was brave enough to have a debate with me and he got totally destroyed. So at least he was brave. So since then, you know, he's been missing in action. You know, he don't want nothing to do with Garfield. You see, a lot of people could talk in the comments, but they won't come on here. Shout out to Wiggins, man. At least you have the heart to come on here and have a conversation with Garfield, because you know Garfield is a beast. So at the end of the day, for these people, look at all. If you notice, when Dante and everybody is on, everybody want to jump on and challenge Dante. But when Garfield is here, ain't nobody want to jump on. Plumber stick to plumbing because he knows better. And Wiggins, oh man, it's like a joke time. And shout out to Wiggins, but you know it's joke time when the Wiggins come on. It's joke time.
No, Wiggins listening, but once you start that Judah stuff, he gonna jump on here. Let me play a little bit more of this here. I think
information.
Just what his last evidence, the last part.
Let me pull up another, highlight a couple more things, and we'll wrap it up. You know, so we see here, as well as in the British colonies of Barbados and Jamaica in the 17th and the 18th century, Jewish merchants played a major role in the slave trade. Right,
okay.
These Ashkenazi Jews. But we see here, as well as in the British colonies of Barbados, Jamaica in this 18th century. I'm going to play this video one more time so you understand. Yes, there were Sephardic Jews that were being sold by the Ashkenazi Jews.
I'm so glad you're here because you can bring great clarity. Can you tell us a little bit about the Sephardic Jews and how they were scattered because they went west?
I sure can.
Because the reason why I want to is because a lot of them, and a lot of people don't know this, are in the Caribbean.
They are.
In the islands.
And you're one of them. I know that.
One of them.
I know that.
Because, a lot of folk don't know that those roots are there. One of the first batches of slaves that came to Jamaica, they were the Sephardic Jews. It's documented.
And they're all over the Caribbean, South America, Central America, and even the South Central United States.
Wow.
And DNA testing is a factor in all this.
You heard what he just said? DNA testing is a factor.
No,
Don't say you don't like DNA.
This is what, yeah, maybe, yeah, they need, some of them know DNA will help them push the
bet you that guy right there, he ain't objected that. He probably's like, yeah, I got the, yep, and let's see what his mark is.
But this is the thing. That's what Plummer was saying, that some of the Sephardic that came over were slaves, not businessmen. That's what Plummer was saying. He's like, yeah, I don't want y'all to, I think so. I don't want y'all to skip over that. Is that what you were saying, Plummer? Is that correct, Plummer? I don't want to miss where he at.
If he can prove it, then he can prove it.
There's no, you show me Sephardic Jews as slaves, they will laugh in your face, Bereed. It's not true.
Where Plummer go? He go.
As a matter of fact, I'll get Jonathan Shorsh to come on here and he'll testify, because he's the one that exposed the Sephardic role in the slave trade. So you could ask him if Sephardic Jews were slaves. He's gonna laugh in your face, Bereed. That is nonsense. That is total nonsense. I interviewed him twice on 20 for 20, and they use his sources. All of these guys use his sources. Dante, all of them that come on your channel use his sources. How come they don't replay that interview? Why they don't replay that interview? Because he plainly came out and said no slave came off no slave ship. That was a Hebrew. He plainly came out and said that outright.
So the bad slave trading Jews got to be the Ashkenazis, and the good victim ones got to be the Sephardic. That's crazy, because I got documentation to show the Sephardics was a slave. Yo, come on. Hey, look, man, we're going to be doing this forever unless we have a debate or a clash, bro.
Hold on a minute. Grace of Peace, he was good. You can't hear me?
All right, maybe. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, go ahead.
Garfield, how dare you say people scared of you? We already know Zion Lex already be calling you out. Don't do that.
What does Zion Lex have to do with you, though? What does Zion Lex have to do with you? Do you have evidence?
I'm walking over. Don't talk over each other. Hold on. Don't talk over
evidence.
Wait a minute. I'm just saying. Don't
tell Garfield. I said I'm talking right now, my dude. Be quiet. 1 second. You've been talking over folks all the time.
You could have said good evening.
You didn't even say hi enough. You didn't even say hi enough.
That's all I want.
That's all I want. And Kevin G.
That's all I want.
I got one question to ask you. So we were talking about the Messiah, right?
Messiah?
Yeah, we were talking about the Messiah being white or black, right?
Messiah?
Yeah, the Messiah.
No, the other brother brought that up. He brought that up as a question.
Brand wants one question though, because Jews are related to the Messiah. This is a biblical-based conversation. So I have one question to ask you. Do you believe in the Bible, Garfield?
I mean, as far as what?
Do you believe in the Bible?
Oh no, she come to throw a monkey wrench in the game.
That's a broad statement, because the Bible has historical events that are true.
So you do believe in the Messiah, right?
As far as what?
Him being the Messiah. So you believe in the Messiah, right?
No. If I believe that Jesus is a real guy.
Yeah,
of course I believe Jesus is a real guy.
So you believe in the fact that Jesus is the Son of God, right? Or you just believe that he's a historical figure?
That's a historical guy. That's a historical guy.
That was my big question, because the thing is, everything we've been talking about is related to the Bible and the return of the Messiah. And what my biggest concern is, and Mike brought this up yesterday, dealing with people, talking to people that are not believers. My concern is, Garfield, to an extent, are you trying to do away with the faith or the history behind the faith? Because ultimately, what you're saying is, are you saying all Jews are white?
I've never said. I don't deal with color. That's the whole thing. I don't deal with color.
So
I just laugh. I just laugh at y'all because I think y'all perpetrating a fraud. I think y'all identity thieves. That's what I think.
Fine. Do you have a definitive? Do you have definitive proof that we're frauds? That we're frauds?
Yeah. Of course. I have DNA. I have history. I have anthropology. I have archaeology. I have everything.
Are you the only person? So this is just your thought pattern, because there are other.
No, it's not. Hold on. Did you ask? Hold on. No.
Let me finish.
Did you ask Tudor Parfit? Did you ever ask Tudor? Hold on. Let me show you hypocrisy. Let me show you your hypocrisy.
Let me finish my point.
No.
Like I said,
hypocrisy is.
You're gonna let me.
You ask Tudor Parfit if he believes in the Bible.
Let her finish Garfield and then she could.
Hold on, Barry. Did you ask Tudor Parfit, the white man? Did you ask the white man if he believes in the Bible? Did you ask him that? No, you didn't. Because he's your God. That white man is your God. So at the end of the day, I don't care what you say right now. You see, you're asking stuff because you're trying to carry on a belief system, what you believe. What you believe is fake. And I know it's fake, 100%. And you're perpetrating a fraud on black people. I know that is. and I'll challenge you any day of the week. Anybody who believes is
all right. Now let her talk. Go ahead. Don't butt her in when she talking. Go ahead.
Hey. Who is your God, Garfield?
No, you talk so he won't come back. So you want a question? You want me to unmute him? You want me to bring him back?
Yeah, because he said the white man is our God. I never said that. I'm asking.
No, he
Garfield,
said you didn't question Parfit when he was on your show.
No. I'm talking to Garfield right now. I got a question for Garfield. I can talk to Parfit anytime I want to talk to him. So I'm asking Garfield one question.
Unmute yourself, Garfield.
Okay, I'm right here.
Who is your God, Garfield?
My God, the only God I know is my parents. My parents is my God.
Okay.
They gave birth to me.
So why would you say that we believe that the white man is our God? You ain't never heard none of us say that.
I was actually being sarcastic because at the end of the day, you never asked Sudar Parfit if he believes in the Bible. You never asked him that.
No.
He doesn't believe in the Bible, but you wouldn't ask him that. But why would you ask me that?
My question
and we're having a historical conversation.
And the thing is, you're right. I should have. You know what? I take that back. I should have had.
Yeah.
Challenge
what I'm saying, though. Challenge what I'm saying. Challenge the fact of what I'm saying.
One second. So if we have anthropologists, historians that say that there potentially could be Black Jews, why is that a problem?
I have no problem with that. Who cares if the Jews are Black or white?
Okay. So are you saying all the Africans in Africa were all Hamitic, or could some have been?
No, I don't believe in no Hamitic stuff. I don't believe in no Ham.
Oh, so you don't believe
in that?
Oh,
I don't believe in that.
So where do you think the Jews came from?
The Jews, where the Jews came from? They came from the Canaanites.
Oh.
They came from the Canaanites. Yeah.
So you don't believe in none of the Bible. You don't believe in Ham, Shem, Japheth.
I believe in the history of the Bible. The history says that.
Okay. So even with that point, do you believe that?
Look at what Derek Spencer wrote. Look at what Derek Spencer wrote. Zion Lex rejects the New Testament, and you just showed him love, Sister E. You see, this is the point that I'm trying to make. The hypocrisy.
You can't overtalk me.
Look at the hypocrisy.
You can't overtalk me, but you're not going to overtalk me.
Derek Spencer.
I'm just as loud as you. I'm just as loud as you. I'm just as loud as you. So I'm back to my original point, because you're not doing anything but showing the fact that you're up here a fraud, and we know you're a fraud. You have lied on people consistently, and then you come up here and play like you telling the truth. You got caught in a lie with your source, and then you up here saying anything. You have not provided one source. You have not provided one source.
Sister E, hold on 1 second. Did you watch the show today? Did you watch all the show?
Yes, I watched the show. Yes, I did. I watched the show.
Did you see the explanation?
Yeah, she had pulled over in the car. She wanted to. Yeah, when we were talking. Yeah,
from when
Sherry came on.
Every single point. I have one thing to say, Garfield. Every single point you make, please provide every single source. Don't get up here and say half information and run your mouth and say stuff and don't have proof. Consistently, Garfield, I see you do that. You make shots and don't provide no sources.
What do you want to source?
Show the sources. So because I need one. So if you're going to make a point, you need to have a source. You need to have a source.
I've been showing sources
every
all
single
night.
point. No, you have not, Garfield. You've been half showing sources, and we all know this.
Sister E. First of all, do you think? All right, let me have an honest conversation. Me and you right now. I'm having an honest conversation with you. Do you think that Brother Kelly Richardson was correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, do you understand that he actually mistakenly said I was talking about the Mandingos when I was actually talking about the Portuguese?
Well, I would say this. If you think that he said something wrong, go talk to him.
So no, I'm asking you, but how you going to say? You said he was right. So you're in the conversation.
He was right.
Because he's your friend. He's your friend. You're not.
Can I put the source up?
Actually,
let's put the source. We're gonna put it up right now. Hold on.
If you know, hold on, Garfield. If you know anything,
put the source up. Put the source up, bro.
Come on, 93. While she talking, put it up.
Yeah, put the source up.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you the hypocrisy right now. Watch this. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
And I want y'all but y'all can see the screen, right?
No,
yesterday, y'all know I had a show on fallen angels. We went in, we didn't even talk about Dante live, everything that went on. I deliberately didn't touch that. Look at the screen right here. Dante Fortson hit me 4 hours ago. Berean TV, you should have Garfield on and have him explain what happened to what appears to be manipulation and intentional misrepresentation of sources. Dante asked for me to do this. So when y'all start, oh, Garfield ain't a Christian, Garfield an atheist, he's getting together to tear the Israelites down. Dante suggested this. No, I'm talking because I see Pastor. No, call on because I see Pastor Jay said, well, why are y'all preaching? Y'all getting together and y'all got atheists or unbelievers are preaching to. This is no preaching. We didn't open up with prayer. We're not giving no altar call. We're not closing with no prayer. This is history being discussed right here. This is history being discussed, and Dante suggested it. So for all you people saying, "Oh, I'm stirring and working with Abu, I'm working with an atheist and all of this stuff," Dante suggested that this thing takes place. I just want to make that plain. Come on, Steve.
So who want to read this source? Because I put it up with no highlights, so nobody can try to say that it was highlighted.
Sister E, this is the source that the brother talked about without anything in it. I would like for you to read it right now.
1 second, okay, Garfield. I'm actually on my phone and I'm walking. So my phone, I'm
walking
my dog.
Oh man, you can't do it. You can't do it tonight.
No, we can read. No, 101. We can't read.
Marine can read it.
So
she can trust.
So quick question. What was Kelly's original premise though?
His premise.
What did he originally?
His premise is that
what was his?
Garfield, no, his premise was this.
Go. Oh, I don't trust you, Doc. I don't trust Garfield.
This is his book
what
right
was
here.
Let me go back. So,
hold on,
Berean, what was Kelly's? I'm asking Berean. Berean, what was Kelly's original premise?
That Garfield kind of played with the source and misrepresented the source.
What was the original source?
The source is on screen right here.
I can't see it. What was the original source that
Francis Moore travels in the inland parts of Africa, page 29.
No, read his post because I can't see it. What I'm saying is I'm walking. Okay. What did Kelly say in the video that we're saying that Garfield made an error
on? 93. Take that down. Take it down.
Let's go.
Yeah, take it down. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put what he actually put on the screen. So I want it to be the exact same thing that he said I had on the screen.
I can cue it up to the 43-minute mark and let her hear Kelly.
No. There's a reason why I want to show my screen because what happened is
I don't want you to show your screen.
Your screen better than mine, huh?
No. They believe that his was tampered with.
Yeah, right here.
Correct.
No, I want to show it.
I don't trust nothing that fall out of Garfield's mouth. So I need for somebody else to show me his source.
No. This is the source that he had. This is it right here.
Is this your original source? I can't.
The original source that I showed on the video. And what happened is whenever you play the video over, you can't see what's screen in the yellow. But if on my screen now, you could see it. But when it's played on a video over and over, you can't see it. He's saying I'm trying to hide it. That's what
was he trying to hide?
With the yellow.
What was he trying to hide, Brian?
The stuff
highlighted stuff. Like he wanted to add. Pastor Kelly was saying like he wanted to add words in here.
All right, so this is
what was the word that was
now.
added? I need somebody to say what's the word that was added. I can't.
He's saying that the word Lancado descendants
was added to the text
because the word Lancado descendants is not here, but Lancados. You know what Lancados are, right?
No, explain it to her.
Oh snap!
Oh, she dropped off.
She fell off on accident.
She fell off. I ain't do that, right?
You could just the video. The video is better than playing the video.
No, that's what I was thinking. I'll replay, especially for the people that came in late. I'll replay some of what Pastor Kelly. I think I was at the 43-minute mark. And plus, I never really noticed that. And then when you do see it, but the way y'all pull it up, it would look clearer later on.
Yeah,
I just put it in there. Hold on a minute. She coming right back. Hold on a minute. I just put it right back in there.
I think it was 43, 40. Mark, something like that.
Oh boy, I tell you.
Hold on, I'll go back to it. All right, remember I'm at the 121, hour 21. I'm going back.
Hold on one second.
I got the timestamp, Barry.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Bear in mind, she has a trust issue with me, but she trusts Kelly and the guys with the whole Richard Cat stuff.
But that's her peeps.
This is the problem. This is the problem now. So she's saying she don't trust me. I'm good. I'm glad. I'm in good company.
But she said you've been caught with the sources. She feel you've been caught a few times with sources. Let me bring her so she can say her word.
Never been caught with no source, nothing. And by the way, this is not even my source. It's actually 93 source
that's what he said while he came on. Yeah, that's he explained. He did explain that.
But at the end of the day,
She want the link.
Responsibility.
No, I just put it. Let me hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on.
Well, damn, Garfield, I came to take responsibility. I ain't need to come get the line of fire.
He came and he said that it was his. He shared some slides with you. He came and he explained. 93 explained it when he first jumped on.
Yeah, I should have just let Garfield take all the heat. I'm probably gonna have videos made about.
Yep. Oh, definitely. And you try to avoid saying people names and everything.
Hey, I've done it, bro.
Where's she at? Anybody else got some questions could jump on too.
I'm still waiting on the scripture that just like I said, Brian.
Revelation 1 to hear like what are you talking about? I forgot what scripture you talking about.
I'm looking for a scripture to tell me that the Messiah was white, so I can believe them Jewish people that say they from the tribe of Judah. It's from the same tribe Jesus was from. Show me a scripture in the Bible that describes me a white Messiah. That's all I'm saying. Then I believe you.
There ain't no color, no Messiah in the Bible. He talking about a white Jesus. You think those Jews are white? That's the thing. He think that because the Jews are white.
I'm saying. They claiming to be from the tribe of Judah. We know the Messiah was from the tribe of Judah. So if they from the tribe of the Judah, they must be the same color that the Messiah is.
Yes, she is.
So give me a scripture that says that the Messiah is white, man. I don't really look at it like that.
I look at it like I'm from the same. I think I'm from the same nation that Elijah Muhammad and Muhammad from he light skinned and I'm dark, and I think we from the same. But come on, Sister E. Hold on, don't go nowhere, Russell.
Okay.
You were saying something. You just got cut off in the middle of the talk. All right.
Because I'm sorry, I'm walking my dog. I'm in the middle of this this hotel and it's got a bad signal, so it dropped. So let's go back to the original conversation. I think the question I wanted to ask now that I'm calm, I want to ask Garfield is. I want Garfield to put his statement up and put the original source up, and I want to see line by line if it's the same thing or what's he pair. So, and I want Garfield to put his up as well, and see if it's the exact same thing or did Garfield go and make some changes to it.
Okay, I see what she's saying.
Yep, I want to see both of them.
Okay.
All right, I'm waiting for Garfield. Garfield.
So Garfield,
no, go ahead. Show the where 93. 93, bring it up. Pull it up, 93.
So no.
Hold on, you want him to play the video?
No, stop for a second. Now, y'all not finna talk over me and try to confuse it. What I ask is for Garfield to bring up his source and bring up the original source. I want to read line by line to make sure that Garfield pulled the exact information out of that source, or did Garfield go and paraphrase?
So Garfield's source is 93 source. 93 shared some slides with him. We
so 93, gotcha. So 93, pull your source up, and I want to see the original source, and I want us to read it line by line to make sure.
All right.
That's all I want.
All right. I'm gonna show you what I got.
Okay, but I need to see the original source as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to show you the original.
He's gonna bring you the original. I'm gonna play Kelly. I'm gonna pull Pastor.
I'm gonna show you.
I need this is what I'm asking for. Let me make it clear. 93, I need to see your source, and I need to see the original source because I want to make sure that Garfield didn't paraphrase. Because what Garfield is saying, that he's saying that it's a Lencado. I think from Pastor Kelly, the original source said Mandingo.
Okay,
so
gotcha. Hold on.
I want to see.
But I gotta tell her. I gotta tell her.
I don't want to hear nothing y'all got to say. No. Don't want to hear nothing. 93. I need to see the two sources lined up and see if they say the same thing. The original source in comparison to the PowerPoint. The source coming from 93.
The original source is on the PowerPoint.
Hold on. No. I'm not taking your word for it, Garfield. Go get the original source.
Garfield, bring up the
I don't want no PowerPoint. Where did you get this from? Where was the source?
The book is on the slide. The book is on the slide.
I don't want to see what Garfield, because I know I work in IT. You can change and edit stuff. What I'm asking for, 1 second.
You should know with Dr. You work with Richard Catchcrew. Of course you would know about that.
1 second. That's fine. I know you can throw pop shots at me. I don't get sensitive about stuff like that. So do this for me, bruh. Go get the original source, not the PowerPoint.
Okay.
The original book source.
I'm going to show you.
And get your. No, I don't want. Go get the original source. Are you giving me the book?
Ma'am, I got to show you.
Brother Marine.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Add my PowerPoint to the screen.
I don't want your PowerPoint.
Hold on.
Go get
Look,
it.
I got it. I'm showing it right now.
The source is right. The source is right here.
No, I need to see the book. I don't want
this is
the
book.
Do you?
This is
Let
the
me
book.
see.
This is the book.
So What's the name of the book? Because I'm gonna go pull
The name of the book
myself.
is down here. Hold on,
Okay,
let me big it up for you.
Send me this. So Garfield, I will say this. I'm finna go. So I'm finna take a screenshot of this, and what I'm gonna go do is find the original source myself. And if it's different, Garfield, I got you. No, I'm gonna go do it myself. Y'all tell us to go do our due diligence. I'm gonna go back and double check myself. I'm gonna go get the book myself and see if I can pull it down, download it from Google somewhere, and I'm gonna compare your PowerPoint and make sure it's still line by line. And it's
Garfield, I pray in Jesus' name this thing is legit. Because if that thing ain't legit, I'm not going to hear that. I might as well just delete my whole YouTube channel.
Hold up, y'all playing games, bro. I got
No, ain't nobody playing games. I hope when she get whatever y'all email. Father God, I can't even talk no more. This is what come to.
Send
93, put it up, 93.
It's right here. Francis Moore travels into the inlet. I can't even tell the source. I can't tell the source. I can't tell the source.
Put it in the chat, sir.
All right, hold on. Let me put it in the chat. Hold up, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Why don't you just get her email and email it?
No. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
No, somebody did say that. Somebody said just email.
Yeah,
Wiggins, don't laugh. I'm getting ready to put
Email
Wiggins out of here right now. I'm gonna take care of all of this.
And I'm gonna go. And the thing is, if it's
Look in the back,
word by word, I got you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step back, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go find this book myself, and I'm gonna go find your PowerPoint presentation. And Garfield, if you're not being honest, you owe some people apologies. So are you saying
it's not on Garfield?
We already did a whole show on it.
No, I'm
We already did a whole show on it already.
That's
We already
fine.
answered all of that.
Aaron, people can do shows all day long.
And Sister E, if Garfield is right, if Garfield is right, what's the other side? What's the flip side of the coin if Garfield is correct?
If Garfield is correct, I will bring him on my show and we'll have a long conversation. But I need to see the real source. I don't need a PowerPoint.
You're lucky I love your accent, you know. You're lucky I love your accent.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You love this Southern accent. But one thing about Southern girls, we're gonna go double check. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull the book myself and I'm gonna look at your PowerPoint presentation and see if it says the same thing word for word. That's all.
Y'all got a boo on here. I gotta go. Y'all got a boo. Oh man.
Oh, that was. I didn't even know. I just clicked on it.
Get out of here.
That's all. That's all I'm gonna do, Garfield. I want to go see the book. I just want to go see the book myself, and I'm gonna ask you the question. So, is the book saying word for word what your PowerPoint is saying, or what 93's PowerPoint is saying?
The PowerPoint is it has the quote right there directly from the book. What happened is on the side. It's summarized on the side. Summarized. That's all it is.
Okay.
But if you want to,
no, that's fine. 93, you can talk, but I'm gonna go do my own research. Thank you, though.
Okay.
But I'll listen to what you're saying. I'm gonna sit back.
All right, hold on. All right, don't go nowhere.
You know what would be better?
Oh, she hung up. She left. Come on, Abu. Come to the microphone, Abu. Come to the microphone, Abu. I get all messed around with y'all. I'm caught all up in this.
Man, this has been a confusing show. It's been quite the whirlwind. But
because of the atheists, man. Because of the atheists.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I wonder who requested to have you on.
And then my man said, and Dante requested to have it on. That's why I like pulling it up. I like to let them know because they come with their own thing. Berean causing confusion. Berean riding with them, Abu agent, the Vatican, and all this other nonsense. And then people just come here with all of their nonsense. Dante requested a few hours ago. Tag this thing and put it, and I said, all right, in all fairness, always trying to be my best to be fair to Israel. They're going to complain anyway. They're going to talk anyway. They're going to beef. I watch his comment section. I done blocked about 10 people. They ain't even say, I done blocked about 10 people, but it's all because why? You trying to be fair, trying to put it on the table, trying to put stuff out there. Get a video on angels. We all got in here building. Nobody talking about it. Lunchtime, I turn around, I see something in there. Berean should get Garfield on to explain some of this. And also, well, like I say, that's fair. Let me go ahead and do it. Immediately, I hit Garfield, and it's come to this right here. Come on, Abu. You seen the I know you made a post earlier. Well, I don't know if you saw everything with Pastor Kelly post. Go ahead. You got the mic.
The fascinating thing is the context behind this whole fiasco. Right, because this has honestly been hair splitting. Even though 4 hours was devoted to it, it was hair splitting. Like saying, "Oh, it says Mandingos," but no, it actually says the people who cohabitated amongst them. It's just it's very strange. Like even if you're going to accuse a person of misreading a source, to accuse them of lying, because for those people in the chat when the show first started who were saying, "No, it's just referring to Mandingos," those people themselves were misreading the source. But what's interesting is the context of this whole this segue, this controversy over Garfield, and what it was. And people are going to think I'm changing the subject, but this really is the context. Orthodox Moore has been doing a number of incredible shows, and I recommend people check out his channel, Orthodox Moore, on the methodologies that were employed by Kelly and Brown and Benaiah for determining language on the pews. And Kelly was apparently somewhat upset about that. And so
I got a post from, I'm sorry, whilst you're talking, I want people to know I got a post up here from your page.
Yeah, that's
Here's
my
the lady.
review
All
of
right, I
Kelly's
got
video.
it. So I don't know if you're on the phone in front of the computer, but I got it up. I gather you might get into some of this right here. Go ahead.
And Bareen, real quick, I put the source to his book here, so if Sister E come back on, she can look in here and go herself. She ain't got to rely on me or Garfield.
Where you put it?
I put it in our private chat, so if she come back on your panel, she can click on it and go to page 29, and she can read for herself.
Okay. Go ahead, Abu.
All right, so as I was saying, so the Orthodox Moore has been doing a number of incredible videos on the methodological consistency when trying to determine a language on the pews. And Kelly was somewhat upset about this, apparently. He didn't like what Orthodox Moore was doing. So the video that he put out, in a sense, was addressing Orthodox Moore. And
Orthodox Moore, another Israelite, correct?
Exactly. And
this ain't no, this ain't,
so he's in a mildly similar to the situation with Issachar, right? Because Kelly Richardson was upset with Issachar because Issachar asked people to focus on the pews. And what Kelly Richardson did is he didn't.
Now, who's Issachar? Explain that for people. Who's that now?
Issachar was that gentleman who you played, I think it was back on the 4th or not too long ago. You did a video where you showed him. He's a gentleman with
another Israelite.
Head. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he had also focused on the pews. And so Kelly Richardson did a bunch of videos on him, never addressed any of the points he brought up. He's angry that Issachar brings up the pews, doesn't address any of his points on the pews, and instead gets into like what word he uses for God, accuses him of all kinds of, theologically controversial positions and stuff like that, but never gets to the pews, right? So fast forward to this past week or so, Orthodox Moore now has been getting into the methodological questions on the pews. And predictably, Kelly comes out with a video responding. And that's, by the way, when you were playing that stuff, you notice how while he's talking about Garfield, he's jabbing at Moors. He's talking about, the Moors are sellouts and the Moors were involved in the slave trade and all this kind of stuff. He was doing that because with the way the video was set up, he never mentions Orthodox Moore explicitly, but he accuses Moore of being in league with an unnamed Catholic and an atheist. And then he says, basically, I'm going to show what liars they are. And then he proceeds to go on to this off-topic, hair-splitting objection to Garfield. So it was to subtly imply that somehow because Moore has questioned Kelly's methodology on the pews, now he's going to accuse Moore and Garfield of being in some sort of an alliance. And then somehow this sort of hair-splitting jab at Garfield is supposed to swing back and reflect negatively on Moore somehow. It was a convoluted video, and a really bad line of reasoning. But I wanted to make sure that the context and the background to it was clear. This sort of hair-splitting thing over how Garfield used the sources, it really amounts to arm flailing as a way to distract from these videos by Moore that he was upset about. That's the honest truth.
All right, Garfield, did you know all of this stuff, Garfield? Let me ask you one question, Abu. In the presence of everybody, you Catholic Jesuit, let me tell you something right now. I hope you ain't go messing with them black folk over there in that church. Did you email? Did you bother? Don't bother them people.
I'm not, even though they tried to invite me to do so. No, guys like Shia and them would say, "Oh, just reach out." I have not emailed them. I didn't email them when they had Arabic on their website. My position in 2019 is the same as my position today. No matter what language the website claims is on the pews, we would hope that the proponents of that view, whether it be Arabic or something else, show the grounds on which how they reach that conclusion. If no argument is presented, then at the very least, people should understand if others are skeptical. Ironically, Kelly agreed with this approach back when they had Arabic on the website. He himself was saying basically that just because the website says Arabic doesn't mean Arabic actually appears on the pews. They need to present their case. That was what Kelly was saying. And I agreed with him then. The difference is I apply that to all languages. It seems like he doesn't. But no, I'm not bothering the church. I didn't bother them when they had Arabic on there. I'm not bothering them now. I'm just stating my piece, if people ask. That's all.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me ask y'all, do y'all think I don't know what I don't know if he's on some quest right now. But do y'all think Orthodox more? You think everybody should just drop all of the stuff? I'm at 200 people in here. I'm asking everybody in here.
I don't.
Do y'all think that the whole thing should be dropped? The church, the pew,
No.
and just act like nothing never ever happened and just move on to other deeper things?
Well, I mean, people should look at the subjects that interest them.
Titus 2 and 3 tell us don't even deal with these foolish questions and these.
I want everybody. What are the
So
time? I
I
want
just stick to
everybody
the
to.
Bible.
All right, that's what Russell got to say. All right.
Can I say one thing about a comment in there? Shari Anais, she said
about her
left a
research
comment.
thing.
Yeah, the young lady. Yes, she has a lot of interesting videos. She said to check out her videos on research. It's a great starting point. So I definitely co-sign that. Check out her videos. Check out her points about properly, the very basics of just beginning to approach an argument properly and avoiding all these appeals to emotion and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, very good. All right, 93. What do you?
First of all,
Garfield. Okay, go ahead.
For anybody, you see, when Richard Katz stuff came out, I still don't have a concluding moment on that yet with Richard Katz.
You're not.
I haven't heard them. I don't know if I should have brought it up or not, but I haven't heard Kelly said it's not. There's no Richard Katz. I haven't heard the guy who came out with it with the fake emails. I haven't heard him come out and say anything yet. So I mean, for them now to come on and say Garfield is switching up sources when basically the source is there on the screen with a summary at the top, on the top right. That's all it is a summary. So what's the problem? What is really the problem here? These are the same people that fake Richard Katz and go back and forth and change up emails and change up and use the same and still saying that Richard Katz is real. Same people.
But this is my thing. Maybe we should just drop the Katz. They changed the pews back so everything is back to where it was originally. Because originally that's what the pew said in the beginning, right? Where's the E at?
No,
right above. Originally, that's what it was in the beginning. So everything is back to what it was 3 years ago.
Well, in a sense, I could give you the short history is this on claims about the pews, and I have a couple of videos on this. In the 70s, they were calling.
Hold on, Sister E. Go ahead. I'm gonna put the link back in there. Go ahead, while you talking. She can hear. Keep your phone on so you can hear everything that's go. Go ahead, boo.
In the 70s, the claim was that the markings are drawings, and forgive me, these are not my words. This is a witness to what was, to what it was like in the 70s. Used this phrase, quote unquote, African scribble scrabble. That's what was being claimed. Then, as time went on, they started saying they were tribal markings without specifying what they were. Somewhere within the first decade of the 2000s, the claim of Hebrew arose, and then that got put on the website. At some other point, the claim of Arabic also arose, apparently in the first decade of the 2000s, and then that was put on the website. And now it's been, when they put Arabic on, they removed explicit reference to Hebrew. Now they've removed explicit reference to Arabic, and it says Hebrew, Aramaic, and Amharic. But so far, honestly, none of these declarations have significant arguments, tangible arguments behind them. So at the very least, nobody's saying go bother the church, but at the very least, one should understand if one is skeptical, whether about Arabic or Aramaic or Amharic. But the point is, the claim of Hebrew on the pews, and so too the claim of Arabic on the pews, are relatively new innovations. They've come about roughly in the last decade and a half or so. And that's where the evidence points.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. All right, 93. You. What are your thoughts on far as just the whole thing?
I was hoping that she was gonna come on so we can show it. I know it seems.
Oh, no, give her time. She said she's getting a laptop. She just got.
Okay, yeah. Because her reaction, she seems very distrustful. She might seem a little.
Of course, she discussed the whole thing with Kelly video. Pastor Kelly video. It says blatant. This is crafty counsel. Blatant lies. Did Garfield add those words in there? Or is that a small thing, not the even?
No. The words on the side on the right, I guess he thought that I was trying to say what was in the text and blot it out and then write it on the set. No. I was summarizing the text. But I can, if you want to know why I was summarizing and how I got Luso-Africans, I can show y'all, like I said earlier, I got it from the Peter Mark book that sources the primary and references them as Luso-Africans. It's from the book that I have here. I can actually show let me see.
All of that gotta come up now.
Yeah, I know. Let me see if I can show this.
The ridiculousness of this is this. The stuff on the left-hand side, the source. Hold on a second. Let me just share my screen once.
Now you trying to share. I was trying to show them something.
No, both of them could come up. We ain't going nowhere. We trying to settle this thing here now. To drink mother half the Red Bull.
Go ahead.
All right, here she is right here.
Show this right here. Show go on the screen. Go on the screen.
Both of them could come up. You gotta turn you gotta turn that screen there. Something
all
there.
right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm here.
On the left-hand side. Hold on one second.
Your volume. Go ahead.
Who's sharing?
Side, I'm sharing.
Okay.
On the left-hand side is the actual source. This is a summary of the source. The source is right here at the bottom. Francis Moore's Traveling to the Inland. Now, on the video that he has, you can't see what's behind the yellow stuff, but the source is there. So basically what 93 did is he basically put the yellow to mark exactly what it's referring to.
You hearing all of this, Sister E?
So the source, she's saying that misquoting the source is not misquoting the source. The source is
Did
here.
you add, Garfield, look at the screen. Did he add the words or not?
There's no hold on. You can't hold on. No, 93. No. You can't add. The source is here. There's no adding to the source. On the right-hand side is a summary of what the source says. Now, people always say, but Lancado is not there. Lancado is the Portuguese. The Luso-Africans are the children that they had. They became as dark. See, it says it here about the year the nation settled in, cohabited with the Mandingos till they're very near black. See, they're near dark or black as the natives. There's no, it's just a summary. What's the big deal?
All right, let me share my screen.
So all right, hold on, 93. That screen is up, Sister E. Now, come on, and you question him, Garfield, first with his screen. Then I'm gonna put you question both of them now, but start off with Garfield. The screen already up. I'm mute myself.
So what I know from summarization, I'm sorry I couldn't see, but I can see now. I had to come to the hotel and take a minute to log into the Wi-Fi because for some reason my room didn't act right, so I'm actually on my hotspot. But with that being said, my question is, with this particular source, you have what, the Lancada, right?
Mm-hmm. That's not the source. That's the summary.
That's the summary.
Yeah,
that's the summary. Mm-hmm. So is Lancada in the original source, the original document?
You mean the word Lancado?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Lancada is not there, but the Lancada is the Portuguese. Lancada is the same as the Portuguese, my dear.
So when you summarize, you're usually summarizing, use the same naming, you use the same tribe, you use the same information. You don't add
Lancada. Hold on, sis.
Let me finish my point.
The Portuguese is not a tribe. The Portuguese are Lancados.
I get what you're saying, but let me go back to my original source. So my question. Mm-hmm. So if Lancada was not in the original book, why did you put Lancada there?
That's 93. He got to answer that.
Oh, I got you.
I don't want 93 to answer it.
No, the slides. You gotta explain the slides to her. The slides.
I wasn't the one that changed the name. Lancado. I wasn't the one that do that. That was 93.
So actually, you spoke on something that you didn't write.
Well, I didn't write the book either, so I can't speak on it.
But if you're presenting, I work in corporate America. If I'm doing a PowerPoint presentation,
what does corporate America have nothing to do with anything?
Listen what I'm saying, Garfield. 1 second. So if I'm presenting a PowerPoint presentation, even if someone did it for me, I should understand that PowerPoint presentation. I shouldn't need.
Let me tell you why. All right, let me tell you why. Because Lancado descendants are the same as the Portuguese in this context. It's the same thing.
So do you have the document to show that? That's what I'm asking. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, he's going to provide that in a minute. But let me explain to you what the Lancados are. Remember, whenever there's an intermixing, and this has to do with people in the context of having sex with African women. African women, that's why the term Luso-Africans is used. That term is not there either, because that's Luso-Africans is when the Portuguese would mix with African women and have children. So that's what happened. So that's actually what happened.
So you're not actually summarizing. You're not actually summarizing that page right there. You're just adding.
Well, no, because the Lancados is the same as the Portuguese. The Luso-Africans are the same as the children that were mixed. It's just another word. It's just another word. It's a synonym. That's all it is. Portuguese in this sense is the Lancados. It's the same thing.
But you're not supposed to
Do you
add.
know? Do you know what? Do you know what Lancados are?
Those are Portuguese Jews, right?
There you
Can
go.
I talk? Can I talk? Because it's starting to look
No,
like we're guilty or something. Because it's a lot of stuttering and nobody getting to
Yeah,
the point.
because she's interrogating y'all now. She got you liars hemmed up. That's what everybody thinks. She got the liars hemmed up now.
But
the cat's getting excited.
Yes, my question is this: if I was someone, and this, I'm just going to be honest, if I was someone that was looking at this and I was watching Garfield present this PowerPoint presentation, first thing I would bring out is the fact that it was poorly written right here because I can't understand any words right here in the book. The highlights hide everything. And what I would take as, because the highlights are hiding everything.
I'm sorry. Can you read the? Can you
highlights
read,
don't hide things?
You can't see anything.
Hold up, Garfield. You gotta let me talk, bro. I gotta talk.
Give me 1 second, and then I'll dial back. I'll be quiet for a minute, but let me make this point. So when I look at Lancada, I don't see is Lancada in this actual this actual document right here? Is it in the actual page right here? Do you see Lancada in there?
No, it's not in the actual document.
Oh, so you just added Lancada there. It wasn't.
No, ma'am. Are you familiar with Luso Africans? Do you know about Lancada?
I know what Luso Africans in, but let's go back to the original question. Treat me like I'm dumb. If you were using Lancada should be in that main source, right?
No, not if you're familiar with the Lancados.
So what are you quoting from?
Here. I'm about to show you, ma'am. Is
Lancado even in the book?
Let me help you out.
Do they talk about the Lancados in the book?
You cannot learn and talk at the same time.
No, what you're not gonna do is say that to me, sir.
Okay, man. I apologize if my tone is bad. I'm just a little impatient because Garfield is taking too long and nobody's guilty or nothing. Look, so this book right here, this is from Peter Mark's book. This is the Portuguese in West Africa. This is where I got the primary from. I'm about to read the highlighted portion. This is on page 26. 18th century European descriptions of Luso Africans betray a progressively more negative judgment, frequently tinged with ivory or sarcasm. The English factor in the Gambia, Francis Moore, that's the guy who the source is coming from, whose extensive contacts with Luso Africans during his 1732 stay seems not to have engendered much respect for them, describes the Portuguese as speaking a sort of bastard Portuguese language. That's a footnote. Moore refers presumably to a form of Creole, but in a manner that conceptualized a cultural equivalent to the physical mixture of Portuguese and Manding, whose results was that they are now very near as black as Africans, 86. His ironical view of Luso Africans. You see this word keep coming up. This is a secondary source. I didn't quote this as the primary. What's better than a secondary source? A primary source.
So was Lancada in the original book that y'all just
Lancados give birth to Luso. Ma'am, just listen.
But I have a question.
You don't get Luso Africans without Lancados.
1 second. But the original source that you use is Lancados referenced in that particular book.
In Francis Moore?
In the book that you all are referencing in that PowerPoint.
Oh, in this book? Yeah, Lancados.
Not in that book. Go back to that PowerPoint presentation that you all did. That's my biggest question.
Is that word to make it or break it? If it's in the primary, Sister E?
Yes, because if you're going to use a word or use a particular phrase that's important, like Lancado, you would think Lancado would actually be in the book. And all I'm asking is a simple question.
It doesn't need. Listen. It doesn't need to.
To answer my question,
ma'am, I can't even talk because you steady trying to talk while I'm talking. We got to take turns.
93.
No. You got to take turns. I need moderation.
Let me clearly ask my question, 93, and then I'll be
Let her ask her question, 93. I say I got to do this one at a time. Y'all got to come out and come back in.
The word Lancada that you keep mentioning, go back to the original book that y'all used in the PowerPoint presentation. Was Lancada referenced in that book that you all used in the PowerPoint presentation?
The word Lancado is not in this particular section. It could be in other places of the book.
But now, it wasn't in. But when you
ma'am, that's listen, I'm trying to show you how that's irrelevant. Now you didn't ask your question. You can't keep talking now.
I'm done. You answered my question for me. So you pretty much used Lancado. Lancado was not referenced in that book.
You don't. If you're familiar with Lancado, look up Lancado and Luso African right now.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to find my charger. My laptop back.
Oh, stop sharing.
I'm gonna mute you while. Go ahead.
Stop sharing.
Hold on. No, I'm not done.
Okay.
Because if they don't understand this point, it's going to be a round and round circle. Nobody's disingenuous. This book right here is quoting the primary. You see page 26? You see the footnote 85. 85 is right here talking about Francis Moore. Francis Moore travels in the inland parts of Africa. Peter Mark and Jose de Silva, those people are experts on the Lancados and the Luso-Africans. Instead of me showing this first, well, honestly, Garfield, you could have showed this first when you debated Guerrilla Hebrew, because this quotes the primary. This goes along with it. So they know who they're talking about. They're talking about the Luso-Africans. If you look up the Luso-Africans, they're tied to the Lancados. It's no big deal about that. I guess y'all gonna try to say because the word literally isn't there, you add it to the text when I summarize what they're talking about.
But when you use something as important as Lancado, you would assume that you would reference where you got that word from, because I'm assuming. When you use Lancado, if you're using Lancado in your when you explain the source, wouldn't you make sure that you had a source to line up that would bring up the Lancadas, or would you? I'm just asking.
Listen, if you know anything about the Luso-Africans, these words are almost interchangeable. Lancado, Luso-Africans. Some would even say Portuguese. Some people even say when you see Portuguese, that means Portuguese Jews. If you're familiar with the scholarship, these words all tie together. So right here, it's talking about the Portuguese in the country. They came there. Some of that nation settled in it. They cohabitated with the Mandingos. They're now very as black as they are, but they still retain a sort of bastard Portuguese language called Creole. This is the primary.
Hold on a second.
Well, one more question for Garfield asked, and then I'll
stop 1 second. Stop 1 second.
Okay.
Stop sharing this screen 1 second. Look at this. Put that up, Barry. Lancados. Look at the definition of Lancados, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the definition of the Lancados.
Portuguese origin in Senegambia, Cape Verde, Guinea, Sierra Leone, and other areas on the coast of West Africa. Many were Jews, often new Christians, escaping persecution from the Portuguese Inquisition. Lancados often took African wives from local ruling families, securing protection, advantage, trading ties. They established clandestine trading networks in weaponry, spices, and oftentimes enslaved people, which angered the Portuguese crown. The point is, if you know the meaning of Lancados, if you're writing a summary, it means Portuguese. And the Portuguese were the people that came in there and they intermingled with African women. So Lancados fit the summary. It fits the context of why it was used. I don't see why you're playing this game, this tit for tat, like a 5-year-old. I'm ashamed to even talk to your ass right now.
And hold on. I gotta say this.
What you're not gonna do, Garfield, is talk down.
Like a 5-year-old, man.
I'm asking questions
over something silly.
So you have a problem with me asking questions, Garfield?
No, but you're acting like a 5-year. You're acting like a 5-year-old.
Let her answer the question. Let her answer.
Did you ask his questions about Richard Katz? Do you still believe Richard Katz is a real guy?
Bring up Richard Katz.
Do you believe Richard Katz is a real guy? Do you believe Richard Katz is a real guy?
That's actually a 5-year-old move because you're mad and you're throwing up something that I am not.
No, I can understand.
Nobody is mad.
Don't come talk to me.
Nobody is mad. I can see why. Sister E, we've been on here 5 hours trying to figure this thing out. It is a lot. All right, come on.
I got a question though. I'm just trying to.
You got 1,000. Go ahead. We got what after this is done. Sister E, the DA is here. 93, the DA is here. Y'all are on trial. If y'all gonna blow trial, y'all blowing trial, and y'all going down in the court of opinion. But if y'all ain't, it's gonna be all right. Go ahead, DA.
No, my thing is this. What's funny is folks bring up Richard Katz like it's scary. Okay, like he the boogeyman. That's fine. Go talk to Majors about that. We good. Now, quick question is, when you paraphrase,
nobody paraphrased.
So, quick question, because the thing is, I'm assuming if Lancada is not in the original source that you're referencing, that would be confusing to me. That would be confusing.
You must not be familiar with Luso-Africans and Lancados.
But what if I wasn't? What if I wasn't familiar and you were talking about that source and you put Lancada right there? I would be kind of confused. I'd be like, where is he getting the word Lancada
then
from?
I would do what Garfield do and show you who the Lancados is and who the Luso-Africans is. But y'all only seen that in the ma'am. Hold up, wait. Y'all only seen that source come in the Guerrilla Hebrew debate. I gave him the source. Garfield presented it the way he wanted to, not the way I would have done that. So you would have got a different result talking to me.
That's it. If you would present it right, I don't have a problem.
I take that, but I gotta ask her a question. Now we got a cross-examination. The question is this. See, that was really a red herring. The question is, was your boy Pastor Kelly's interpretation of that source correct for him to try to indict Garfield? He said it was about Mandingos. I didn't even get to show y'all how he was wrong.
We'll talk to him. We'll go talk to him. I'm just asking this question.
No, we gotta bring that up right now.
I'm just asking this question because what I'm asking.
Garfield, don't laugh. This ain't funny.
No, I'm asking the question.
Hilarious.
And I put 2 links to the book in here for Sister E, just for you, big sis.
Okay, can I finish my point? Because every time I say something, everybody laugh or bring up Richard Katz, and I'm filibustering. I'm just asking a question because clearly, let's say I'm looking at that particular source that Garfield is presenting. I know nothing of the Lancadas. I know nothing of who they are. And you present something, and I'm looking at the book, and it says Mandingo, but then Garfield says Lancada.
She's getting it wrong. She keep getting it wrong. It's not about Mandingo, sis.
But when you
read Mandingo, no, it's Portuguese.
But my thing is,
it's talking about the Portuguese. You're listening to Kelly. Kelly's wrong. Kelly don't know what he's talking about.
Hey, Garfield, calm down.
Sis. It has nothing to do with Mandingos.
But the thing is, when you originally stated that you were talking about the actual Lancadas, did you say you were speaking from another source, or were you speaking from that source? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
No, because in this sense, the Lancados make perfect sense because Lancados are the Portuguese.
So it wasn't speaking to that actual document you was reading.
It is speaking to all the documents.
So now y'all causing confusion.
I'm confused.
But if you're confused, you cannot be so taught. You gotta listen.
93. Hold on 1 second. Everybody stop for a second. I think, you know what? I think Sister E's right. I think put this on the screen, Marine. I think she's right. You know what? I see what she's saying. She's saying that put this on the screen for me, Brother Marine. Let me tell you what Sister E's saying. This on the left-hand side that says these different kingdoms up on the banks of the Gambia are inhabited by several races of people. The Mandingos, the Woloffs, the Foleys, the Flops, and the Portuguese. The most numerous are called Mandingos, as is likewise the country where they inhabit. They are generally of a black color and well set. When this country, referring to the Mandingo country, was conquered by the Portuguese, which was about the year 1420, some of that nation settled in it. So the Portuguese were the one that conquered the Mandingo country. So some of the nations of the Portuguese, which we're calling the Lancados, settled in it, who have cohabited with the Mandingos till they are now very near as black as they are. So that's the Luso-Africans. The cohabitation is the Luso-Africans. But as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole, and as they christen and marry by the help of a priest sent yearly over hither from St. Jago, one of the Cape Verde Islands, they reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white, and nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes. That being a term
these were
they
actual
use only for. Say that again?
So these were the actual Lancadas. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, these were the Lancados, which is the Portuguese. So that's if it's because we were doing a fast thing, moving up and down. Maybe because it was a debate, it wasn't something that you just sit down and just explain fully. So maybe if I had read the source and explained it at the same time, you would understand it better. That's all she was saying. Garfield. I don't think there's anything to be. Hold on, 93. I don't think there's anything Sister E asked that was offensive or anything. I think all she needed to hear was the source, read the source, and whatever. If she says to me, Garfield, on Sister, I was about to call him Sister Kelly, Brother Kelly's video, we can't see the words on the source, then she has an argument. Fine. I just read the source. You see what the source is.
All right. Now let me see. Hold on a second. Now, Elder Wiggins, what could you possibly add to this?
Grace and peace, everyone. I'm trying to catch up to the conversation. I just want to know, are they recognizing that the Lancados, many of them were Jews?
Yes.
Are they recognize that?
Yes.
And are you saying that these are the ones that were cast out of Spain and Portugal?
Oh, we got other, the Lancados came to West Africa.
Not necessarily, because this is 1420. They was talking about 1420. That was before the Inquisition time period. So this could have happened before they were kicked out of Spain or Portugal.
Oh, okay.
What I'm reading here, it talks about many of them were Jews that were escaping persecution from the Portuguese Inquisition.
Wiggins. Did you read the source on the screen? It says during
I'm reading the source now.
Portuguese was about the year 1420.
Okay, so my question was, where did they take those Lancaster Jews as slaves? So they were slaves, right? Or no?
No, this has nothing to do with slave at the time. This has nothing to do with slavery. The issue with this source has nothing to do with slavery and all of that right now. That's a totally different conversation.
Okay, so what I'm reading here, and I just pulled this up, just trying to figure out what.
So you have a whole other. Hold on. This is a whole other source. This is not this source.
Yes, I just pulled this source up on Wikipedia as you were talking about, as you all were talking about Lancasters. I'm trying to figure out
Lancados.
Lancados, yes. I'm trying to figure out where the conversation is going. So as the conversation is going back and forth, I decided to look it up, to look this word up. To see what the word. Now, when I look it up, it says the Lancados, the thrown out ones or the cast out ones, were settlers and adventurers of Portuguese origin in Sierra Leone. Okay, this is where they say that they come from. All right, it says many were Jews, often new Christians, escaping persecution from the Portuguese Inquisition. This is what I'm reading here. So I just want to know if these Jews were escaping the Portuguese Inquisition, where did Spain and Portuguese place these Jews at? That's what I'm trying to figure.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit of you want to say something else 93 before I play some of Pastor Kelly so they sitting there so they can hear this?
Oh man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's too many cooks in here.
No, that's all. But I want to say this. That's all I want.
Every time Wiggins come on, they get out of here. That's crazy.
Wiggins, ain't nobody really think about you, Wiggins. You ain't nobody trust me.
I'm out of here.
So that was my whole question was.
Yeah, I realize that.
Why was Garfield paraphrasing and adding Lancados? And when you look at the actual source that he was referencing, it didn't sound the same and it didn't look the same, because from what I saw when I read it, it said Mandingos, and then here it is. He starts talking about the Lancados. So I would say make sure that you clearly explain what you're explaining, because if I read that, I would be confused if I was not if I didn't know what you were talking about.
Okay, no problem.
So so wasn't that Kelly's original argument that you was reading?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Do that.
It's a red herring.
Kelly's argument was that Mandingos. He thought it was about the Mandingos. He didn't realize that the Lancados is about the Portuguese. So he thought that. So that's why every time you were talking, you keep saying Mandingos. It has nothing to do with the Mandingos per se. With the Lancados, so every single Portuguese
Jew was Lancado. That's what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. No. In this context, the Lancados descendants are the Portuguese.
So can you show me a context where it says that in the book?
In the context, it says that we're in the book. I just read it to you.
No, I'm talking about in the whole book, because you said not all Lancados were considered Portuguese Jews, right? So you said in context to that was referencing the Lancados. So I'm trying to figure out, where does it reference that in the book where it talks about the Lancados being the Portuguese Jews in reference to
I didn't say what the Portuguese Jews are anything. What I'm saying is that in this context here, it fits the perfect meaning of what a Lancado is.
So you paraphrased
it. Hold on. What is a Lancado?
Who paraphrased?
What is a Lancado?
You said not all, but I'm bringing you back to your original point. You said not all Portuguese Jews were Lancados, right?
You're right. All of them qualify as a Lancado, but the point of the matter is, in this context of what this is written, as I read it, I said these different kingdoms upon the banks of the Gambia are inhabited by several races of people. The people are the Mandingos, the Woloffs, the Foleys, the Flops, and the Portuguese.
Mm-hmm. So
in this context, the Portuguese are Lancados.
So if you said that, let me go back, because I'm trying to make sure
Hold on. The most numerous are called Mandingos.
So
as is likewise the country where they inhabited. They are generally of black color and well
You're not
fed.
sharing your screen.
When this country was conquered by the Portuguese, now this is where it changes. The Portuguese conquered the country. So if they conquered the country, they are the ones that came in, and some of their people came in and cohabited with the Africans or the Mandingos that were there. And then they started having what? Having children. They started, they cohabited with the Mandingos till they're now very near as black as they are.
So go back to Garfield, go back to what you originally said. So, and I'm trying to be clear. So you said that all Portuguese Jews were not Lancados, right?
Okay.
I'm just asking, did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you said in context to this, it was speaking to the Lancados, right? This particular. So can you, if you say that, because that's all I see is just Portuguese. Can you show me where the Portuguese in this particular book is actually referencing the Lancados?
I don't have a reference to say it's Lancados, but I'm saying based off the definition of what a Lancado is. A Lancado is basically a person who is Portuguese, who goes into another country, who is in West Africa at this time, intermixing with other African countries or cultures and having children. Those children are Luso-Africans.
So it sounds like
what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. No, I'm not adding. That's what.
Yo, I gotta say something. You really screwing this up, Garfield. You playing games. You getting me mad. I showed what Peter Mark showed that that he's referring to Luso-Africans. If she don't know that Lancados and Luso-Africans are connected, I understand that.
Because if you got if that article speaks to the Lancado Jews, it would make, or the Lancados, it would make better sense to have that particular source up there referencing what he's saying.
I agree that the way he presented it wasn't the way I necessarily would have presented it. Garfield was moving fast. As a matter of fact, if you look to the left, he's got other slides he was talking about. Kelly only dealt with this one. If Garfield show you the slide before this, it's going to be a whole nother thing because it explicitly references Jews.
But hear what I'm saying, 93, and I hope you receive what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. I asked Garfield a specific question. He said he was talking about the Portuguese based off of this particular book. And he made it seem as if all Portuguese Jews were called Lancadas. He said, no, not all Portuguese Jews were called Lancadas. So my question was, if he's referencing Lancadas in reference to this particular source that he's using, show me in the book where it's specifically talking about Lancadas. Now, what you're saying, 93, is no, he should have used another source, the one you brought up. So my question is, when you created this PowerPoint, why didn't you just put the source that you just referenced in here in reference to those Lancada Jews? That's my whole question.
If you watch Kelly video, he showed the part where Garfield was moving kind of fast. The source right before this, Garfield actually read it in the Guerrilla Hebrew debate. He didn't address that source. He only dealt with this source right here, and honestly, his conclusion was wrong. What he tried to have strengthen his argument is somebody's paraphrasing over, even though this is a summary. And it doesn't say Lancado here. That's the way the kind of.
It doesn't. No, he wasn't lying.
That's what I'm saying to me. Would y'all just listen? It's 30 people talking, yo. How can we get to the bottom? 30 people talking, yo. That's crazy. That's crazy. Honestly, this side argument is a red herring because we're here because Ma'am, I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking.
I ain't finished 93.
Because if I'm the source of this, I should be doing most of the talking.
Not a problem.
He said Garfield lied. Look, the crux of his argument is Garfield lied and said this was about the Portuguese. He didn't even put too much emphasis on this stuff on the right. It was that, it's really about the Mandingos. And I can show you in his video where he said that. I screenshotted that. I showed where I connected Luso-Africans to that source, even though it doesn't explicitly say it. I showed in the book Portuguese Style and Luso-Africans, page 26, with Peter Mark, he connected that and interpreted that as dealing with the Luso-Africans. I showed the primary, and that this is all getting swept under the rug, dealing with who's the Lancados or not.
So I would say your presentation in my world will be poor. That particular section will be poorly put together. Because if I'm referencing something, a source within a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm referencing a word or phrase or an important word as Lancado, I will make sure that the particular source that I'm speaking to matches what is on the summary side. The summary should never speak to the opposite of the source that you're speaking to. So you really can't blame Garfield. I think whoever
hold on a second. Hold on. Stop.
Nobody.
Hold on. Stop. You said the summary should do what? Should not speak to the opposite.
The summary.
What are you
Listen what I'm
talking
saying,
about?
Garfield.
It's
Listen what
talking
I'm
about
saying.
the Portuguese. The
So,
Portuguese in this sense is the Lancados.
One second. Let's go back to what you originally said, Garfield. I asked you a specific question. I said, so in that particular, what you're saying is all Portuguese Jews are Lancados. You said out of your mouth, no, they're not. So you made an assumption and added Lancados there because you saw Portuguese. Because I was asking the question of, so if you're speaking of Portuguese, in particular to the Portuguese Jews and the word Lancado, it's got to be in that book somewhere for you to speak to it. You said, no, it's not in that book. So I'm like, okay, so where is he getting this from? I'm confused.
What do you mean it's not in that book? What do you mean?
I showed that though.
No.
Let me finish building my premise.
Hold on a minute. Let me. I want to share a little bit. Pastor Kelly made a video for 1 hour and 44 minutes, however long this thing is, and we spending all this time on this one thing right here. We ain't even get to what he talking about. If he got the thing right, I think this is a lot going on.
This is a red herring.
I feel that in Jesus' name.
That is a red herring. Garbage. This is garbage. What y'all do?
So 93. If I saw your PowerPoint presentation and you presented this to me and the summary didn't match the source, I would say you need to go change that and put the actual source there.
Ma'am, you didn't see my PowerPoint presentation. You seen Garfield's PowerPoint presentation showing part. Yeah, but you didn't see mine. I told you what I would have showed.
Hold on a second, 93. There's nothing wrong with putting Lancado there.
If it's not in the actual document that you
are the Portuguese Lancado descendants?
But you said out of your mouth.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you right now.
Question. Lancado was not in the book. You said out of your mouth.
No, because these Portuguese. No, but these Portuguese
if you use the
are
word
Lancado. Hold on.
So Garfield, you can't build
this context. Hold on a second. In this context, Lancado.
How do I know your context is right? You paraphrase.
Well, you know what.
Nobody. Hold on. No, this woman don't know what paraphrase means.
Hold on, sir. Wait a minute. I know what paraphrase means.
Wait, is it the same as summarizing a source?
So when he went,
did I quote the source and paraphrase it?
93. You're not gonna sit here and insult me, darling. What you're not gonna do is insult me. I'm asking a specific question. And telling me that I don't understand what paraphrase is? Come on now, don't do me. Okay. I'm simply, but the poorly put together PowerPoint is the question.
And that, you know what? That's a red herring for the poorly put together explanation your boy had. You ain't dealt with that yet. You ain't dealt with that yet, man.
I'm asking, 1 second, 93. Don't get in your feelings. I'm just saying that particular.
Oh, I can get passionate. I can get passionate because you was just in your feelings before you got here, and I was nice enough to put the source here for you to read for yourself.
I was talking loud because.
No, you were in your feelings, ma'am.
So, no, I'm not in my feelings, because if I was in my feelings, it would be a whole nother conversation.
This is trying. I want to play the video.
I'm simply asking a question. If
you ask 100,000 questions in 5 minutes,
exactly. This is
to throw us off.
How you gonna learn? You doing all the talking. Every step of the way you
stuff to me, it's not that important. I don't look at type of what if y'all think this Lancado thing is that important.
We were fussing about the Lancado that he brought up, the fact that what's his name right here? Garfield was speaking on something as far as paraphrasing the source that he was using.
Do you see what his screenshot says? This is Kelly's argument.
Let's go back to that particular article.
Can't we play Kelly's video? Can't we play it in here and hear this? What part of it? 93?
I just asked a question. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, hold on, Steve. What part is it? 93? I won't play so she can pass it. I want everybody to hear because maybe I'm confused. I don't think that's the big for a whole. The videos say, what do the videos say? These are blatant liars. I want to get to the part that y'all are blatantly lying about.
The Mandingos. His interpretation is wrong. He think we talking about Mandingos. He thinks that I was quoting. I was not quoting. If I would have had quotation marks, if I was quoting or paraphrasing the source, I was just saying what I felt the source was saying. And that was based on what I got from Peter Mark's book, where he quoted the primary and dealt with them as Luso-Africans. But see, that keep getting left out. I didn't even get to read the whole thing. He quoted the source and said, oh, Luso-African And we know that Luso Africans are offsprings of the Lancados. Anybody familiar with the argument ain't gonna make a big deal about that. Only people who want to create red herrings and not deal with the true argument wants to do that.
What part of the video was it at? 43 minutes?
43, just go to 43, like 43:30. You're gonna see what he keeps saying. He keeps showing slides of Mandingos, and he keep worrying about whether they hate themselves because they black.
All right, right here. Hold on. Say use.
That being a term they use only for slaves. Wait a minute. They never said that they did not want to be black. They never said that they hate being black. They say here, and we're not dealing with what Garfield pointed out. Matter of fact, let me let you hear what he said. That instead of the dingo, he said, last card. Let me let you hear his words again. Right? And as I show you, Garfield did not share this source. What
you need to understand of these dark-skinned Jews is that their father, because if you want to talk about that they are Jews in Africa, the fathers were normally white men. The Lancada descendants, the Luso Africans, became as dark as native Africans, reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. And by the way, none of these people came over on slave ships. You can't tie them to a slave ship. You can't show me a slave ship any of those black Jews, so-called black Jews, came over on. They were fostering the slave trade. They worked out the deals with the African kings.
Hey, Bareen, if you want me to deal with Jermaine Howell, I can
now,
help
do
him
you
out real
see
quick.
what I see? He blatantly lied, right? He blatantly lied. Let's go back to that particular slide here. Let's go back here. Let's go back to what he superimposed.
Okay, this is
right?
the blatantly lied
Let's go
part.
back here. He says that we're dealing with the Lancado descendants of Uso, and said that in a nutshell, they hate to be called black. That's not anywhere in the text. There's not a single line of text that says that and we're actually dealing with the Mundingos. There's not a single line of text that says that they hate to be called black. What they don't want to be called is Negro. And I'm going to show you why. Because they gave the actual explanation. They didn't have anything to do saying that they want the status of their white progenitors. What they said here, that they were, matter of fact, I'm going to bring you back to the actual slide so you can see exactly what they said about it. Let's go back here. Right? It says here, right? And matter of fact, can I read it over here? Matter of fact, I'm going to read it right here. Actually, I'll just read what's highlighted, right? It says, black as they are, but as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole, and as they Christian and marry by the help of a priest yearly over hither from Esfago, one of the Cape de Verde islands, they reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. And nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes. Right? So they're saying that they're behaving like they're white, their mannerism. Right? But it says here, and nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves. See, it doesn't say anything here stating that they hate to be black. There's not a matter of fact, I'm going to remove this so you can see the full passage. These different kingdoms upon the banks of the Gambia are inhabited by several races of people, Mundingos, Foliots, excuse me if I butcher these names, folies, flutes in Portuguese. The most numerous called mundingos, as is likewise the country where they inhabit. They are generally of a black color and well set. They are generally of a black color and well set. When the country was conquered by the Portuguese, which was about the year 1420, some of the nations settled in it who have cohabited with the Mandingos. They cohabited with the Mandingos till they are now very near as black as they are, but as they still retain a sort of a bastard Portuguese language called Creole. That's the entire context. It's not what we just read from what Garfield put in there, right? So let's go back to where we were. All right, let's fast forward. Let's go back to where we left off at. Now, notice what it says. Nothing angers them more than to call them Negroes, that being a term they use only for slaves, and they're not understanding the true meaning of the word is the reason of their being so very much affronted at it. In other words, they don't want to be called Negroes. Why? Because it says here that being a term they use only for slaves. There's not a single line that says that they have a problem with being black. Y'all see this here? They never said they have a problem with being black. And matter of fact, we're not even dealing with the people that Garfield says, put in this bullet here. Let's go back here one more time. He wrote here that that in this text is dealing with the Lancado. The Lancado. But notice what he does up here. He just so happened, let's go back. Let's take this out. Just so happened, look at what he does. He purposely highlights so you cannot tell exactly who they're talking about, who they're referring to. He just so happens to all of the key points you cannot read. And then he superimposed and put what he wanted it to say. The Lancado, there's no Lancado in this passage right here. The Lancado, loose Africans become as dark as native Africans. See the wording, see the lies here, reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. Still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors.
Wow.
They hate to be called black. See, what he wants to push is this narrative, and unfortunately, some of our brothers and sisters, we have to be real.
So white Portuguese not in the text, Plumber, saying?
So go back. My brothers and sisters, I got one question. Brent, so what I'm getting from here, and I'm really listening to it, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm clear. So it sounds like that,
or nations that's in Africa. Not all, but there are some that that give the impression that they hate Africa. It's an insult to say that Israel is from Africa. It's in Africa, northeast Africa, right? Hey, like it's an insult.
Brent, can you stop for 1 second?
But nevertheless, that's still no excuse for him to push this narrative. He's trying to play on that narrative that these Jews, the Portuguese black Jews, right? They hate being called black. He want to push that narrative that they're hating on Africans.
Sister E, you have any questions from what you heard?
Yes,
it's so funny. Some people are saying Kelly straight lied, Pastor Kelly, whatever, straight lied. And what's my man name right here? And Wiggins saying Kelly exposed. Look what Wiggins saying.
He really did. The way
did the text say white? Did the text say white?
So when you go back, he said that can you go back? Because I want to go back and I want us to break this up. line by line, and we may need to have another show about it. You may need to have where I'm gonna have another show about it, or have a show about it, because what happens is it seems like words were
Y'all can hear me, or I done cut
Words
myself
were
off.
added where? Words added where? Where the words added at? No. I'm about to do you. I'm gonna have to do you like that because you.
93, calm
Nope,
down.
nope.
Calm down.
I'm
Breathe.
very
Can
calm,
you-
but I
can you
gotta
slow
shut you down. I gotta
No,
shut you
you don't
down.
have to shut me
I
down.
gotta shut
One
you down.
second, sweetheart.
Breen,
Wait
hold
a
on, wait,
minute. Can you
Breen.
scroll down?
We
real quick
came on this
for a
show. How you
Breen,
let
can
this
you
lady
scroll
take up
down?
this much
Breen, can you
this
scroll
much
down
of our
for a
time?
second?
She obviously is
scroll
biased. She
down?
don't want it. She don't want to hear that.
Can
They
you,
steady trying to deal with Lancatos on the right. She has not yet condemned Kelly Richardson for his
I'm not
false
condemning Kelly
interpretation.
because right here words were changed,
ma'am,
and things were highlighted.
ma'am, you are biased. You're very biased. You're very
93, 1 second.
biased.
So, Breen, you
You're
gonna
very
let 93 keep talking over me?
No, but you don't never when I let you talk and then it's his turn to talk, you keep
But the
talking.
thing is,
Exactly.
I was ready to make a point.
Breen, I didn't come on this show knowing that Sister Eve was going to have as much time as us dealing with information that got to pertain to us.
Just a little bit in the video?
Hold on a minute. Hold on, 93. I'm gonna give you the whole. Hold on, 93. I'm gonna give you the whole floor. I'm gonna give you the whole. Sister Eve, state your point. You don't see.
So, Breen, so can you scroll back? I want us to go. I think what you're doing is you're taking the whole video and you're letting them bombard it. Let's go line by line. Explain the differences of what was said based off of what was in the book. Because what was said was not totally what was said by Garfield and put in this PowerPoint presentation was not actually what was in that book. And I would love for you to slow down and go line by line and say, explain to me. Because it seems like it's two different things being said.
All right, hold on. Come on, 93. Plumber's question. Yeah, I'm talking to 93, Garfield. I'm talking 93. Plumber's question. Was the word white Portuguese in the text?
The word white is there, yes.
Oh, the word white is there. Okay, go ahead.
It's the Portuguese. See, this is I'm gonna say this respectfully, but it's not a nice thing to say. People are deliberately trying to like be slow. The word, if we read the source, I showed it without the highlights. They're talking about the Portuguese. They reckon themselves as if they were still white after mixing with black people. Why do I have to entertain such degradation? Why do I got to deal with this stuff? It's like I'm working at a morgue or something, a bunch of dead bodies trying to challenge me. Really, nobody. Look, this woman who is friends with Kelly Richardson, she has yet to condemn his false interpretation. You seen where his interpretation was, they're not even talking about the people, the Lancatos. They're talking about Mandingos. They're not talking about Mandingos. They talk about the Portuguese. The Lancatos are descendants of, they are a Portuguese people. The Luso-Africans are interchangeable with the Lancatos. They are oftentimes the descendants of the Lancatos. Luso-African can also be a broad term, meaning Africans, Portuguese Africans. Luso is the language that the Portuguese speak. They speak a Luso language. I don't understand what the problem is. She must not be familiar with this argument. I showed, and I can share my screen again and showed you how I came to the conclusion that I was talking about. Let me see. Let me share. I didn't even get to read all of this. This is from.
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it. I'm gonna go back to 40. What you told me to start at 43?
Yeah, look, this is Portuguese style and Luso-African identity. This is a Peter Marks book. These people are experts. Y'all can Google and look them up. They got all type of.
Where is this at? Where are you saying? Where is this? I don't see what you just. Oh, here it is.
Portuguese style and Luso-African identity. This is page 26. It says the 18th century European descriptions of Luso-Africans betray a progressively more negative judgment, frequently tinged with irony or sarcasm. The English factor in the Gambia, Francis Moore, whose extensive contact with Luso-Africans during his 1732 stay seems not to have engendered much respect for him, described the Portuguese. So he talking about the Luso-Africans. They're the same as the Portuguese as speaking a bastard Portuguese language. Footnote 85. I go right here. Hold on. Let me go right here. 85. Francis Moore travels in the inland part of Africa, page 29. That is the source. He's explaining that they're the Luso-Africans. The source the source is not gonna verbatim say that, because the term Luso-African is not contemporary to the 17th century. They coined that phrase afterwards to talk about those people. They know that the Portuguese people went there. They know that the Jews were makeup of the Portuguese. They know the Lancados are the thrown out ones, which mostly include Jews. They know the Luso-Africans are the descendants. Okay, so if you're familiar with these arguments, which some people ain't, then it's gonna look like that. The way Garfield showed it, actually, the way in the video Garfield showed that, Kelly Richardson didn't even show it. Garfield was reading a prior source right before he landed on the one of question. Kelly Richardson not only got this one wrong, he failed to address the source right before. He could have paused the video, where it explicitly says the Jews went and took black women and made mulattoes. And if I could show that source, it definitely would prove the point that we're trying to make.
Garfield, you want to say something?
Hold up. This is the source right here. And I want some of them to deal with this, because this was what Garfield was reading right before he landed on the source that y'all disputing that don't explicitly say that. I will concede this to Sister E and anybody worrying about the word Lancado or Luso-African. If you want to see it verbatim now, I will say, okay, fine. That PowerPoint could have been done better, because it don't explicitly say that. I know that it's talking about that, but if you got a problem with that, fine, we'll deal with the source right before that. This source by Sierra Lemaire talks about Jews making mulattoes with black women. You do not make mulattoes, mixed people, without having a black counterpart or a white counterpart. This source talks about the three nations, another sort of Portuguese, a nation who named themselves so because they were formerly subject to them, and are descended from those who first inhabited this coast after the discovery of it. From the negresses, that's a way from saying black women, negresses. The negresses whom they married were born the mulattoes, from whom are descended a more swarthy race. Swarthy means darker race. They may be fugitives of Cape Verde or Cachebo. Go down. As they have followed the religion of their old masters, they are partly Jews and partly Catholics. We know that the Jews, but they were baptized as new Christians, Catholics, and sent to Africa. I don't see what the problem is. I showed you the secondary that calls them Luso, that connected that source, and I showed you the source Garfield is reading beforehand, which is this one. It's no way this is not a red herring. Y'all want to deal with what my summary, which is not a paraphrase. I didn't put quotes. I didn't quote the source. I said what the source was saying. I didn't quote it. I summarized it.
Okay, I'm gonna bring Sister E back on. Sister E.
All right. So my question is this.
You back there, question again.
Yeah, please deal with Kelly Richardson's interpretation.
93, you talked. Why can't I talk, sweetheart?
Well, that's the last thing I got to say. Please, I want you to address his interpretation. Was it right or wrong? Were they Mandingos or were they Portuguese?
Wait a minute. First,
that's a fair question too.
So what do you say? Go back to your question again, 93.
I could show you in his video, in the slides, I screenshotted his crux of the argument. He said, and these aren't even the people that y'all talking about. They're talking about the Mandingos. That
was the source say it. Didn't the source say Mandingos? The original source?
Look,
I'm just asking a question.
No, I got you.
1 second. 93. Stop for 1 second. Slow down, sweetheart. So when we're talking about the sources that Garfield used, did it say Lancados or did it say Mandingos?
It said the Portuguese.
So again, it goes back to my original point. Are all Portuguese called Lancados?
Most of them are Lancados. Not all. Lancados mean thrown out. I got to tell you what the word means. Hold on. The word means thrown out.
Okay, can I jump in 1 second? Can I jump in 1 second?
Let me finish a complete thought. And I'll be done.
Did Pastor Kelly
in the back room?
Was Pastor Kelly in
the back room? Because y'all not letting me finish my point.
Was Pastor Kelly right? Was he talking about Mandingos? Or was he talking about?
And y'all see that? They're going to start the Israelite. As much as you do for the Israelites, they'll still say they ain't fair. And no matter what you do for the Israelites, until they rule your life, until they rule everything, no matter, I done been on here 6 hours. No matter how it look, Berean is wrong. Berean rocking with the devils. No matter what you get these Israelites, enough ain't enough for them. That's what this is. And if y'all can't see that, I don't know what to say. I never claimed Israel. I done did too much for y'all. I feel I done went overboard. What y'all want, my blood? Whole church looking at me sideways, mess around with y'all. I ain't even Israel. Y'all still ain't happy till y'all use a Negro to death. That's what it is. That's what it is. And we still ain't being treated fair. That's what it is. Now, what's going to get some? No, she said, here we go. No, I got to. From the gate. Y'all don't think I feel some type of way? From the gate, say what y'all want. I already had a decent sized platform before Sister E jumped on Sunday Seminary, before I met Pastor Kelly, before my platform was bigger than Pastor Kelly Brown and Sister E put together. I rocked out with y'all. I feel some type of way. I can't lie. I feel some type of way. I rocked out with y'all. I watched that whole, what they would call moderate movement grow, no matter what. Berean ain't fair with y'all. Berean ain't right. Berean a user. I be up in all the comment sections looking at y'all. I'm good. I'm good. That's all I can say. I'm good. Come on, Sister E.
Why do you do that?
I feel because I feel some type of way.
But it has nothing to do with my question. I was asking.
Sister E, you don't ask 100,000 questions.
But didn't you say, okay, Sister E, say what you got to say, right?
I want you to say what you got to say. I'll put Garfield in the back. You want Garfield in the back? Whatever you want. Whatever the Israelites want. Put Garfield in the back. Put Garfield in the back, or you want me to call to get him deported to Jamaica? What gonna make the Israelites happy?
Why we got
he on there with a atheist? Anything I'm I can't lie. I feel some type of way. I'm stressed out 5 hours.
So you're trying to make me forget my
question. I'm muting myself. Go ahead.
Slick, sir. You're trying to make me forget my question. So going back to my original question was, you told me that Kelly, I guess, need to apologize to you. Now, again, going back to my original question, when Kelly was referencing that particular document, it had Mandingos in it, right? Nobody gonna answer my question?
Who's that for?
I'm asking 93. Anybody who?
Oh yeah. Hold on. I got you. The Mandingos, the Jolloffs. It was a couple African tribes, but the Mandingos territory that the Portuguese came in. Yeah.
So when you talked about the Lancados, and we were talking about the Lancados, and we talked through who the Lancados were, and you went to your secondary source. In that original source that we were talking about, the Portuguese that you were referencing, you said all Portuguese wasn't Lancados. So you assumed that the Portuguese in the reference that you were speaking of was talking about Lancados, right?
No, I didn't assume. I went off Peter Mark's breakdown of it as I showed. He called them Luso-Africans.
So he was referencing that particular source that.
Yeah, I read it.
But he was referencing the particular source that Garfield was speaking of.
Yeah, I could share it again.
Yeah, show me where he was is he specifically speaking to the particular source?
Yeah, and Sister E, I want to apologize for raising my voice. You didn't deserve that.
Fine. You're fine. I'm used to it. They do me like that.
No, it ain't right, because you remind me of my grams.
You calling me old, sir?
Oh no. I'm very young.
Think you slick.
I'm very young.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me go to it. And like I said, if I put that slide together wrong for Garfield, then so be it. But listen, this is the book. Portuguese style and Luso-African identity. This is page 26. So just to go down this highlighted portion right here, it talks about Luso-Africans, the English factor in the Gambia, Francis Moore. That is the guy who's being quoted, Francis Moore, whose extensive contact with Luso-Africans during 1732, during his 1732 stay, seems not to have engendered much respect for them. So he stayed with them around 1732 Luso-Africans. He described the quote-unquote Portuguese as speaking a sort of bastard language. Footnote 85. When I go to footnote 85, this is the same source y'all reading. Francis Moore travels in the inland parts of Africa, 1738, page 29. So when I go up to that source, the same source that Kelly Richardson is quoting, I took all the highlights out and stuff like that. I took all the highlights out. This is the same book. This is the same book. It does mention the Mandingo. Oh, I'm sorry, that ain't the right one. Is it this? It's this one. It does mention the Mandingos right here. The most numerous are called Mandingos, as is likewise the country where they inhabited. They're generally black and well set. When this country, is talking about the Mandingo still, was conquered by the Portuguese, which was about 1420, some of that nation, the Portuguese, settled in it, who have cohabitated, lived amongst, with the Mandingos, till the Portuguese, are now very near as black as they are. This is where This is where you can infer that these people are not black. They lived amongst and cohabitated until they became as black as the Mandingos. But as they still retain a sort of bastard Portuguese language called Creole. This cannot be the Mandingos. They didn't come in 1420. They didn't speak a bastard Portuguese language. And they Christian and married the help of a priest sent yearly over from St. Jago, one of the Cape Verde Islands. They, still talking about the Portuguese, they reckon themselves still as well as if they were actually white. So anybody asking for white, these people are as dark as the inhabitants now, and they're acting like they were still white. Nothing angers them more to call them Negroes. So he was saying they're not ashamed. I didn't say they was ashamed to be black. They don't like to be called black. Negro does mean black. There's no way. There's no games with that. Even if the text does say that's a term they only use for slaves, and they're not understanding the true meaning of the word, is the reason of them being so much affronted to it. That makes sense. If your progenitors were Portuguese, they weren't black, they became black, but you still want to hold on to that status of being Portuguese. You don't want to be looked at as the black people of the region because the black people are the ones going into slavery. Of course you wouldn't want to be called Negroes. That's just like mulattoes or Dominicans. I'm not black. That's like certain Hispanic. I'm not black, but yeah. So no, it doesn't explicitly say Lancados. Peter Mark knows that it's referring to Lancados, the Luso-Africans. So maybe this was presented to y'all wrong. And you know what? I'm man enough to own that if it was my slat, I should have set it up the way I wanted to set it up. Garfield was just, he was just going. But that still don't change Kelly Richardson's wrong interpretation. I'm not saying that he's deliberately trying to be deceptive or wrong. I think he just made a mistake when he read this, but he was, kind of coming hard at us when he made a mistake.
But wasn't he reading what was on the screen? Like this particular, because it talked about the Mandingo.
Yeah, he read this. And I don't know.
So if someone is acting white, are you saying that they are white?
Well, it says that the Portuguese cohabited with the Mandingos. Cohabited mean more than just living amongst. It also is an intimate relationship. And I have other sources that show that the Portuguese and the Portuguese Jews kept taking black women and became darker. So they became darker. But they knew they were Portuguese. They reckoned themselves still as well as if they were actually white, and nothing angers them to be called Negroes. They don't want to be called that because they probably most of the slaves being sold are black people. You don't want to be associated with the quote unquote lower class. So this is a term they only use for slaves, and they don't understand the true meaning of the word is the reason of them being so very much affronted to it. Because I'm sure, like they said, these people themselves were damn near as dark as the Mandingos. They probably didn't realize you just as black as the people you want to think you better than. So Kelly Richardson thought this was primarily the Mandingos. It's about Portuguese that mix with Mandingos.
Okay, and these are the Lancado Portuguese. That's what you're saying, the Lancados.
I use the word Luso-African because that's more so what Peter Mark used.
See, you answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, and you know what? I apologize because honestly, I've been watching you before you even knew who I was, and I promised myself I was going to be nice to that sweet lady. I said I'm going to be nice to this sweet lady, and I didn't get frustrated and acted all crazy.
No, you're good. I apologize. My question was, and I'm just looking at it from someone who, let's say, great example. I have a daughter. She's 19, so I'm not that old. And she was reading this, and she saw the summary and then saw the source. It wouldn't add up for her. And she'll be like, so why are they talking about this? And what it seems as if you had another source you wanted to use, but something else got used. And I guess Kelly referenced the Mandingo and then I guess Garfield mentioned the Landingos, and that didn't add up. So
yeah, Garfield executed that the way he wanted. But if this was my slat, I would have had the part before with the Peter Mark. But Garfield was moving fast in the guerrilla Hebrew debate. But I think it's just misunderstanding. Like I told when I came on here, Bareen, that I said I'm gonna be respectful. I'm not gonna say this man lied. I'm not gonna say this man is. All I'm saying is that his interpretation was wrong. And
but but 93, you see how she took her time and apologized, Sister Lewis. You see how she took her time and apologized to 93, and he talking about I was listening to you before. You see how they all want to hug and make up. You think after that rant I just had, Wiggins, you think she gonna turn around and be like, Berean, I'm sorry. I didn't never want to offend you. I know I aggravate you. She never apologized to me. Y'all notice that?
But
do y'all notice that?
I got
y'all
no
know how many
cause
years
to-
I knew her?
I got
I'm,
no
I'm
cause to
good.
talk to
I'm
this
good. I
woman
ain't
that
gonna even
way.
say nothing.
I
I ain't gonna
no
even
cause
say
to come at-
nothing.
I got no cause to come at people like that. It's just I'm sorry. I didn't even learn to show that much emotion. It's just frustration.
Well, I had to
But
kick Garfield out too. Go ahead, Garfield.
yeah.
All right, Garfield. Where
Am
do
I
we?
am I welcome? Am I welcome to come back?
No, I forgot I even kicked you out. She had me aggravated. She ain't thinking about
I'm
apologizing.
banished.
She ain't thinking
I'm
about
banished.
apologizing.
I'm banished.
I done laid a whole rant down. 93, this for you. Look at
I
Plumber.
got at the Jermaine Howard at 93 at the 93 dude. Why I gotta be a dude? Can I just be 93? Could any of their children have ended up in the slave trade? You know what? Garfield is my man, but it is not impossible for some Luso Africans to have, I don't know, a few of them, but I wouldn't say by and large we are the Luso Africans. I would say it's not impossible. We got to deal with the realm of possibility. Now, did they come here and continue that and all that? I don't think. But there is a book. I gotta beat.
Hold on. Yes, the Luso Africans could have come on the slave trade. Hold up. Let me bring a source. Peter Mark, and what's his name? Page 40. Right here. Hold on. Let me get it right.
Go to it.
Let me get it right. So we could be on the same page. Hold on 1 second. Peter Mark. Let me find that source. Here we go. How is it we find Jews in West Africa and we can't find anyone coming off a slave ship claiming to be an Israelite or Jew? Lisbon's New Christians, they took advantage of the presence of Dutch slave ships in Guinea to hitch a ride to Amsterdam or Rotterdam, often through America. They returned to the Petite Côte from Amsterdam, joined by Dutch Jews of Portuguese descent. Page 40. That's the same book, Peter Mark's book. So Jews are able to hitch a ride on slave ships. So if the Sephardic Jews are the ancestors of African Americans in America, why are they able to travel freely on slave ships and also return to Africa? This is something that you got to ask yourself. So yes, it is possible for Jews to be on slave ships. Yes, it is. I just wanted to add that. I hope that helps. And if you notice, all these countries where the Jews went to, Netherlands, France, Italy, England, Brazil, Suriname, Curacao, Santo Domingo, Jamaica, Barbados, Colombia, all the Jews went there and they built synagogues. All these places, they went there and they built synagogues in all these countries because they were able to practice their religion freely in these countries. Something to think about.
So I have a quick question. So I'm gonna go back to Garfield. I like to talk to Garfield. I like to irritate Garfield.
Not another question. Not in the name of the Lord. Another question?
I love
Garfield, y'all can't see what this is?
I'm gonna be
Y'all
quiet.
can't see this a spirit?
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm just gonna be silent.
Go ahead, Sister E. What's up, Sister E? Go ahead, man.
I'm good.
No. Go ahead. Because they're going to say, oh, Berean abuse, Sister E. Berean don't treat the Israelites right. Berean ain't fair. Come on, Sister E.
So have y'all seen Dante's new video where he talked about a Portuguese Jew coming out of I think Lisbon and in New Amsterdam, and they actually have a bust of this person.
What's the name? How many days ago he dropped it?
Was it D'Souza? Was it a bus of D'Souza thing?
Yes.
Bus of D'Souza, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he was of African descent. He looked like he was black.
Of course he was. He was
Felix D'Souza. He's Brazilian.
So my big question is do y'all think that there could have been black Jews, ethnic Jews?
Anybody, Jews can be any color.
I'm talking about ethnic, not converts. But I'm just saying because in your stance, Garfield, you think African is African, and African is we already know that it's vague. It's multiple tribes. Some were Hamitic, some were Shemitic, some were considered to be Jews. So what's your stance on that? Do you think possibly there were tribes in Africa that were black Jews that were considered to be, and not just black Jews in a convert standpoint, but bloodline Jews, Israelites?
Yeah, I think it's possible because if you look at it this way, look at the map that they have. This is the map of all the main people that claim that they're Jews, right? If you look at the Moroccan Jews used to travel to Timbuktu through Taout. So those Jews, they had people there that lived there that were actually ethnic Jews.
So do you think some of them could be over here and descendants of them?
Descendants of them. That's the thing though. That's the thing though. There is a map called there's a set of Jews called the Majorcan Jews, and they used to have the Catalan Atlas. And what happened is that map used to document all the Jews that were in West Africa and where they went. And what happened is the way how they document them, they pretty much know where the Jews were and where they went. The Jews from Timbuktu, they know most of them left and went back to Morocco back to Babylon or wherever. So as far as coming over as on the slave ships, I don't know. I don't see it. I really don't see any evidence of that. You see, people got to understand that wherever the Jews were, they cultivated and carried on a culture, and they always were into economics. They're always making money. They're trading. They're doing something. I don't see that with the African Americans or with the people coming over. I don't see that culture. You would see some sort of culture coming over. I see them practicing African stuff. I see them practicing different African traditions, but I don't see them doing anything with economics. I don't see anything carrying on like banking families. I don't see them doing any form of trading. Like I don't see them lending money to nations like what Deuteronomy talks about. I don't see none of that. I don't see it. I really don't see it.
Plumber, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one question. So we read the source. It said the Jews got with some negresses, right? And they had some children.
That ain't funny, bro.
No, I'm just saying. That's what it said, right? And they got with some children. I mean, they had children. So my question is, I'm a Roman Catholic, and I meet a woman, and she's a Buddhist, and so we have children together, and my children, the children follow the Roman Catholic religion. Are they converts to Roman Catholicism? Hello?
The children, they'll be born into that religion, right?
So they're not right. So my point is they're not converts to Roman Catholicism. Okay, so these kicked out Jews come over to Africa, and they get with some negresses.
Come on, man.
And
Black women.
Children. I mean, that's what they said on the thing, right? So they
cats was
children.
Racist, man.
I'm not racist. I'm believing.
No, I said them cats that wrote that.
Yeah, they're racist. I agree. So they have some children.
They're born Jews.
Right. That's my point. Now, my next point, my next thing. They was over there, the first group that went over there was over there about 150 years before the second group went over there, right? And I mean, and how many children? I mean, how long? If you've got 150 years, how many kids? How many kids you think you have in your family? So you and your mom, you and your wife have a baby, have a baby, and then your baby goes out and has 2 babies, and then his baby go out and they have 3 babies apiece. So I mean, it gets fast. It builds up real quick, and then you also showed the source that they mixed Judaism and Catholicism, right?
Well, that's crypto Jews. I'm
saying,
Jews.
Didn't you show the source?
Yeah, they was pretending to be Christians. They were still Jews. They was crypto Jews.
Okay, now look. So if you got children that really ain't even into Judaism because they got snatched up when they was real little. My whole point is this: to say that, and I'm going to keep reiterating this because there's too many gaps. There's too many things going on to show that why somebody wouldn't be practicing a certain thing by the time slavery comes around, because you got a couple 100 years in there before slavery hits. And you got some of them weren't even raised as Jews. They was raised as Christians, even though they were ethnically Jews, right? And then you got some of them, they're mixing up stuff. You feel me? Because the mom's not Jewish. I mean, you got all these factors and all these things. So all I'm saying is to sit here and definitively say that there was no ethnic Israelites or ethnic Jews on a slave ship and just talk about, oh yeah, they could hitchhike and catch a ride and all that. I mean, I hear that. I'm sure some did do that. And then you got to take in this factor too. You just read it yourself that some of them folks was like, man, I don't even want to be called a Negro.
Yeah.
So what do you think? And we can see this in our own society.
Yeah.
You got some white people that hate black people, and their daughter go out and they
Afro Latinos.
And I'm saying, and they go out and have some babies, and then you got some white parents that won't even accept them little black babies. You understand? Mm-hmm. You feel me? So, and then you got these black children which are really mixed children, but their skin is brown now. So in our society, they consider to be black, and white people don't accept them, especially if you're talking about back in the, I mean, we can go back 60, 70 years ago. Mm-hmm. You see what you see what I'm getting at?
I get what you say. Are you familiar with Cape Verdeans?
Yeah, and the Cape Verdeans, yeah. I mean,
they came here of their own.
Light-skinned people speak Creole, right?
And you know who a lot of their fathers formerly Sephardi
Jews.
Yes, a lot of them are, but they came over here willingly now.
If they come to the United States, what they gonna call them?
I don't know. You know what?
They gonna call them black, ain't they?
But they called them Black Portuguese in certain sources.
So that's my whole point. That's the whole point of
But they didn't come here as slaves, though. Cape Verdeans came here because of whaling back in the late 1800s.
That's fine. That's fine.
So they didn't come in the slave trade.
Well, that's fine. My point is this, that them children would be considered black people today. And my whole point is that we keep arguing about black and white, and y'all trying to get it stuck. I'm not saying just y'all, Israelites do it too. They can't see past black and white. And so we over here trying to prove that African Americans ain't none of them no Jews, but that just can't. I mean, we're looking at too many possibilities for that they can be, and they can come over here looking white. At the end of the day, I mean, looking black. At the end of the day, all that stuff, man, that's 1,000 years ago. You feel what I'm saying? It's 1,000 years ago. They might have went from white to black, back to white again, back to black again by then, because that's a lot of time. So the whole point is this, regardless of the fact of the matter, there are, and I'm not going to say every, and I don't think any Israelite says every African American is black, as probably except for camps, is black people. But the fact of the matter is, there are quite a few of us that, that consider ourselves Israelites. And like I was telling Garfield the last time he was on here, that, I had the Most High showed me this in a dream 12 years ago. And then I look at my
Are you sure it was the Most High?
Then I'm sure, but my problem is that I don't think that you're somebody that can qualify that, since you're kind of a detractor in that area. You feel me? So to even discuss that with you in that kind of nature, like, am I sure, would be useless, because I'm sure every believer knows who's talking to him.
Yeah.
You feel me? So
what
my point
language,
is this.
What language did the Most High
this.
talk to you in? What language? Was it English?
My point is this. My point is this. So that happens before I see any of the evidence, years before I see any of the evidence. And then here comes all this evidence that we're talking about now, sources and all these different things. And then guess what? I go and hit my DNA. My DNA take me right over to the Iberian Peninsula, right there in the spot where them Portuguese Jews were at back then. My DNA take me down there, down South Africa with them Limba. My DNA take me over there to the west coast of Africa and the Congo and Angola in that area. So I'm just saying, man. I mean, y'all up here trying to disprove, and I don't even understand the point or the reason why we got, because I looked at your page, Garfield, and I went through that thing, and you got hours and hours and hours of nothing but coming down on black folks and their movements. You against ADOS, you against, it's just black folks. I don't see you coming down on the white folks' movements. All you talk about on your page, on your YouTube channel, is black folks, and you coming against every movement black folks is trying to set up for the betterment of black people. So I don't even. That's what I'm saying. What is your point? What is the point? I'm asking you. I'm asking 90. I'm asking 93. I'm asking my dude 93. What is the point behind all this that y'all doing?
I like that. My dude 93, not just that dude. I ain't just no dusty dude from around the corner.
I said my dude that time, brother.
I got you. I'm that dude. I'm chilling. No, but so you asking our motives why we doing this?
Yeah, what's the purpose?
Well, Garfield, I don't know if you want to go first, but me personally, I've disagreed with the notion that all African Americans are Hebrew Israelites. First, it was Deuteronomy 28, then it was certain sources, and I usually try to keep it to myself, but when I go into certain places, I'm seeing it more and more. That along with the Aboriginal thing, it seems like to us. To me and Garfield, we spoke about it. There seems to be a nobody accepts the West African heritage. It has to be exotic Negroes. We had to come from somewhere else. The same thing we dealt with the Egyptians, the Moors, the Native Americans. And so I looked into the claims and a lot of these claims are debatable. Now, if we left y'all alone, because honestly, I think about that. I'm like, why am I harassing these people? If we left y'all alone, I wonder would we still have people that kind of blanket us all and make us feel like y'all are trying to, I don't want to say force, but like y'all trying to just make us all Hebrews without acknowledging we all have a diverse origin. If individuals can prove that they Hebrews, I have no right to try to say you're not a Hebrew if you can prove it. Same with the Abos. Same with anybody from Africa. But
well,
I mean,
really, brother, you don't have
hold
the
on.
right
Let me
to tell
respond.
anybody who they
Let me
are.
respond.
Anybody can choose who they want to be. That's one. That's number one, because you're just a man
hey.
like me. So
First
just
of
like
all,
I told Garfield last week, you don't qualify or disqualify anybody. You did.
Hey,
So, but anyway, and isn't if we're talking about 1,000 years ago, and these Lancato Jews are being, and they got kids with African women, so wouldn't that be part of West African heritage at this point? I mean, you're talking about 1,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, they definitely.
Okay. Hold on, 93. Hold on 1 second. Let me respond to what he said. First of all, I'm not against any movement. I could talk about any topic I want on my channel. So don't come on here and spread lies. If I talk about
everybody go read it, look at it themselves.
Plumber, be quiet when I'm talking, bro. I gave you your respect. Why you can't have some discipline? You're supposed to be the Israelite, right? With the discipline, right? Relax.
Hold on. Go ahead and talk.
All right. All right. So now, first and foremost, I have the right to publicly say anything I want on my channel or anywhere I go and speak. The thing is, I think that African Americans are basically a bunch of identity thieves. And the reason why I say that is every other month, African Americans and black folks on a whole are something else. In Jamaica, now they're saying in Jamaica that the Jamaicans are saying they're Moors. They never said that growing up. I never heard the word Moor until I came to this country. Now all of a sudden, everybody in Jamaica want to be a Moor. In America, you always have different titles to try to draw people and scam them out of who they are. Everybody's ashamed to be African, to be West African. The reason is because of that word Ham again, because we think Hamite is a bad thing. So those Ham people are bad people. And the truth of the matter is, most of us are West and Central Africans. Our DNA tells it. Our sickle cell trait tells us this, second Exodus. And the truth of the matter is we hate Africa so much because of this whole Hamite theme that the Africans are Hamites, that we don't want to be that. So we have to be from the ancient Near East. We have to be chosen because we don't have an identity. Listen to Tudor Parfit. He wrote that we adapted this Israelite trope because of slavery. That's what he teaches. So when people try to use Tudor Parfit against me, I'm laughing because this is a man that thinks that y'all bullshitting. Elder Wiggins keeps asking this question, and I have to respond to him. Garfield, God scattered Judah into the four corners of the earth as slaves. How and when did Judah come into America as slaves? If he was listening earlier,
when the Bible is written, the Bible is written in a context of the ancient Near East. The ancient Near East is the entire world. America is not in the Bible. Jamaica is not in the Bible. West Africa is not in the Bible. China, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, not in the Bible. Iceland is not in the Bible. So at the end of the day, the context of the entire earth is in the ancient Near East. So it's wherever Shem, the countries with Shem in the Table of Nations is, wherever the countries for Ham is, and wherever the countries for Japhet is. That is the entire world for the Bible.
But you do know the Bible is set in Africa and what you call in the Near East.
No.
I mean, you do know that most of the characters in that Bible, especially in the Old Testament,
black, right? We're black, right?
African. Hold on, they're Hamite and
There's
Shemite.
no such. I don't believe in Hamites. I don't believe.
That's okay, but we're talking. You decided that you was going to talk about the setting of the Bible, so let's talk about the setting of the Bible. So hold on. So a lot of people, yeah, and you said we hate being Hamite. I just really. I don't agree with you. I think that this is something, and here's the problem. The Israelites that come on Berean's channel, we do not follow camp doctrine. We denounce camp doctrine. And many of the things that the camps say, we don't feel or think like they do, but we constantly get you kind of guys out of the Christian community and from you guys that are coming at us trying to argue against what you done heard them brothers saying. But the problem is, because y'all keep going this way, y'all don't even hear what we're saying. Because a year ago, I've heard for the last year, 30 different Israelites get up here and say that, it's not about black and white. They don't believe all black people are Israelites. But y'all keep coming at these arguments like we make them. And we ain't even the ones making these arguments.
Can I ask you one question?
So hold on. You said something very particular that kind of picked a nerve with me. You said you African Americans, right? And so I think you should notice that many African Americans see this. They see people, blacks from Jamaica, blacks from Cuba, blacks from these other places, everywhere else in Africa too. Everywhere else but from America seem not to like blacks from America. It's like they racist against us just like the white people. And so you just told on yourself, because you just said the reason why I try to down these little things is because y'all are impersonators. Y'all are stealers. Did I say?
Hold on. Did I just say Jamaican? Did I just say Jamaicans trying to be Moors now? That they are.
Yeah, but why? Because African Americans, right? No, that's how you explain it. That's exactly how you explain it.
Listen to me, my brother. I said Jamaicans are trying to be Moors. I grew up I never even heard the word Moor. They fake as hell in Jamaica too. It's not about I said black people. I said African Americans. Then I said black people on a whole. Listen carefully before you jump the gun. Relax yourself. We always trying to be. We always trying to be what we are not, and it's because we are a kidnapped victims. That's why we don't know who we are. We're kidnapped victims who were brought into this part of the world. We didn't ask to be here, so all of a sudden we trying to find an identity, and we use the Bible to find that identity, and that's all it is. So if you weren't an Israelite tomorrow, you didn't claim an Israelite tomorrow, how would your life change?
If I didn't,
yeah. How would your life change?
I don't know, bro. I don't know how it would change, because that's not gonna happen. So I really don't know.
No, I'm just saying, because I live by the principle of treating people the way I want to be treated. So at the end of the day, if I was to claim I'm an Israelite or a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or a Buddhist, I would be the same person. It's just that would just be my own personal thing that I follow. But once you go in public now and say, hey, I believe this, you're now open for criticism from anybody. So if I come on and criticize something, nobody should be mad. Just like anybody could come on and criticize Garfield. I'm not saying that you're mad. You're trying to find a way to be something that you're really not. And when you have to go around in circles to try to be something, you're really not that. It's supposed to be natural.
When another man tells me I'm not something,
but I'm just saying, if you're truly that, though, you wouldn't be fighting to be that.
Well, the thing is, when another man that can bleed like me and can die like me and all that other stuff tries, and he ain't even a real scholar, he trying to tell me something, I mean, come on now. What's this? And when I go and I look at his page and I see everything he coming against is black folk, and well, maybe he don't think he black. I know y'all got a caste system over there. So when I see that, I mean, that's a problem for me, man. That's a problem for me.
I have never come at any black people.
Okay, how do you? I heard you talking about the ADOS. I heard you talking about their little movement.
Okay, so what did I say? Hold on.
They say they descendants of slaves. Are they imposters? Are they trying to take somebody else's identity?
Hold on, Mr. Misinformation. What did I say about ADOS?
I heard you talking bad about them, man.
What
I heard
did
you
I
talking
say?
about not respecting. Yeah, I heard you talking to another brother.
What
look,
did I say?
It's been a while ago, but I'm going to tell you like this: you didn't have
no,
because
you have to be truthful.
Listen, I don't have to be anything.
Let me tell you.
I don't have to be anything, but I want to be. But I'm going to tell you, I didn't hear nothing positive come out your mouth about ADOS, man.
Well, you're a liar.
I didn't hear nothing positive.
Well, you're a liar because you know what? For several mornings, I was the one chanting and pushing for reparations for ADOS, calling congressmen live on my radio show for over a year. So that's something positive. The next thing is I was the one pushing their program for reparations, HR 40. Although people don't.
Yeah, I did hear you say that. You're not against.
I
heard you say you're not against reparations.
I'm against Yvette.
I heard you say you're not against reparations.
I'm against Yvette and Tone. I'm not against ADOS.
Yeah, I did hear you say that.
I'm against Yvette and Tone. I think they don't know what they're doing. I think they're clowns, both of them. But ADOS is ADOS. I love ADOS, but I don't like Yvette and Tone. So get it right. Please come on here and represent properly. Don't be a false witness.
Okay, all I can do is represent. All I can do is represent my interpretation. Just like when y'all read.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video?
Just like when everybody's reading.
Hold on. Did you see the video?
Hold on.
Let me ask you a question.
All they can do is represent their interpretation of the source, whether it's scripture, whether it's a video, whether it's a scholar. All you can do is represent your interpretation of what you reading or seeing or hearing, and that's all I did. I didn't come on here to lie on you. I came on here to tell you I came on here to tell you my interpretation.
All right.
Hold on one second, Barry.
I want to say something after Garfield goes.
Plumber, did you see the videos when I was talking to the ex-cons in South Carolina? The annual thing that I do every year in South Carolina. Did you see that video?
Didn't see that.
Okay. Did you see the video when I was on the panel with the commissioner of police from Kentucky talking about problems to solve in Louisville, Kentucky? Did you see that video?
Well, it's been a couple months since I watched you.
Okay. Did you see the videos when I spoke to the graduates of Allen University about going into the workforce?
No.
Okay, so you never saw nothing positive on my channel.
How old are those videos?
Those videos are recent videos.
Right. Like I just said, I ain't watched you in about 6-7 months, bro. I ain't watched the video, but I know when I did watch it.
But I'm just saying,
I know when I did watch them, that's all I saw was negativity towards other black people. Now, get this. So you doing something different? I applaud you for that.
No. Those are old videos, but I just want to know if you saw those because you only seem to see the negative stuff. That's all. I just wanted to make sure you saw the positive stuff. That's all. Just want to make sure what you're looking for.
I'm not over here trying to down, bro. I just wanted to know what your purpose was. I just want to know what y'all's purpose was and what y'all doing.
My purpose is to put the truth out there. That's all it is, the truth. That's it. If I'm lying or if I have misinformation, that means I have to take back what I said before and change it. So that means when I put a challenge out, like Plumber, the challenge that I put out that I have not seen any person that came off a slave ship claiming to be a Hebrew Israelite or a Jew. Hold on 1 second, sister. And a brother brought up that, what about the Yah names? I don't know if people know this, but the names, there was only like 81 names with the Yah name in it. And those people never came to the Americas. Those people left from Africa and went back to Africa. I hope people know that. All right, just for the record. And by the way, to those Yah names are not really the names on the record. Those were names manufactured by translators who couldn't speak English, just for the record.
All right, thank you. I'm about to get off. I just wanted to ask your brothers that, man. I appreciate your answers, though.
No beef.
Sister, you wanted to say something?
Yes. I owe you an apology. I owe Bree an apology. And I owe 93 an apology. I came on early and I was irritated with the way you was phrasing things about.
Hold on there. Who is this speaking? I'm sorry. Who's speaking?
I think that's Shari.
Oh, Shari. What's up, sis? What's up? I got to check out your channel.
Yeah, so that's first off. I apologize to everybody, the chat and the panel, especially. Number two, I agree with you, 93, that we shouldn't be saying all African Americans are descendants of Israelites, because that's not the case, especially when you look at the DNA. That's number two. And number three, on the flip side, you also shouldn't be saying that none of us have any evidence to prove that we are either descendant of West African Jews or descendants of any type of Jews that come from Africa, because some of us do have that evidence. Okay, so it's just, wording is very important, and how you phrase stuff is very, very important. And
Do you mean like
tone also is
absolutes?
very, very important.
Do you mean like absolutes? I agree with you if you mean when you're speaking in a scholarly term or way, you shouldn't speak in absolute. So I agree with that.
Right, exactly.
As far
Thank
as
you.
evidence that people, I think there's people in the Americas right now that come from Jews in West Africa. The guy that was on my channel, Ahab Ever, he's the evidence of that. He was a Sephardic Jew, the descendant of Sephardic Jews. So that's no doubt. To say that we come from ancient Israelites from 2,700 years ago, I find that very hard to believe, and it's a very hard task to prove. So that's what I'm looking for somebody who, I mean, saying that a Jew come off a slave ship as a slave, somebody who was a Jew, it's something I have never seen. I've never seen evidence for it. If there's evidence for it, please provide it. I'm willing to learn. I don't know
Dante
everything.
got a show tomorrow. You might want to tune in for that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Is the sources that he's going to show. I'm very familiar with what he's going to show.
But that's just really what I wanted to say. You know, the apology, and just really be careful, especially when you say that we're being identity thieves, because you're encompassing a lot of people in that. When you say Black people and African Americans, number one, all African Americans aren't even related, right? You have different African Americans that come from different regions of the world. So just, be very cautious, because that's what's
Sister Shari, can I respectfully say this though? You know the claim when people say that they're Israelites and using the Bible, you know they're claiming that they're ancient Israelites, right?
Okay, and people can make the claim, and if they have the intent
to claim that you're an ancient Israelite and you're basically a Western Central African, I think somebody's being an identity. Hold on, let me be careful. They're either being an identity thief or it's a case of mistaken identity. Okay?
Or many of the tribes in West Africa have oral history and all these other things that pinpoint them coming from ancient Israel, or from anything that's related to ancient Israelites. So it could be that, but you have to get into the weeds of that and don't make blatant statements on both sides. I'm talking about both people.
I know.
So I'm not, just saying. I'm saying everybody.
I've read David Goldenberg's work. I've read Robin Law's work. I've read the oral traditions. I've gone deep into it. I know what the root is. Trust me, I've gone deep. I've gone into all the oral traditions. I know where most of them come from. The only one that's practically almost legitimate is the one from the Ashanti tribe. That's the only one that's a legitimate claim that I have no way of saying what is legit or what is not legit. I can't say nothing about it. There's one specific tradition that they have that is actually legitimate, that can't be explained. So at the end of the day, most of these traditions come out of Islamic rulership between 800 AD and 1500 AD, and tradition, because most of the oral traditions were fixed. They were saying something else before. Remember, we have records from the Arabic community when they're telling us what their oral tradition is. Then 100 years later it changed, and 100 years later it changes. And by the time the missionaries and the Jews come in, it changes again. So if you have a tradition of an oral tradition saying one thing and it changes every 200-300 years, you must have an idea based off anthropological works what is legit and what is not legit, especially after 1980. A lot of the oral traditions changed after 1980, after the Ethiopians were airlifted to Israel. A lot of people started claiming Israel after 1980. A lot of these oral traditions are new. Just for the record. One thing somebody asked me that I really want to answer in the chat. Somebody said something that was very, very important. Are Dante's sources legit? I'm going to tell you right now. I've seen a lot of videos and I've seen a lot of things that he says. If Sister E is as vigilant with what we went through tonight, if she's with Dante that way, she'd find that 99% of Dante's stuff, you could just walk right through it. And I'm not being disrespectful by saying that. I've just looked at the work that the brothers on my team have done in researching Dante It's just that we don't even come out with videos half the time because it don't make no sense. People just because Dante writes something and source it, they say, oh, it's legit. Nobody fact checks Dante because he believes as you believe. So you're going to be like, oh, Dante said it, so it's true. And I'm not. Everybody have the right to make their own decision. So if you believe Dante because he believes what you believe, then you're not going to like my opinion. Because most of the sources, people have to review me. I like to be fact checked. I don't mind. I'm not offended by Sister E or Brother Kelly making a video. I'm not offended. I'm glad. It gives me, now I got eartime on Brother Bereen that a lot of people hate when I'm on here.
Right.
So
I love
nothing negative for me. You know what I'm saying? So I want people to fact check me and say, Garfield, I love when Plummer come on. I love when Wiggins come on. I love when people come on. I love when you come on. I say, come on, Garfield. You think you got that work? I got that work too. You know what I'm saying? So if it's the people who don't want to be challenged, those are the people like Dante. I said Dante, he was in my inbox the whole night. I said, come on, Brother Bereen, bring the source. Now he has to make a video, make money off the video to tell you something that might not even be true.
Well, you can't say that claim about me because my channel is small and I'm not monetized.
Not you.
I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general, just go, fact check my videos. Please do.
No,
I encourage everybody.
Abu gave you the thumbs up. So if Abu gave you the thumbs up, Abu is trust me, Abu would beat me up in a heartbeat. So if I'm wrong, Abu gonna tell me, Faithful gonna tell me. And that's another thing too. When you have people around you that will tell you that you're wrong, Shari, make sure when you're making videos, make sure you got like 4 or 5 people who will tell you, not because they like you because you sound cute. They'll tell you, hey sis, this is wrong, and tell you in your face. The people that hide behind your back and try to tell, I'm gonna tell Brother Bereen about her video, man. Her video is whack. Those are the people you gotta be scared of. Them believers, you gotta run far from them. The people that's gonna tell you in your face you're wrong and point it out to you and be respectful about it. Those are the people you respect. But Dante, I applaud his efforts. I'm not going front because any man that have the time to go through these sources and try to put them out or whatever, I'm telling you, there's a lot of brothers and sisters in the Hebrew community that does real research. But what happened is most of them have yes men around them, so they can't have people to correct them. You understand what I'm saying? If I'm wrong with what Sister E said tonight, I can't be offended. I gotta be like, you know what? The next time I'm doing something, I gotta be better in explaining it better. And 93 is right. The actual slide before actually explained everything, but I was just going too fast. So whoever caught that part of the video, but it was a debate and I was rushing, so I was all over the place. But but sister, I'm gonna definitely check out your videos. I don't know if you have Facebook. Just check me out on Facebook and send me an inbox, and just send me your videos, and I'll check them out and let you know. I'll give you an honest opinion. As a matter of fact, I'll play them on my channel. And then give you an opinion because I don't really watch videos a lot. I'll just put it on my channel and just critique it right there live. I'll just let you know what it is.
That's fine. Just keep it as respectful as possible because I do hit back and feel like I'm getting disrespected. But if it's on a critique, I don't mind.
I'll never disrespect a woman. No, I'm not disrespecting.
Don't come on now, don't lie.
No, I'm not disrespecting no woman. Nope.
Hey, but now look.
I talk about your weave though, but I don't disrespect.
You crazy.
I don't wear weave, baby. All natural.
We've been dealing with these sources. There's been that's why I always like to have face.
Somebody asked if you had a channel 93.
Man, I'm not finna be. Well, yes, I have a channel. I put one video up, but I don't plan to do a bunch of videos.
Catch him on my channel, brother.
Dagger Squad, Bereen, Sonetta TV, because I want to do other stuff other than this. I don't want to be, because I go to the gas station. People are like, hey, that's 93. You're the guy that talk about the Hebrew. I'm like, well, how do you know who I am? Bring this juice up, man. I be getting noticed at Subway, and I'm like, bro, you don't even know what I look like, yo. So nah. And also, like I said, I don't like making long videos back and forth when they don't yield anything. I'd rather just talk to people or have a debate or
can I say something? Can I get you in trouble for a minute?
Hell no. I mean, heck no.
Right now, 93 has a truce, right? So he won't make any videos about Dante or whatever, right? They have a truce.
Yeah, because he's a researcher.
If you check out his previous videos, wow. I see why Dante wanted a truce with this guy, Remember this. Dante wants a truce with 93 for a reason.
You just broke the truth, bro. You just disrespected this man.
Go back and look why he wants a truce.
Where's Elder Mike? Come pray this troublemaker spirit away.
So now you just did. Come on, bro. I ain't said nothing, bro. I don't
You
want
ain't
to
said nothing. I said it.
Listen. Let me honestly say this. I really don't like making, because I made long 3-hour videos. I don't like doing that, and it didn't get me anywhere. So I said, hey, we might as well not talk about each other, because if anybody don't want to debate, because a lot of these fellas, they don't really like debating us. They like to look at us as deceptive, and that'll be the reason they don't debate us. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you guys are liars and you're deceptive. I can never talk to you. But they'll still make videos about us, and that's the problem. I'm like, well, I'm doing this basically chasing you. I don't like chasing people. I ain't chasing no guys, you know? So we have this discussion, we have these debates, and we move on.
Hey,
we don't have to
Charles Jordan got a good question. He said, how can you say that, Gar? I know he's talking to me, when you just argue the fact that ancient Israelites had kids with African women? Wouldn't that mean those kids have ancient Israelite blood, or the Portuguese Jews not ancient? Well, yes, they have Israelite blood in them, but you see, the thing is, those people the kids would be part of the Luso-African folks who would help. You remember the Luso-Africans, their job was fostering the trade, or fostering the slaves to the ships, meaning that to the dealerships. They were like the in-between to cut deals, to make money for the African tribe leaders. So at the end of the day, their job was to help with the slave trade. So the children had a job. It was a purpose for the Luso-Africans. It was a purpose for them looking like Africans. So people need to remember that. So because they are children of those people, some of their jobs was to help with the slave trade and bringing, slaves to the ships and fostering the trade. As sad as it is. I mean, Jonathan Shorsh pointed out a lot of that stuff with the Sephardic Jews. It's sad. So it's sad if we want to claim Sephardic Jews when they were a part of the slave trade too. It's just the facts. We can't lie about it. It's just the truth. So if we want to claim the Sephardic Jews had kids and all that stuff, okay, the kids helped with the slave trade. They helped with the slave trade.
But they don't want to be, they seem not to want to be them. They want to be like a original Bantu Black African kind of independent stock of Jew. They don't want to be the children of the ones who mixed or converts. If you trying to be,
Who's
the ones who give me resistance, they say that's wrong. You saying that they're originally, the daddies was white. And I'm like, well, I mean, if you're a Jew, you're a Jew. You have the lineage.
Yeah, because I don't think
my channel is called Brother Garfield Podcast.
So I don't take that stance. Even if you were a convert, let's say, or even a recent convert, according to the scriptures, you're grafted in. Believe in Messiah. You believe in all that stuff.
There you go.
That's
hey,
me.
but sis,
that's where I'm at.
But sis, did you know that they're in the before 1800s? You didn't find anybody believe in the way you do, though. Did you know that?
Yeah,
unless they were a Christian. Unless they were a Christian.
Unfortunately, it is like that. Unfortunately,
so that's why I'm saying culturally, for me to say that somebody got off a ship believing that, it's hard. And then what I find is that a lot of folks in this era, African Americans, Jamaicans, Cubans, and all these people in these lands, they are attaching themselves to the Sephardic Jews who weren't slaves, who were basically runaways or exiles who ended up in these countries not being a slave. So because they practice Judaism, they say, "I see, we are the Sephardic. Yeah, you're Sephardic. So, but you weren't a slave." So we are connecting ourselves to people who weren't a part of the slave trade. That's the issue I have.
Oh, I go with the limba for myself because that's what comes up in my DNA is limba. So that's what I go with.
But the limba not for the males though is a connection, not the limba to the females. I hope you understand that part. The limba for the females. The limba for the females. The limba for the females are not the ones that were tested and attached to the ancient Israel. It's not them. It was the males. 50%.
I'm very well aware. Yes, I'm very well aware. But it doesn't matter because on my maternal side, I would still be it would still be relevant because you could still be an Israelite through your mother.
What's your maternal DNA?
My maternal haplogroup is L3.
L3. Okay, so is mine.
Yeah, so my maternal haplogroup.
But with your GED match, that's when you're connected to the lemma, right?
Are y'all some L3s, huh? Y'all left Africa, huh? y'all ain't rocking with me. I'm L2B2. I stayed right where I was. Y'all just left.
Most High had other plans for my ancestors, apparently.
But sis, you're safe though. You're safe in the conversation. You're very comfortable. You know why? Because you agree that people could be drafted in.
Yeah, of course. The scripture tells us this.
Oh, so you see, I wouldn't argue with you then. Why would I debate you?
I don't debate. I just have discussions.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't make that sense. Because if you're saying that you want to follow, you see, that's what the Jews are doing in Africa right now. That's why they have the Jewish organization in Africa. They basically turning it like Christianity, so having all these people convert to Judaism. That's what they're doing. So all these tribes saying, "Hey, we connected to Judaism," they just go there and then they basically register them and get them, like registered, do the halakha, whatever they do and whatever. But those people are just drafted. They're just saying, "Hey, you're gonna be saved. You're now grafted into the Jewish movement," which is cool. I could be a Jew. 93 could be a Jew. Berean could be a Jew. It's all good.
You already know Berean Falacia. I mean,
Berean is a secret Israelite. Garfield, do you believe in Shem, Ham, and Japheth as far as symbolic? It's a symbolic story. That's what makes the Bible so unique. That storyline. That's why the Bible couldn't copy from Kemet, because there's no Shem, Ham, and Japheth story in Kemet. And the Bible follows a 7-day week, and Kemet follows a 10-day week.
Oh, man.
So there's a lot of things that but I don't believe in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I think it's a storyline that was written by people, the priesthood. That's how I look at it.
Somebody dropped the HBO Max level subscription question. You know what I'm saying? I could use that 10 right now. Show me a scripture that describes the ancient Jews as white, not sources. Deal with the Bible. We know that Judah, Levi, and Benjamin.
Solomon 5:10. How about Solomon 5:10?
Proof with the scriptures they white.
Hold on. Solomon 5:10. That's what they read at King James' funeral to prove that he was white. Solomon 5:10.
You lying, bro?
I swear to you, I got the primary. They read Solomon 5:10. Hold on, let's bring it up on the screen.
King James?
5:10. King James, yeah, at his funeral. Solomon 5.
What was the Duke of Buckingham? Was he there? What was the other fellow? Then they had the little back door thing when he was coming. No, he was trying to protect him.
It says, "My beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000." And they read the white as literal. We know it doesn't mean literal white. It means like glowing. But they said that he was, "My beloved is white," just like King Solomon, King James was white and ruddy. Yeah, they read it at his funeral.
Yeah, white skin is a relatively new thing anyway. It's only about 8,500 years old. And the allele for white skin, the allele is a gene within your DNA. That originated out of the Caucasus with the haplogroup J, the Hurrians, and all the other people. So that's where that came from. And it has to do with your body being able to absorb sunlight, produce vitamin D, and all these other things to help with all the other necessary things that you need in your body to function as it pertains to UV and all, and et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like to take the academic approach, the scholarly approach to this, because when you get into the weeds of interpreting the scripture, you're arguing your interpretation, and that's, for me personally, that's not necessarily fruitful, as opposed to going to hard facts such as DNA, historical evidence, et cetera, et cetera.
The brother King Nebuchadnezzar said that the word Egypt was translated to Ham. Let me just break down something to the brother. Egypt was named after Ham through a literal person. Okay. Now watch this. What was Egypt's name originally? Let me ask King Nebuchadnezzar in the chat this. What was Egypt's name originally? Because in the Bible it's Mizraim. What was Egypt's name originally? The oldest name that we have for Egypt.
I ain't gonna take a crack at it. I don't know. The oldest name for Kemet in the written record.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get 3 tries? Tameri. I know it wasn't Mizraim is not what they called themselves, was it? It was Tameri, something like that. I'm a little rusty on my Kemet stuff, man. I'm gonna have to go call Shaka Atmos. Bareen, you want to have Shaka Atmos on your show?
Nah, I'm good.
Oh man.
But yeah, that's all I came on to do. Just kind of clear the air with y'all. You know.
Oh, it's cool. It's cool.
Make those
That's
couple
what's up.
points.
That's what's up.
You know.
That's what's up.
Hey, she came
But
here
this
with
is
the
for
sword.
everybody. Just for everybody. Israelites, non-Israelites. You know, be careful how you word stuff. Be careful of your tone when you're coming at people, because you know this internet is crazy, and you can mistake and misrepresent a lot of things for a lot of people. And you know, we got to set the example if we're gonna be the light and we're gonna be Israelites. We can't be out here getting on our feelings too quick and easy and stuff like that. We got to get a better handle of that as Israelites.
Yeah. When it says black, by the way, we got to be careful when use the word black, like in Jeremiah 14:2, in Job 30:30, in Lamentations. What happened is the black doesn't necessarily mean black. It's used figuratively. And we got to be careful when we use the word black when you read in the Hebrew. When it says I'm black but comely, in this sense, it's actually talking about how she looks, how the lady looks. All right, it's not talking about Solomon, by the way, which a lot of people used to think Solomon 1:6 is talking about Solomon. It's not talking about Solomon. It's actually talking about a woman. Garfield, if you don't believe in God, I don't believe in the God of Israel. No, I don't. How are you going to believe in the biblical prophecy for Israel? First of all, biblical prophecy, you have to look at the context of it. And I don't want to talk about that on Brother Bareen's channel.
Hey, I took you serious when you said you worship cats.
Worship cats. I sacrifice cats in my home because my name is Garfield. So what should I do?
That's why we can't find him.
Oh, God. And I never call myself an atheist. I've never called myself. I always call myself an agnostic. You know, I don't say yay or nay. I'm just there. So, let me see if there's any other questions.
Then we can close out because I got a couple things to say before we close out. Oh, go back to that. Who was that? Thank you very much, ma'am. I try. I wish I didn't have that little bout of frustration, but you know, everybody, this had you cut your teeth over here, Bareen. You know, you cut your teeth, man.
Yeah.
So you're telling me white means white, but black? No. I was talking in the context of King James, his funeral. The context of his funeral, they were saying that it meant literally white. They did mean that.
Oh man.
93 on here, not 93. Second Exodus on here hours later. Go, come on, Second Exodus.
Yeah, I just finished studying some Hebrew.
Oh Lord.
How are you guys doing?
Say Second Exodus in Hebrew. Let me hear.
That's right. I don't know what you all discussed just now, but earlier when you all were talking about the importance of identity, I think that's why there should be a focus on history, migration patterns based on genetics, and maybe biblical prophecy for some people. So, you know, that's why I kind of focus on the haplogroups. It has nothing to do with your skin color. I think of haplogroups as your last name, like your father's last name. Whoever your father marries, they inherit that last name, and the children inherit the last name. And so Drake is a great example. Drake is what we call biracial, but he's not really biracial according to the Bible, because you go by the father's lineage. So, when Drake marries another woman that has more features from a different family, that kid is going to inherit more features, but that kid is still going to have Drake's last name, and that kid is going to have Drake's haplogroup. And so it doesn't matter what you look like because looks are fluid. You can change looks like you change clothes.
Hey, second Exodus, you deal with academia, right? What if academia is correct, though, as far as a consensus? What if they are correct about certain things regarding the Old Testament and the storylines? What if they are correct? Would that change your focus? Because
Absolutely.
when you have a belief and you have academia, for example, when we look at Abraham and we look at Isaac, Jacob, we look at Moses, we're looking at the patriarchs. The patriarchs are looked at as eponymous ancestors, not necessarily real people, but focuses on storytelling as far as etiology is concerned. Just like how Romulus is an eponymous ancestor for Rome. So the name Rome comes from Romulus, and Romulus is not considered by Romans today to be a real guy. So Israel is started by Jacob. So Jacob would be like the Romulus for Rome. And it's just like with Iapetus, who is a part of the whole lineage for the Greeks. And of course, the word Japhet is connected to that word. What if they're really eponymous ancestors, which is something that I address in my book in the first chapter? What if they're really eponymous ancestors? Would the DNA argument even be relevant anymore?
Well, if that was the case, I would agree with your logic. If let's say Jacob was not in a real person, then yes, that would make everything that's what we consider biblical canon and scripture, that would make that the equivalent of every other mythological religion that's out there.
Because, say for example, say if it was right, and say that Jacob wasn't a real guy, but it was a storyline told like after the Babylonian exile. And you had this tradition because that's what held Israel together. That whole tradition of the 12 is what melted Judah, Benjamin, and all the 12 together, the northern and southern and all that stuff. But what if the Jacob is not real, but you still have proof of like like God? We know God was a God worshipped in the Canaan region. And we know that from the Mesha stele, God was real, G-A-D. We know that Dan was real because we have archaeological evidence. We have archaeological evidence for Naphtali. We have archaeological evidence for Asher. I think, what's the one with Z? Zebulon. I think Zebulon, they have evidence of Zebulon in a couple of the tribes, but they have evidence of them. But if Jacob isn't real, but the tribes are real, what would that mean?
That would probably indicate that tribes got together and formulated an origin story that would keep them together cohesively. It's like a unity kind of thing.
Yeah, because the other day I had a back and forth with Zion Lex on Killer Priest, and he pulled out the Mesha stele to prove that the Israelites were not Canaanites. And I said, why would you pull out the Mesha stele when the Mesha stele states clearly that all the Israelite men were killed? That's what the story says. I mean, it's a story. I'm not saying it literally happened, but in their story, they killed off the Israelite men and killed off a lot of Israelites 3 different times, Nebo and, different times. So what I thought that was a horrible example because God in the Mesha stele is separate from Israel. It's actually, he's like, he's not even a part of the 12 tribes in that tradition with the Mesha stele. So, but I know even you're studying Hebrew. So if you look at Isaiah 65:11, you'll see that God is really, it represents a God, which represents the God of luck. So God in the ancient Near East was a God of luck. So when people wear the names, you find theophoric names like Abu God and different names. So it's a God in an ancient Near East. So it's saying there's a tribe named God. I don't have any doubt in that. So if anybody want to argue and say God didn't exist, it's a lie. No, that's not true. But if that's the case, we look at all these tribes, no Jacob. How do you function now in this culture?
It just really depends on that on each culture's belief and faith. So, um, if it was me personally and I didn't have a connection, uh, or I didn't have a revelation about these about a special connection that's a spiritual connection to the identity and the history of these people, then I would just say that it could be a part of your mythological origin. But it doesn't negate the truth of loving your neighbor, um, honoring your mother and your father. Those things are universal truths. So even if you didn't know God, you can indirectly know God through his goodness.
Hey, by the way, 93 has A00, man. He's a rare species. So he's definitely not a part of no tribe.
Jesus Christ, man, you just out me like that?
That's your haplogroup?
No, it's A0.
Oh, well, that means you're a Hamite.
Kind of doesn't, because Ham doesn't exist. Let me not even go there. But according to y'all, yeah, according to you, yes.
Yeah, so
I've heard somebody say that them people are the Noahites or something like that. I've heard people say these are pre-Adamites.
Well, here's the thing with that. So let's just say that let's just say the account of the Bible is true. So we can entertain it that it's not true, but let's just entertain that it is true. Then that means that the long generations they find in sub-Saharan Africa is technically not related to evolution. Because I had this conversation with my roommate. He actually he went to Harvard for undergrad, and they talk about evolution there. So the belief is that we did evolve from a pre-Adamic race, and God has the ability to call one of those humans from that pre-Adamic race as a priest, just like how Abraham. So it's basically saying that evolution did take place, but just like how Abraham existed and there was other people existing around Abraham, the idea is that there was other pre-Adamic people that existed, and Adam was called from among those people, just like how Abraham was called from among his people in the Ur of the Chaldees. So there was people that already existed, but Abraham was called from among them. So the theory is that when you look at the genetics, you'll see a long generations of reproductive rate, and you only find that with haplogroups A, B, and E. So you find that with sub-Saharan Africans. So they assume that since the cradle of civilization is in East Africa, that means that we come from an older genetic stock, which actually contradicts the biblical account. Biblical account says that we come from Noah at the same time, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So how can we account for the discrepancy between long generations versus high mutation rate, or high mutation rate based on reproduction? So one theory.
Hold on one second. I want to respond to this question before Barine had taken it off the screen. The brother said, "Why would I bring up white in that scripture? Why bring it out, that deception, brother?" No, the reason why I brought up the scripture about Solomon 5 is to talk about the context of King James' funeral. That's the only reason why I brought it up. I know it doesn't mean white in the sense of white. All right. Now, in the camp doctrine, some of these folks read Jeremiah 14:2, Solomon 1:6, Job 30:30, and use black in the context of black to say, hey, the people are black in the Bible. So at King James' funeral, they used the Solomon 5:10 to say that he was literally white. That's the purpose why they used it. That was the point that I was making. All right, just to clarify that with the brother. Continue, brother.
Yeah. So, long story short is basically they don't really. We're still kind of looking into that because there's I think Kevin G brought him up. His name is Nathaniel Jensen. He's a geneticist from Harvard, and he explains why there is such a long reproductive rate. The theory is basically that um, Africans, for whatever reason, had more children, and by having more children, you have more possibilities of having mutations in those haplogroups. So that explains. Yeah. So instead of it being, oh, sub-Saharan African DNA is much older than everybody else, which leads to evolution of different haplogroups, it's actually simply the simple answer is that sub-Saharan Africans actually reproduce a lot more than other groups of people.
All right. If E1B1A is really the right DNA marker, why we don't find that marker a lot in Israel today? Because most of the people, 70% of the people remain in the land and continue to live in the land. And if you look at the Babylonian Jews, I've been talking about them the whole night, they don't have E1B1A. And they were literal Judeans who Nebuchadnezzar offered income producing land, and they decided to stay in Babylon instead of going back to Jerusalem. So those people formed a community to the point where they had their own language, Judeo-Arabic, which is an offshoot of Hebrew with some, have the Hebrew mixture in there. And they continue to live in Iraq, which is Babylon, for 2,500 years. Why aren't those descendants carrying the E1B1A that you refer to? And they were direct descendants of the people that came from the land in Judea.
The answer is pretty simple. Warfare, migration. So we do have facts that haplogroup DE did exist in 800 BC in the Levant, and then it split. D continued to go throughout Asia. E migrated from the Natuf region in Judea and went into Northeast Africa, which would be Egypt and Sudan and Abyssinia, what we call Ethiopia today. There was a migration of Seljuk Turks, and this is why it's important to learn about the Mongols. The Mongols came and pushed the Turks down towards the Middle East. And while the Turks were coming down towards the Middle East, they actually pushed out the Mohammedans who carried E1B1B, that haplogroup. They pushed them out of Arabia, out of the Middle East, and out of Southern Europe.
Can I ask you a question? Do you really believe that E1B1A was in Israel and that it was pushed out? Do you really believe that, bro? Think about it for a second. Look at this map that I have on the screen. Brother Berrien, put this on the screen for a second. Look at this map that I have. And you're telling me the people in Israel, right? A lot of them moved to Judah during the Assyrian exile, right? And they continue to live in the kingdom of Israel, a lot of them, all right? It's probably over 200,000 in overall. And you're telling me all those people who had E1B1A were pushed out of Israel forever. That's what you're telling me right now while I'm here listening to you.
Okay. To answer you directly, the progenitor of E1B1A was E1B1.
Mm-hmm.
That originated in that region that we're looking at right here on this map.
So E1 originated in Israel.
E1B1.
By the way, I don't believe that, but go ahead. Let's just say you're right, but go ahead.
Well, it's so haplogroup E1B1 belongs to the Natufians. We all know that.
But Ngozi just debunked all this Natufian E1B1 stuff. He just did it last week. I had over 20,000 views on the video. I actually got to put the video back up. I just edited it.
Bro, he's mad about that too. You're gonna have to put that up, bro. He been screaming at me in Fulani.
Bro, that there's no way E1B1 comes from the Natufians. That's not true. Where are you getting that from?
No, they have E1B1. I don't know if it comes from them. They have it.
It comes from them. I know they had a little bit of it, but why would he say it comes from them?
The earliest E markers in the Levant E1, B1, and they had E1, B1B. No E1, B1A.
Well, let me put it like this. E1B1 gave rise to E1B1A. E1B1 was a single haplogroup. It split into E1B1B and E1B1A around 500 BC.
Okay, 500 BC. Oh, if that's where you starting at, then the Tufians are 13,000 BC.
Now that's where we're going to have an issue at. It's which date is correct. So we don't actually know whether or not the old creationist dates are correct versus the young Earth creationists. Now I'm not saying that the Earth.
Yeah, y'all playing games. So you telling me they have that culture contemporary with Israelites there? Because they don't.
No, I'm not saying
that. Second Exodus. Look at the map on the screen. You're telling me that E1B1A is an Israelite marker, right? And so you're telling me all the E1B1A, everybody got pushed out of the country? Where did they go?
Well, this is where I combine both genetics, population migration, along with history. So we talked about the Assyrians, right? Sennacherib. Sennacherib exiled a lot of Israelites from
Judah,
the Syrian region.
200,000. I know that. That's fine.
We know that, right? We know that, and that was around 731, 700. It was around 700 BC. They were exiled out of the Middle East. Majority of them, I don't have the reference for you at this moment, but a lot of them went down into Northeast Africa. So that would be Arabia and Northeast Africa.
You made that up. You made that up. The Assyrians documented where they took them, and most of them either joined the army or they actually the archaeology actually tells us where they went. They went into the Assyrian Empire, which includes areas like Babylon. So they were actually in what we would call Babylon. They are part of the Babylon population. It's documented. So you saying they went into Northeast Africa, you'd have to tell me how you would say that, because you'd have to provide evidence from a source that actually says that. So I would love to hear the source that says that.
I agree with you. What I can say right now is I don't have that source with me right now.
So why would you say that though? I'm curious. Based on like you're pushing an agenda. That's scary.
No, not at all. When I do mention something, people can say, is that true? And then they can look it up for themselves. They say, is what he's saying true about Natufians having haplogroup E1B1? And then they can look it up for themselves to see whether or not I'm telling the truth. And then they can come to their own conclusions. So so that's what I'm doing.
Actually, somebody just asked, where's the source? This is actually laid out in my book in a chapter. I have a chapter called The Lost Tribes of Judah. And the reason why I call it The Lost Tribes of Judah is because I use the Bible as a source, as a historical source. The historical source is 2 Kings 18:13, where it talks about how he came in and took all the tribes from all the cities. And then I use Sennacherib's records, where he says that he took 200,000. He didn't take no 200,000, but he took a lot of people. And with that being said, if you look at the war that he had, where he said he had Hezekiah barged in like a bird, he basically killed off all the people or controlled all the areas outside of Jerusalem. So he never took over Jerusalem. So that means he would take over like over 40 something cities, which the Bible says he did. So the Bible confirms what Sennacherib wrote. So that we can then confirm that this historically might be correct. You understand what I'm saying? So I say that they removed them, and then I use Rabbi, what's her name? I forgot what her name is, but she's an anthropologist, and she shows where the people went that were taken from that era. So now that's the lost tribes of Judah, which nobody I've ever heard talked about in the community because they're lost. Nobody knows where they went. But pretty much we know, they went into the Babylonian area and so forth, right? So now that those people are lost, are gone, so we say, okay, those people are gone. They're living in the Babylonian area. We have several communities that were we find with the Al Yahuda tablets, we find several communities showing different Israelite communities living within the Babylonian region. All right. So we know where those people went because based off of the evidence of the Al Yahuda tablets and the Marasha archives, we have an idea of Israelites living in Babylon consistently from generation to generation by the documentation that we have. So I could prove that based off of archaeology, you know what I'm saying, and documentation where those people went.
Now, are you accounting for autosomal genetic ancestry admixture?
The thing about the ancestry with Jews, right, in the Babylonian era that's secured is that they lived in their own community and they mated with each other. They lived in a community that, hold on, it said, hold on, let me show you right here. Here's this book that I brought up last week. It's called The Last Jews of Iraq. And what it documents is, and I urge if anybody wants it, just email me at brothergarfield@gmail.com. And then this book is called The Stories of the Daily Life of People that Escaped from Modern Babylon. And what it talks about is that these people were basically living in this area for 2,500 years. 2,500 years. That's amazing. Hold on, let me show you the over its 2,500 years of existence, the Iraqi Jewish community formed a homogeneous group and was able to maintain communal identity, culture, and tradition throughout the centuries, all despite multiple conquests, political upheaval, war, and plagues. They were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren by their old Arabic dialect called Judeo-Arabic. I said that earlier, which is replete with biblical Hebrew, biblical references, and words from Persian, Turkish, and Aramaic. They were set apart by their dress, their observation of Shabbat, holy days, and kashrut, their unique cuisine, and among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. They purchased land and established yeshivot, religious houses of study in Jerusalem and Hebron. Their social and religious life was based upon Talmudic and biblical rites, and they led an independent communal life headed by the chief rabbi who oversaw the community's educational system. So look at that. That's going on for years. But think about the Talmudic communities that they had. Nehirda, Pombedeta, Surah, all these communities that they had. This is amazing. Over 2,500 years. That's why I said to you, if you study the Babylonian Jews, find out what is their genetic markers. And if you have those markers, I would definitely say that you're an Israelite. Because these people, they come directly from Jerusalem. There's no doubt.
Now you're saying these markers. Now I agree that markers do help narrow down who you're related to.
Mm-hmm.
The key thing is not the autosomal genetics. You can be with many. So what people fail to realize is that you can, every generation is exponential, right? You go from 2 parents to 4 grandparents to, you keep multiplying. At a certain point, it becomes illogical to keep thinking you have billions of ancestors. That's not true.
Philadelphia. I'm from the 3rd largest city in the U.S.
You from Jamaica, y'all. Don't pay him no mind. You from Jamaica.
So what happens is when you get to a certain amount of ancestors, you go into a compression or a collapse. So that's where you get to a point where all your ancestors are actually related to each other. You don't keep expanding and having millions and millions upon ancestors. That's impossible.
But what if these people's Y markers are J?
If their Y markers are J, then that's where you connect it to their oral traditions. The Chechens and the Armenians are nearly 100% haplogroup J. And they say that their forefather, we're talking about Iapetos, right? Iapetos is said to be Jupiter. Jupiter is said to be Japhet. So their ancestor, the Armenians, they claim that their ancestor is Togarmas. And then they themselves, through their oral traditions, say that Togarmas is the biblical Togarmah. Togarmah is the son of Gomer, and Gomer is the son of Japhet. How is it possible that people with haplogroup J can claim to be a descendant of Shem when they come from the line of Japheth. Now that's if we believe the biblical narrative. Now these are the biblical rules that whoever your father is, that's who you are. So it doesn't matter if they're 99% Hebrew autosomally. If their Y DNA is from Japheth, that makes them Japheth genetically. Because you can change your autosomal DNA. You can't change that paternal haplogroup. You cannot change your maternal mitochondria. Those are two DNAs that you cannot change. Those are consistent. Those are constants. Everything else is random and variable.
So what about Sephardic Jews? Do you have a connection with Sephardic Jews?
Yeah, I do.
What type of connection do you have?
So first, the connection that I talk about is the Semitic, Proto-Semitic connection. That's the Natufians. If you're Proto-Semitic, meaning that you have Natufian ancestry in the Natufian haplogroup, that makes you Semitic. Now you look at the markers that you have in your autosomal DNA. So yeah, some people see limba and different things like that. You can also use your secondary population group. Sephardic Jews have certain markers that are not found in a lot of other groups. The markers are Tunisian, Libyan, Yemen. If I said Moroccan, I'm saying it again. Berber, Egyptian, Sahara. I mentioned Berber before. I probably mentioned Tunisian. So if you have those markers, then you're more than likely a descendant of a North African Jew. And if you're a North African Jew, you're more than likely a descendant of Sephardic Jews, because Sephardic Jews traveled for centuries between Southern Europe and North Africa. They intermixed.
Damn, I will see it's after 12 o'clock. Oh my God. Doreen, you still there, man? 7 hours? Damn, we out of here, man.
I gotta show one last thing.
Oh man. Hold on one second. Let me we talk about Egypt another time. I'm not an Egypt guy, but let me take this off the screen. Go ahead, bro.
And so remember that, and that's another thing too. A lot of a lot of Israelites were deported during the destruction of Jerusalem. They were deported to Egypt. So even centuries later, they were still deported to Egypt as slaves. So there's a big population of Jews, Jewish markers that have Egyptian in it. I got that. So so the key to know that you're Semitic is if you have haplogroup E that comes from the Natufians, and if you have all those other markers in there, then you know what type of Jew you are.
Oh, okay. What's that? What's that? Go ahead.
I needed to, I need to kind of clear my name real quick, just in case people crazy. So this is the same book that got me that primary. I just want to read this real quick on Luso-Africans. This is Portuguese Styles and Luso-Africans Identity. I think because the digital copy is different. This is saying 24 and 25 when I look at it in the digital, but it might be 14 and 13 and 14 or something like that. Put 13, 14 here. Basically, it was talking about the Lancados and the Luso Africans, in case people doubt that they connected. Immigrants from Portugal, some of whom were Jews seeking to escape religious persecution. 1, whom were known as Lancados. 2, settled along the coast, where many of them married women from local communities. By the early 16th century, the offspring of these unions, Luso-Africans or Portuguese, as they called themselves, were established at trading centers. So you see Luso-Africans or Portuguese. So when I showed that source, because the same book, when it talks about Francis Moore, it talks about the Luso-Africans basically being one and the same with Portuguese right here. Luso-Africans or Portuguese, as they call themselves, that can be looked at as one and the same in different usages, how they use that word. The Lancados, the Luso-Africans are the descendants, and sometimes they just call it all Portuguese. So when you look in this source, it does not say Luso-Africans, it does not say Lancados, it's talking about Portuguese. So basically, this can be one and the same. So I just wanted to show that. Anybody got some questions, I can give y'all this book. But these books that I'm using, these are some of the most common books to introduce y'all. Even Divine Prospect recommended these books. The Portuguese Style and Luso-African Identity, and then there's another one called Forgotten Diaspora. They're by Peter Mark and I think Jose de Silva. I got the PDFs. I got the Google Playbooks, whatever. I can give those to y'all. Y'all can read this yourself. Y'all don't have to listen to me. This is why I got the primary on the source Mr. Richardson used. So nobody was trying to what they call misquote or something, or throw my own words in there. I knew I got it from somewhere. I had to show why I was saying what I was saying. So, and of course, Wikipedia, you go look up Luso-Africans. The source that they're going to give you is this book, Portuguese Style, Luso-African. The book that I quoted right here says sizable number of Luso-Africans settled in Portugal. They was a racial minority. They was in the 16th century as primarily male settlers, often Lancados, settled in various parts of Africa, often marrying African women. So Luso-Africans, often Lancados, same thing. And it's quoting the book that I just showed. So yeah, Luso-Africans or Portuguese.
You know which source Dante gonna show, right? He gonna show that source off his website, the one where the guy said the people were Israelites. That's not proof. Just to let people know, I already know what he's gonna come with already because I saw it on his website. That is not proof of people coming off. When somebody has an opinion, or my opinion is that maybe some people who were Israel came off the boats. That's not evidence. You need evidence of somebody performing a culture or something. How did that person know that? So I already know that the source that Dante is going to come with. That's not evidence of people. When you have to scrape Second Exodus, would you agree, Second Exodus? When you got to scrape and dig and try to find something, it's like, why bother? What are you looking for?
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Okay, so yeah, if you just have the claim enough isn't it's just proof to some people. But when I see the claim of anything, I need to actually see it demonstrated. So when they say these people are said to be Jews, or somebody, these people, we think they're Jews, they got to break it down: language, custom, dietary, religion. Can't be this thing where the people got divine amnesia and forgot they Jews, and only the observing Europeans can know it. Even when they don't show even when they don't have anything that show you that they're Jew, the people just say, "Yeah, these people are Jews."
These people were Jews. Yeah, you got to be smart.
Are you all saying that somebody has to show the culture and keep the practices?
Hold up, Second Exodus. You know how they do the you know how there's books on the Yoruba and the Igbo being Jews. Them people go into their language, they everything, and try to explain. Right? You seen them books, right? So if you say a certain amount of people are Jews in West Africa, or there's a kingdom or whatever, or what have you, the claim enough isn't enough when everything else points to the opposite. Like if you say the people, like, okay, for instance, there's a guy, I believe his name is Valentin Fernandez. He goes into a part of, I think, the Senegal, and he says there's a group of people, they are Jews, nobody likes them, they go out and dance and jest, they don't have a synagogue, they don't really act like Jews, but they're Jews. So he's describing the griots, and I have a source in the Portuguese of West Africa that has a footnote that shows where he just kind of blanket them as Jews, but he doesn't prove that they're Jews. He actually says they don't really have no customs, but the claim is there. So people see that, and now all of a sudden the griots in West Africa are Jews. We need a text like how they do the Igbo, like how they do the Lemba, where they go deep into it. The claim enough is not enough. Some people say, well, they said this here, and they claim this here. They just made the claim. You got to go deep. We got to go deep and see. So
Dante, we know what you're coming with already. We just let you know that we're just giving you a heads up. We already know. You got to come with a source that says, hey, these specific people were practicing, they prayed on the Sabbath, they did this. That's why if you
I ain't talking about him. I wouldn't talk about him, but I'm just talking about anybody.
Well, I'm talking about him. But listen to this though. If somebody says that the Sephardic Jews came over as slaves, the Sephardic Jews were practicing Judaism. So they would come off the ship practicing their form of Judaism or hiding and doing it. You understand what I'm saying? There's no evidence of these slaves coming over practicing anything. There's no evidence. And a matter of fact, we can't say that they didn't want them to practice Judaism because they didn't want them to practice African religion, and they were practicing African religion. So we can't say that. That's it. Well, anyway, I'm out of here, man. Brother Barine, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be
You
on your
got some
platform
closing
again.
statements, Garfield?
May God bless you and do what he do for you, man. You're a light that's shining in the community. Keep shining, bro. All right. Peace and love, family.
I gotta say my last words.
Oh, you gotta say last words.
Yeah, my last words is this. Like I said, I got a little heated. I wish it didn't get that way. I have no animosity towards the Sister Shari, Sister E, or Kelly Richardson. I don't know them. I don't think he was being deceptive. I think it was just a mistake. I do acknowledge that slat that I gave Garfield. It could have been presented better, like the way I was just trying to do earlier. But I have more slats to prove my point on the Luso Africans or Lancados. I got better stuff than that, so I can do better than that. So if anybody got the wrong idea, like there was some kind of deception, no, it's not going on. And as for anybody who want to challenge my information in particular on the Sephardic Jews or any of the sources that I showed, I'm willing to have a discussion or even a debate. I'm not making videos back and forth with anybody. If you make videos about me and you're not intending to see me personally, then we're not going to rap, because I'm not investing into a long-term back and forth debating with just videos. Also, I just want to shout out Barine TV, everybody who watched, everybody who tuned in. I'm glad we got to a place where we calm, probably because we all tired.
Oh, and by the way, I'm calling out Kelly Richardson, Dante, Benaiah Israel, whoever else. I want to debate you on Barine's channel on any topic regarding this.
I would debate Kelly Richardson on the Portuguese Jews. I would issue one for him, but if he don't
my
want to debate
my
me,
debate is prove you're an Israelite, and I'll prove you're a West African. So we both got something to prove. I'll prove you're a West African, West and Central African. You prove you're an Israelite. That's my debate. Stop playing games with the people. Stop the con games, trying to sell this foolishness and trying to make money off of being an Israelite. Stop it. It's just a big major scam. It is. It's just what it is. Well, anyway, I'm out of here. Peace and love, man. I'm out. Peace.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Peace to everybody. Love y'all.
All right.
Peace.